Hi there, everybody. My name is Chris Metzen. I'm the Vice President of Creative Development for Blizzard and the lead world designer for the series for the past, 9 years or so, or ever since Warcraft 2. Wanted to talk a bit today about kind of the story of Warcraft and how the world unfolded, specifically from the series RTS roots and up through the creation and development of certainly World of Warcraft. And also kind of how it's translated to the D&D game series that we've been creating with White Wolf Publishing, some of the novels we've had a chance to put out. Warcraft's become kind of a big fantasy juggernaut, strangely enough, after all these years. And it's kind of interesting how it has unfolded. Essentially Warcraft is, if you figure that most modern fantasy is kind of based off of, Lord of the Rings or, Tolkien's work, he kind of had amalgamated a lot of fantasy ideas, elves and magic weapons and wizards and huge epic scope histories, weaving together. Warcraft's essentially kind of third or fourth generation fantasy, which is kind of crazy these days, where you have kind of a lot of video game fantasy universes becoming the new school kind of settings. You have a lot of interactive games kind of taking place in these worlds that are, essentially phantoms of Tolkien's vision back in the day. Warcraft's certainly part of that tradition, elves and dwarves and dragons and such. One of the things we always thought was a good idea is holding on to the more traditional fantasy archetypes, because that's what most people kind of glom onto. It's that familiarity of dwarves and elves and magic rings and things that kind of define what fantasy is. And we found that, people like that. People are really drawn to that. It's a strength of the genre, whether in video games or just, fiction. If you're reading a novel, it's the familiarity that really sings to people over and over. But we've always liked the idea of kind of spinning those archetypes on their head. What happens when elves go crazy as a race? What happens when dark elves suddenly are heroic and noble? What happens when orcs, that are typically, mindless and brutal, what happens when they're kind of given some nobility? And we can kind of begin to identify with these races and cultures kind of beyond that surface kit that we've been sold all these years through various products and media. So it's been pretty crazy kind of developing the World of Warcraft and trying to change it up a bit, keep it familiar enough to people who are interested in fantasy, but kind of shake it up and drive it boldly forward to those who kind of want a little more out of their gaming experience, which is, certainly our core role. It's kind of been a strange process, developing the kind of geography of the World of Warcraft as the storyline is unfolded. When you're developing RTS games, there really isn't a hard parameter on how the world unfolds, right? You just kind of need maps to make up and, kingdoms to destroy. It's a very planar design. You just kind of draw 2D on a page, what a landmass that looks interesting and try and dot it with interesting stuff. I imagine a lot of RTS games are kind of designed that way, just kind of in a very planar sense. It started to get interesting, when we started talking about World of Warcraft and expanding this place and these locales to be more 3D, to be more, immersive, places that you'd actually run around in, instead of just being RTS maps and very planar. How does it begin to translate to an immersive world experience? It was kind of weird, shifting gears from the RTS mindset to the RPG mindset. We kind of always knew, since Warcraft 2, we always knew that, as we expanded, in Warcraft 1, we had, the kingdom of Stormwind and the land of Azeroth. And it was, the conflict of that game was pretty much contained within that place. The orcs come through the swamps of Sorrow and, through Elwynn Forest and attack Stormwind. The scope of that conflict was pretty small. As we started talking about Warcraft 2, and the idea of expanding the two armies, certainly we had the orcs and the humans at that point. With Warcraft 2, we wanted to expand more races into those groups, so the human group became the alliance, with elves and dwarves and gnomes. Reciprocally, the orc group expanded to include forest trolls and ogres and death knights and all sorts of good creepy guys. But in doing so, for our world context, we wanted to show where these creatures came from, and have a greater sense of ecology and a greater sense of world. So it became necessary to create, Cosmodon, or, the area the dwarves came from, or Lordaeron, and ultimately Quel'Thalas, where the secondary human kingdoms and elves came from specifically. So a lot of the design decisions with the two armies and kind of expanding them predicated building the world and building it out further. As Warcraft 2 completed, and we created Draenor for the Warcraft 2 expansion set, Draenor being the place where the orcs came from, it became clear that in the core world of Azeroth we would need more continents, and wouldn't it be interesting to imagine more ancient realms, that had never heard of orcs and humans, where this conflict might spill over, and thus dredge up, kind of new mysteries and a new mythological cycle for the setting. Thus, we had been talking about creating Kalimdor, this ancient land of the Night Elves. We kind of really warmed to the idea quickly of Dark Elves in this context being the good guys and being kind of the eldest race, the keepers of ancient mystery. So it was kind of interesting to talk about Kalimdor and these dark primordial forest lands and the barrens in the middle, lands that were once lush but kind of destroyed by some kind of apocalypse. It was interesting to imagine Kalimdor having been affected by some huge explosion. Again, it's probably a fantasy archetype, to have your world shattered in some great way. I mean, I've seen it in 100 different stories and 100 different themes. But that got us thinking, game design-wise, we were in more recent years talking about, Warcraft 3, let's talk about what that would be. Are we still just talking two armies? Are we talking expanding that? In our conversations, certainly we wound up with the undead and night elves, but at one point we were definitely considering the Burning Legion to be a race, and a lot of our discussions about the Burning Legion stem from, that the demons are cool and would have been a neat army set, but kind of from, this story context of the night elves and Kalimdor and their shattered land, and was there more backstory with them and the demons, and was there a greater conflict in the world that kind of predicated the story that we were seeing unfold in the games that we had published up to that point, War 1, War 2, and we definitely wanted War 3 to kind of encompass all these elements, the Night Elves reawakening, visiting Kalimdor. We wanted the newer races like orcs and humans to kind of be thrown into this ancient conflict and see this ancient land, and really have the events of the past kind of come full circle with the resolution of that game. So a lot of times it's the game design and the kind of loose story threads that wind up predicating, what we build, and the game experience that we tailor to it. There's always been a drive that we have had to build a lot of detail into our world and build a lot of backstory into our settings. Specifically, when creating strategy games, it's just difficult to tell a story in that context. You're commanding units, and it's real time, and the battlefields, often look very similar. It's hard to get a sense of context or, a sense of story progression. The theory was that, if you have a rich backstory and you have it play out to any degree in the RTS context, that it helps to be immersive, and it helps players to kind of get your world and, get this setting, and it makes it special. It makes it stand out against the pack. And we've seen many, many RTS games over the years. And, one of the things that potentially made Warcraft stand out past the gameplay was just the character of the setting and the fact that it was kind of deep, and had and just had a lot of stuff going on, a lot of characters, a lot of intrigue, a lot of history. It kind of gives it its own identity, really. So as we looked to translating all of that to World of Warcraft specifically, it was a little daunting, but it was a great deal of fun. Looking back on the world we had built up to that point. So it was a really cool process of kind of extrapolating, from maps in 8-year-old game manuals and trying to kind of draw them out and really flesh these lands out and these histories out and these cultures. Proved to be a pretty big task, but a fun one. At this point in time, as we're looking at the home stretch on our shipping product for a while, it's crazy how this world has gone from, kind of this very thin idea, thin wallpapering on an RTS series, and it's really blown into just this juggernaut of context and flavor and atmosphere that's defined by 40 artists and programmers and really creative designers. There's just so many heads involved in this thing and kind of creating the vision of this in the world. It's really been crazy to kind of watch this thing grow, kind of take on its own life. It's at the end of the day, of course I'm very biased, but it's just a cool world. Who would have thought 9 years ago, Warcraft 1, that it would have rolled this way, attributed to certainly game design and a lot of passion, a lot of commitment, a lot of hard work. But it's very rewarding to have seen this world, come off the way it has, and to have been a part of how it's kind of been shaped. When we're talking about making massively multiplayer game, certainly game design comes first, and we wanted the classes to be fun and have it be a place that you would just have a blast exploring and leveling up and doing, whatever you do in an RPG. But the trick to WoW is that we identified early on is that we wanted to have the quest content be kind of a staple of your experience, and to throw as much story and context at you as possible. Maybe not to the point where you're being drowned in context and, well, I don't remember who this guy is, or, sometimes it can be distracting, the story content, but we wanted enough there that it really felt like you were in an authentic fantasy setting, and that the things you did mattered overall, that you'd be able to meet characters and NPCs from past games, or, like notable characters from history, guys like Thrall and Jaina Proudmoore, and, villains like Kel'Thuzad and the Lich King, things like that. So that you'd really get a sense that, we were taking the process of building a world seriously, and it wasn't just churned out, and that it had a strong sense of continuity. And we've always tried to do that with our ancillary products, like the D&D line and our novels. We're kind of painstakingly anal about making sure that all the details add up, that the continuity is, held to be sacred, so that no matter in what medium you're experiencing Warcraft, it all feels like a contiguous experience. Hope you really enjoy WoW. Hope that, some of this story and history comes off and that we've done our job well and you feel like you're a part of it. Better yet, you feel like, you're at the heart of it. Would even be better. So, once again, thanks for listening and have a good one.
With World of Warcraft, we were really trying to look at other massively multiplayer online RPGs and try to identify what were the elements of those games that were fun. And as we went through it, we would find that people really enjoyed the aspects of being online with multitudes of other players, and they loved leveling up their character and working on their equipment and working on their skills. With World of Warcraft, we put in a great questing system, so right at the beginning of the game, you have objectives. You get pulled right into the world, you have quests filling up your quest log, so you always are doing something for the characters in the environment.
Every time that you log into the game, you can accomplish something. Even though you might not achieve a new level that night of gameplay, you might finish one or two quests, or you might earn a new rank in a trade skill, or explore a new zone. And that was something that we really tried to hit on. That way you're not so focused on the experience bar the entire time you're playing. Your only goal in the game is not necessarily leveling up, but it's completing quests and visiting new areas, learning new skills, sort of always developing your character. And oftentimes players find that they level up and they don't even realize that they're close to leveling.
What you'll notice when you start playing World of Warcraft is the user interface is somewhat minimal. You don't really need a manual to play the game. Everything about the interface is really towards keeping you in the game. We really don't like to have players go to the manual or go to the website just to figure out how to play the game.
The first time that you log in, it's very intuitive and easy to use, but as you become more advanced, you can really customize it to do some pretty powerful things. And a lot of our more experienced players will be able to sort of customize for each of their characters and really get the interface exactly how they like it.
The quest log is another example of our user interface, where we always want to make sure that when you're on a quest, you know what you're supposed to do next. A lot of games in the massively multiplayer genre kind of force you to keep notes, or to try to keep track yourself of where you're supposed to go or who you've talked to. We expose all that in the quest log. So once again, players, as they're playing the game, can work on their quests and they can stay in the game the entire time they're playing.
Originally, when we started designing quests, we knew that we wanted it to be an integral part of the game. We wanted people in World of Warcraft to have a sense of direction and a sense of purpose right away. So we developed our quest system, which includes a quest log. The quests not only became this sense of fun, but as designers it allows us to be tour guides almost of the World of Warcraft. There's really no limit to what we can do with our quest systems. As players get to familiarize themselves with World of Warcraft more, they'll realize that quests are almost like the backbone of the game. They really direct the play experience.
World of Warcraft is a class-based game. When you first create your character, you have to choose a class archetype that kind of determines the spells and abilities and, to some extent, the way that you'll play the game. When we approached our classes, we wanted to make sure that our classes felt very Warcraft. We would look at the previous Warcraft games, try to determine what are some of the classic things that people want to be able to create. You know, we looked at things like the Druid, very popular unit type in Warcraft 3, so we brought that over as a class. We looked at the Hunter, which has always been, while not itself a true unit in Warcraft 2 or 3, we've always had this concept of the orcs and the trolls being hunters in the environment, and we brought in the Taurens in Warcraft 3, so the Hunter became a class. We also have the classical classes like warriors and mages. When we started designing the spells and abilities for the classes, we really wanted to make sure that each class played as differently from another class as possible. While we looked at something like the mage was a fairly easy class to develop because we knew we wanted him to have kind of all the classical sort of spells like fireballs and frost bolts and the rest, once we start working on other spellcasters, we really had to stretch our imaginations a little more to really make them feel different than the mage. When we approached the druid, we wanted to give him nature spells, which are somewhat obvious when you look at Warcraft 3. In Warcraft 3, the druid is a shapeshifter. So we brought that element into the druid class, which really makes him play much different than druids in a lot of other games. Our druid can shapeshift into other animal forms. He can shape change into a bear or a jungle cat, and when he's in these other forms, he actually gets entirely new abilities to those shapeshifted forms, and he'll almost play like an entirely different class. The warrior in a lot of other RPGs and Morgs is one of the least interesting classes. The warrior traditionally doesn't really have mana or magic or anything of that nature to lend itself to more interesting gameplay dynamics, so we came up with the idea of rage. And instead of having rage work exactly like mana where it starts at 100%, we decided to have it always start at 0. A warrior would start a combat not very angry, and as he takes damage and as he delivers damage to his foe, his rage bar would fill up, and then the warrior would be able to use his rage to execute his special abilities. With the rogue, we had a very similar sort of struggle trying to come up with things that made him feel different. In his case, we gave him energy, which would work a lot like mana, but would very quickly be used up, but would regenerate really fast. So you'd kind of be using it constantly to do some of your special abilities. As you're attacking an opponent and you execute abilities on them, you build up combo points. And the combo points can be seen in the user interface on any particular creature. And once you have at least one combo point on the creature, you can try to execute a finishing move. So that was a way to really make the rogue play very differently from the warrior, where a lot of traditional Morgs, they're very similar classes with just a few different special abilities. And that's really been the approach we've tried to take with all the classes.
I think one thing that defines players in the World of Warcraft is actually the vast spells and abilities that each of the classes gets. A player can be very basic and new to the genre and still be successful and go out, level up, and have a good time. Advanced players or more skilled players have a whole host of abilities to choose from, and I think people can really shine and show their skill off through all of the abilities, and it makes both PvP and PvE environments a lot more exciting.
We felt that player versus player combat was very important to bring to WoW. Each player, depending on which race they choose, is put on a side. They either will be playing for the Alliance, which is composed of the humans, the dwarves, the gnomes, and the night elves, or they can choose a race that's on the Horde, which is composed of the orcs, trolls, taurens, and the undead. By choosing your race, you are choosing a side, which determines when you do engage in PvP, who are your friends and who are your foes. We felt like having a team-based PvP system was a lot more interesting than everyone kind of being out for themselves.
One of the best parts about PvP is it gives you the chance to pit yourself against other players. They're really unpredictable, and the skill levels span the whole spectrum. So PvP kind of gives everybody a chance to show what they've got. It also is a great way when you're sort of done engaging in your normal activities for the night. You've been leveling up and doing quests, and you want to really like engage in the World of Warcraft. You want to defend your town, or you want to go raid another alliance's town. It gives you that feeling that the world is real and solid and that you have a purpose in it.
One of the challenges of developing a massively multiplayer RPG is, how do you get people to start grouping in the game? How do you get people to really take part in the community? Well, the tact we took for this was to try to make sure that players could always solo in the game. They could always advance by just playing by themselves, but really try to make sure that there's plenty areas of the game that only can be done when you group up with other players. And we did a lot of different design decisions along the way to try to embrace the philosophy of allowing solo advancement while still encouraging grouping.
There's a lot of cool quests that are more stealth-oriented, and those would be definitely tailored more towards the solo player, so they can deliver items around the world, sneak around, and feel like they're accomplishing things on their own.
Another very important element is the concept of crafting or trade skills. Our approach to trade skills was twofold. We have the concept of a gathering skill, and we have the concept of a crafting skill. Gathering skills, they allow us to make the world much more dynamic. We can have herbs that just spawn throughout the world, that if you have the herbalism gathering skill, that you can go around, find these herbs, and then selling them, or you could use them yourself. We also have mining in the game, which miners would go around with their picks and find veins of ore, silver, or other types of minerals. And it really allows the world to feel much more interesting. It's not just this world that has a bunch of creatures and pretty scenery. There's all these objects throughout the world that people can gather up and use in the trade skilling system. With the crafting skills, we wanted to try to make the making of the items really fun, not just something you go and buy the ingredients from a bunch of vendors and then make something. We wanted to make collecting the elements part of the game itself. We also try to make sure that the ingredients for the recipes to make trade skills are on creatures in the world, or they're in other dangerous places. We really feel like it's a much friendlier system, and it really allows anyone to become a trade skiller and have fun with it.
We've talked about there being the mining gathering skill and the herbalism gathering skill, and those feed into blacksmithing, engineering, and alchemy, respectively. Then there are also just trade skills themselves that are very different. A miner might supply ore to a blacksmith who's going to bang that ore into shape and make swords, make shields, make armor, that sort of thing. But a miner could also supply an engineer. An engineer can make all sorts of cool mechanical items, like a mechanical dragonling, and can make bombs and dynamite, target dummies. And then there's also some trade skills that are almost like a mini game in and of themselves, such as fishing. Fishing is just a great activity. Anytime you're near a body of water, you can throw your line out, you watch your little bobber, and as soon as you see that bobber go down into the water and take a bite, you can pull it up and see what you get. So fishing kind of works very differently from, let's say, tailoring or leatherworking, but also falls within the trade skill system and is very fun and unique.
Another one of the core tenets about World of Warcraft when it comes to what we might refer to as our elder game or end game is that while we really are trying to do a really interesting and deep raid game for guilds that want to take on dragons and these powerful creatures, we didn't want our elder game to only be about raid content. We also are trying to provide high-end game PvP content for players, and we also wanted to have our world have a sense of community and have some dynamic things that change throughout the world. In the raid game, a lot of these creatures, as you progress through them, will not even be available when the game first goes live. Like one example that we've talked about is the concept of Outland, which we introduced in Warcraft 3. And Outland is this area that actually is on another kind of planet that is beyond the Dark Portal. And the Dark Portal has been closed for many years. Players on each of the different realms will have to find out how to open the Dark Portal again. And only once the players of each of these realms open that Dark Portal will people be able to go through it and find all the uber creatures beyond that.
Hi, this is Bill Petrus. I'm the art director on World of Warcraft, and I'm happy to introduce the lead art staff of World of Warcraft.
I'm Kyle Harrison, the lead technical artist.
I'm Brandon Idle, lead character artist.
Justin Tabrat, lead artist.
I'm Kevin Beardsley, the lead animator.
One of the biggest things that we did early on is we really had to look at the Warcraft look, and we really had to figure out, hey guys, what are we actually going to be doing in this project? We did a lot of experiments with different scales of exaggeration. We also had a different style for the textures, and we realized that it wasn't the Warcraft look. It was not there, and we had to modify that look, and what you see today is basically the blood, sweat, and tears of many years of work to try and get that style, and in some ways we actually pushed the style. We really wanted to make our game feel like multiple artists just really lovingly rendered this game out. Everywhere from the animations to the modeling to the texturing to the lighting, the exaggerated scales of things, the animations filled with character.
You can just tell by, strongly exaggerated poses and animations that, we drew from Frazetta and Disney, references that we drew from, really strong references.
With the environmental work, some of the major influences obviously were like N.C. Wyeth, Howard Pyle, Dean Cornwell, some of the older American landscape artists. We really wanted to capture that atmosphere, that feel in our game where you go from one area to the other and you can feel the heat of the zone. It's interesting when you're working on a project like this, as complicated and as big it is, because you don't really see all the pieces come together at the same time. This particular artist does his job over here, and it takes a while for it to get into the game and to be played. And at some point in development, I don't really remember when, just when all of it started to come together, and we were just really excited to be like, wow, this really is coming together. I don't remember exactly when that was. When was that?
I think it was when Westfall kind of got put together.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Yeah. The lighting came together, the textures came together, the player character, one of our first creatures, the Knoll, basically just nailed that Warcraft look and feel, both with texture, model, and animation. I mean, I think that's when it came together.
Westfall was definitely the start of really capturing the look of what the game was going to be.
One thing that I think really sets WoW apart from other games out there is that we really refuse to go down the assembly line process. Every time we approached a new zone or a new area that the player would explore, we wanted them to be completely rewarded in every way whatsoever. So from the lighting to the sky all the way down to just the little brush and brambles on the ground or the ambient creatures that would be running around that area, we made sure that it was fresh every time, and we came through and meticulously created new art, new even techniques each time we got to a new area.
I think the team was never really happy with just what we were working with. We always were pushing the envelope. We always wanted to just maximize the technology that we had. We made sure that our textures worked twice as hard.
It was really refreshing to have different perspectives from all over the art department. Whether a texture artist came in and commented on the animation, or a designer walked in and said, oh, I think this would look cooler if it was bigger. It was really an open back and forth communication, which I think, in the long run, it's a very iterative process. It might take a little longer than, say, a different method of doing it, but I think in the end it works out for the best, and everyone kind of gets their 2 cents in on some stage of the game there.
I was always impressed at just how open each team was in respecting another group or another little development group or an area of development that would come in and say, hey, we noticed that, this maybe was not reaching its full potential, or we felt like maybe we could try this and it would be a little cooler. And people were always very open to at least hear that and sort of get that line of communication going back and forth. So that really helped to build us, I think, more in a very strong direction.
We continually are replacing and upgrading and doing things to the world that we want to change. And so we're going to continue to do that for the next, I don't know how many years.
A lot of times our philosophy seems to start at sort of minimalist. We say, well, we want to keep the art reined in. We don't want to really eat up any unneeded CPU time trying to render this. So what we do is we kind of create the art at the lowest level we can and try to make it look good at that level. And then we find as a year or two goes by and hardware gets faster on computers, we can then come through and sort of finesse it a little bit, add a few of the things that we maybe skimped over to begin with, and we just make it that much better by kind of refining it.
The iterative process, just going back and making everything polished. And you'll just notice that even before it gets into the game, sometimes there's a dozen drawings for one creature before it gets put in the game, and hopefully we'll be able to show you some of just the rejected ideas and just how much goes into the final one that makes it into the game.
early on, the concepts that we were having, we were showing the artists that were modeling and texturing. We're like, the Warcraft style is super thick and exaggerated, just huge bulging biceps, everything pushed at the maximum. And that's just kind of the way that we approached it. And originally we had some artists that were like, you want me to make that hand 5 times bigger? Are you sure? We're like, yes. And they were like, I don't know. And we're like, just do it. And then once they started doing, they were realizing like, wow, this is the style. This is what we're looking for.
The animation is very exaggerated in this game, but at the same time, it still has weight and still has a level of realism to it. So, it's still believable.
I think one of the pivotal areas of our art is that it's not so much about detail, it's about form, it's about light, and it's about color. The artists pay more attention to the shape or form of an object or the texture of the surface and how the light plays off of that, and how they can get that across mood-wise with colors.
I totally agree. I think it's the illusion of something rather than creating all the little details. If you can create that illusion where people go, oh wow, that's it, and it's less polys and less texture space, then we've done our job.
Yeah, so in addition, what is the Warcraft style? And we had to break open all the old books and manuals and look at it, and I can think of some of the Sammy, the art director, it's old sketches, or Chris Metzen's, and some of the definitive little pieces, like just the big boots. Like, everyone's got these size, like, 16 shoes in the Warcraft world. The boots are bigger than their thighs and things like that, and just trying to carry it down into the role-playing game perspective, but still trying to maintain that overall look and feel, everything meshes together, everything flows.
Yeah, even down to the user interface and the icons. I mean, everything just melds together.
The icons in particular, we
thousands of them. I think there are thousands of icons.
Thousands of icons, and not only that, but each one is just so handcrafted. It's just so lovingly painted. It was so amusing just to sit and watch how meticulously they would paint these things and concentrate on the colors and the form, and they're just fun to look at. And we actually, that was really part of the design from the art standpoint, was that you're looking at icons a lot in this kind of game, and that really is more than anything what's representing it, unless you're directly using that item in the world. So we knew that they had to be big and colorful, and you really had to just get rewarded just by looking at it.
In the midst of schedules and everything, it's important not to get too bogged down and have fun. I think one of the things that defines a Warcraft is it kind of has a sense of humor. It doesn't take itself too seriously. At some points, that's kind of a challenge to infuse into this role-playing game. But we did our best, and I think if you can work in development and just kind of enjoy it and kind of laugh at it, and again, not take it too seriously, just have fun.
I think one of the things that always would bring a smile to your face, even in the darkest days, is the old Shane cube. Whenever there's a model missing a texture or some error, we
have a producer, Shane, who accidentally got his face stuck on a piece of art that represents anything that doesn't display properly in the game. So he's all over the place, actually.
His face shows up in newspapers, articles, and cartoons and everything.
One thing you may notice with World of Warcraft is the characters are really animated, and a lot of that just comes from a traditional 2D animation background carried over into 3D. So one thing that we pride in our animators is just taking it to that next level in 3D. None of our animations are motion captured. We just feel that the World of Warcraft is such an animated and colorful environment that the hand animation was the only way to kind of really truly, bring it to life.
Between the characters and players, we have about 4,000 unique animations. We have about 2,000 unique player character animations, and we have about 2,000 unique creature animations.
So between the 16 character races, that's male and female, each have about 120 to 130 plus unique hand-done animations.
Each creature has anywhere between 10 and 20 animations, depending on, where the creature is going to be used. If it's a boss or a sub-boss, then generally they have more animations, than something like your typical wolf or something along those lines.
And in the case of non-player characters, NPCs, wherever we were able to use one of our player characters as an NPC, well, of course, they're going to, just inherit, those 120 plus unique animations, which is really nice. The designers can do really cool things with quests, having access to all those animations.
We also tried to inject some of the Warcraft humor. Warcraft 3, Warcraft 2, these games have a lot of humorous elements in them, and we wanted to make sure that we captured some of that in the world of Warcraft. A lot of the creatures have, some really unique stances. If you watch a creature for a while, they'll do some really humorous kind of animations. The Sea Giant is a great example because if you watch him long enough, you'll see that he'll actually fart. It's actually very rare, so you have to watch them for a long time, but there's a lot of humorous and very subtle elements in the game.
Here you have this like giant, ominous, insanely powerful creature, and yet we'll inject some of that Blizzard humor with the Sea Giant passing wind. Of course, he does it in his own special way. He's a Sea Giant, so of course a gigantic bubble would come from him, and then he's very inquisitive, so of course he's going to pop that bubble, and of course what it ends with is something, just really unique to like what Blizzard does.
Another example is the kobolds. If you watch them, they'll chase their tail every so often. The ogres will scratch their rear end. Each of the player characters has over 25 unique emote animations, and those really help add a lot of character, and in some cases really give each character a sense of humor.
We did have some basic guidelines that we had to stay within. The attack animations had to be a set length. Special attack animations could be a little bit longer. We made sure that weapons made contact at a certain frame rate so that we could make combat look real and believable in the game, so that when you're knowing when a character or creature is going to be hitting, you can time all of your, dodges, blocks, parries to make combat more, lifelike and real.
Yeah, it's really important to have a creature react when a character swings the sword and hits the creature. Without that exact timing, it doesn't come across as realistic and comes across as very fake.
Sometimes it'd be challenging to get the character to hit at a certain frame. In the end, it was just something you got used to, and it really didn't cause any problems.
Another thing, too, with keeping the different animations at a reasonable length is it really helps facilitate gameplay. You don't want the player to be waiting around for an animation to play that's really long. You want to keep things very snappy and at a good pace. When we first started a creature or a character, a lot of times the first thing we would do is try to come up with their neutral stand pose. This is the pose that they're standing in most of the time, and it really conveys a lot of the character. So getting that down first can save a lot of time for animation later on.
Yeah, because sometimes we would take a creature or character just a little bit too far, a little out of the scope of what design, had in mind. And so, to save time, we would just get them into certain poses and kind of show those, and then get one of those approved, and then we'd know at that point, what direction to take the character or the creature in. Each player race has a unique mount, and those mounts were designed to basically reflect each character. In the case of humans riding horses, makes perfect sense. Gnomes, we wanted to have something lighthearted and something that would reflect their inclination to tinker. And so we have the Mechanostrider, which is a mechanical, ostrich. Night Elves ride tigers, which kind of flows with the whole Priestess of the Moon in Warcraft 3. The Dwarfs ride rams. At one point, they rode boars, and it just didn't quite look right. It was interesting, definitely, but we ultimately came up with the rams. So not only did we have unique mounts per race, but we also have some extremely unique mounts per class. In the case of the Paladin and the Warhorses, and the Warlocks can summon a Nightmare. So the Nightmare is a little bit different than the typical undead horse that the undead ride, in that it essentially is more of an ethereal, dark stallion with, blazing hooves and blazing eyes, in which case we were able to incorporate some of our spell effects into the models to create that unique look. We had a lot of fun animating the unique individual mounts for each character.
Some of the creatures were particularly challenging, especially the elemental type creatures, whether it be wind, fire, water elemental. These are not very solid. They're made up of different elements that are very difficult to convey in a video game. Using polygons, it's very difficult to create an ethereal kind of look.
In the case of say, a water elemental, if you were to kill it, essentially it just dissipates into nothing. And of course that posed some technical issues with how are we supposed to loot nothing after we've killed it. And so we would go in and say, okay, well, we need something like bracers or something solid. And so of course we would drop bracers. As the creature is fading away, we drop some piece of armor so that a character could see something on the ground and it would sense, oh, okay, I can loot this. There's multiple boss creatures in the World of Warcraft, and they're treated a little bit different than the standard creature. We had some technical limitations on creatures. We weren't to exceed a certain, bone number, bone count, animation count. Those restrictions were pretty much removed with boss creatures, since a lot of the times you're going to be encountering them by themselves and not in a group. A lot of times we're able to use more bones, more animations. You're going to see definitely a level of intensity, higher than the standard creature. You're going to see we definitely spent more time on the boss creatures, just because we really wanted them to have a huge impact in the game.
Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3 were very important influences on our game, the World of Warcraft. So once again, the silhouettes, colors, and proportions, we wanted to really mimic a lot of the things that had been done previously, yet pull these out more for a down in the world third person or first person point of view, rather than the sort of God mode view of playing overhead in an RTS.
The perspective of the game definitely was a big influence on what we decided to accentuate and how we designed our characters. Just off the top of my head, a funny thing was that when we were originally designing this game, we were thinking about maybe taking it in a different direction, maybe a little darker or different look and feel, but we soon realized that Warcraft had a very established look, and that it would be a big mistake to deviate from that. So a lot of the typical characteristics of the characters' environments, the bright colors and the big silhouettes and shapes, we just stuck with it and just kept going. Carried that through the environments all the way down to the characters and creatures.
Color was very important. I think as anyone plays the game, they'll see that there's a lot of passion for color. With the creatures, we actually found that less was more. Early on, we tried very, very sort of realistic, painting it almost to the point of photorealism, and they were beautiful pieces of art, but once they got into the world, it didn't really come across as simply as the older games did, and we found that the more we kind of scaled it back and went more stylized with the color, we actually would get down to where literally we'd just pick like 2 or 3 basic colors that would be on a creature, and we would kind of use those in sort of over-the-top ways, like some tribal tattoos, or some little accent around the waist, or even like a hairstyle would kind of key off of other colors of the body. But we really toned those back, and found the more that we kind of locked down colors tightly, the better they worked.
In addition to nailing the unique look of Warcraft through the colors, we also had the shapes of the characters to work with. So proportions of the characters we found out were really key ways to distinguish our creatures and our characters from one another. So we tried to maximize the silhouettes of the characters, and maybe we'd pick out a certain aspect about them that we'd really want to accentuate. One creature had really big claws, or a really disproportionate upper torso, and a tiny head to accentuate how big his muscles were. You'll notice that the dwarves are really short and stout, and the night elves are really elegant and tall and elongated.
We would see that we had these 2 different races. Maybe they were both really cool, but we would pick up on the fact that I don't know, these guys are they're kind of looking a lot the same from a distance. And even though we really liked the way one of them maybe was proportioned already, we would go ahead and start trying to alter that to give it some uniqueness over the other one. And generally what we found was that we would end up with something that we liked even more, that was even more exotic or more out there. So it worked out well.
I guess our theme of things that we do is we just push it and keep going too far with it, and then go, oh my gosh, that's now just ridiculous looking, and then we just back it off a notch from that. As with every other aspect in the World of Warcraft, you kind of can divide it right down the middle as the 2 different factions, the Horde and the Alliance. With the races, we have the humans, the night elves, the dwarves, and the gnomes for the Alliance, and on the Horde, the orcs, taurns, undead, and trolls. And right off the bat, we just tried to start brainstorming about what we could do to set these races apart from one another. What makes you feel really cool and unique that you're picking this race over all the others? The humans are going to be the one characters that everyone can associate with. They kind of have typical proportions, a little exaggerated, a little muscular, but they're kind of the familiar characters that everyone will recognize on sight.
And night elves, once again, still muscular. I mean, it's always our theme. We always kind of go over the top with muscularity of our characters, but we decided much more of a lanky jungle dweller, someone who would be kind of running through this forest and grappling logs, leaping over them, that kind of thing. Very, very athletic, very primal, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think you'll even see it all in the intro cinematic for the game, too. You'll see we kind of tried to capture these races in their environments, kind of, demonstrating what they'll do in their natural habitat. The dwarves are pretty established now too, you know, they're kind of just the short, squat, muscular, cave-dwelling guys, you know, do a lot of mining and hunting and real rustic characters, real, you know, gruff, kind of tromping around in the snow. And so we just kept those themes with them as well, you know, big bushy beards, a lot of bright primary colors for their beards are bright red, bright orange. We also have, you know, grizzly, gray and white and black. And as we were doing this too, we found out like hair color was super key with defining each race as well. So certain hair colors are only available to these races and not to others. We didn't want to let the player necessarily choose any color for anything.
The gnomes kind of came in late into the game. We had gnomes come in with, you know, this sort of a need to add, we felt one more race per Alliance Horde. So the gnomes filled in on the Alliance side, and we have these kind of short, squat, little comical characters that have sort of outrageous hairstyles. We felt with their small size, probably the best thing that we could do was to really over-exaggerate their head, and not only that, but what you always see on top of it, their hair. We had a lot of fun with some crazy beard, mustache combinations to really start defining the gnome male in particular. The artists working on that would draw from some of the European and North American beard contest and mustache contest. Just completely like outlandish stuff, but it was a lot of fun and people would just get a kick out of it. So he implemented a lot of those just for flavor. With the female, we went with a lot of just interesting like pom-poms and braided hairs that would just kind of wind well up off of the head and almost create this sort of tower effect. It's really comical, but I think in the long run it really works because it's the one element that you're going to pick up on them as you're running around in the world.
I don't necessarily always think about it, but the hair creates such an interesting silhouette on the character. It's a thing that it's on right on the top, and it's a really good element to take advantage of to really help distinguish one race from the other. So we definitely tried to push it with the gnomes. On the opposite side of the spectrum from the Alliance, we have the Horde, and that's the Orcs, the Tauren, the Undead, and the Troll races. You know, once again, the Orcs were already designed from Warcraft 1, 2, and 3. We initially tried to pioneer some different looks and feels for them, but with a lot of the design on this game, we just felt falling back on what was already established was the best route. They already looked just amazing and really cool, and so we stuck with what we were familiar with. They're just big, oversized, muscle-bearing, bodybuilding looking guys with big brutish faces. In addition to the Orcs, there's the Tauren, and they're just the giant Minotaur race, you know, even bigger than the Orcs with the big bull heads. You know, they got the great horns and the big manes and the really super top heavy physiques that help distinguish them out from the other characters. You know, it's really cool to see these characters all lined up, because from a distance you can always pick out who's the gnome, who's the dwarf, you know, who's the Tauren. And with them, they were already established as well from Warcraft series, so we just kind of went with what was already there. Doing the females again was a challenge, and now we kind of have this docile cow female character for them, you know?
Yeah, we really reined her in after a while. I mean, it almost became sort of a joke with our fans that it couldn't get much uglier than the Tauren female. So as much as we didn't want to pull back our artistic license, we decided to go ahead and kind of rein them in and give them something unique to the male. We still obviously wanted to make them feel like an upright bovine, if you will, but softer tones, shorter snouts, the mouth not being so long and brutish, kind of ditching the overhanging teeth elements and really toning her horns back so that she got sort of a softer element to her, more upright as well. So she got much more mid-heavy but slender at the same time, whereas the male really had that huge upper body bulk going on.
The third race for the Horde was the Undead, and I don't think there were any other races in other online games where you were able to play Undead race, so we were really excited about that. Initially, we went through probably a dozen different design concepts for what they would do and how they would evolve while you play them, and whether you would turn more into an ethereal type of creature or more of a Death Knight type of thing. But in the end, we just went with a character that you would be able to keep and retain throughout the course of your experience playing the game. So, you know, we have a bunch of really cool different wacky concepts for these creatures. There's dozens and dozens of drawings of them that we tried out different things, different proportions, and you know, eventually we got this kind of hybrid undead but kind of familiar looking character that's in the game.
We had gone the full gamut from sort of just a thin, pale, emaciated human, which very obvious from the get-go that just really wasn't exciting us, to these just hulking, heaping mounds of decaying flesh, you know, with the evil eyes. And we're like, well, that, you know, that's certainly out there, but it's probably almost more bestial than what we want a player character to be. I firmly believe that it's important that there's some relatability to the character that you're playing, that there's still got to be some more down-to-earth element to them, even if they have like some very outrageous elements. So we kind of realized we were going to have to find that sweet spot in the middle. What we ended up really opting to was trying to give them sort of a standard physique, but really play off of some decaying elements where they had some cool shapes and silhouettes defined from like a midsection kind of being missing, or mid part of their leg or arms missing, and then also with some really cool like fun hairstyles and little bone protrusions that would happen across their anatomy. We just had to make the other elements we had, such as clothing and things, kind of work around those. The trolls were added in as a counterpart to the gnomes, and we really had wanted to have trolls in the game. We really, you know, wanted to see them alongside of the other Horde members because they're another great tribal, shamanistic kind of thing, so they fit in really well with the other races. We had the same challenges that we had with some of the other races, especially in regards to the females. We've continually kind of gone round and round trying some different elements with the females, always trying to keep them tall and lanky, but we've gone, you know, round and round with different iterations of her face and her posture, trying to find something that still feels very much troll, but is still appealing to a broad range of players. And one thing that we had learned from some of the other races was that it was actually important that we do certain things with the geometry so that it allowed us to have both attractive and non-attractive facial textures. And that was a quick way for us to be able to choose from the artist side just how much we would allow them to have, whether a player wanted to have something that was a little more scary and frightening and felt, you know, truly monstrous, or if they wanted to be a more attractive character that maybe would be a little more socially acceptable in the game.
You know, aside from all the player characters that you get to play as in the game, the other huge element to populating the world was all the monsters and creatures and bad guys and mobs and whatever you want to call them, the stuff you're hunting around in the world that you're interacting with. Creating monsters is just an ongoing process. It never seems like there's really enough. Anything from the little ambient squirrels that are running around in the world, to the deers that are walking around, to the other monsters, the gnolls or the spiders you're hunting, all the way up to the big epic dragons and then the crazy boss monsters you're fighting. I think currently in the game we have like over 500 unique creatures. And with each creature, you know, we have color variations. So with all the color variations that we have to choose from with these characters, you know, there's just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them throughout the world. And hopefully as you're adventuring and stuff, you're finding new ones and you're just discovering all kinds of cool stuff in the game.
We had a lot of established creatures that came from the Warcraft universe, and particularly Warcraft 3, where suddenly creeps were being introduced, and that gave us more to pull from. You know, we had gnolls and kobolds and all these cool little like secondary creatures that were in the world, and that very quickly became something we wanted to key off of. In fact, probably the gnolls and kobolds were some of our early tests where we really kind of hit where we were going with the style of the creatures, about how much detail that the artist would paint in, or the kinds of color palettes that would be used.
When we were able to recreate some of those key creatures, the gnoll or the kobold, you know, spiders and other creatures like that, based off of concepts from Warcraft 3 and Warcraft 2, that really hit home for us, and we kind of knew the direction we were facing and where to keep going. So there's a lot of familiar creatures in the game. You're going to have ogres and centaurs, all kinds of stuff that is already around from the previous Warcraft games. You know, the overarching challenge of doing this, the online role-playing game, was that it was a different perspective on a familiar franchise. So now we were having to, you know, create these characters in a much higher resolution. You could see them from all angles all around, and you were up close and in the face against all these monsters. So, you know, it definitely took us a while to get on our feet and run with it, and you know, to learn just how much detail was enough, or how much was just too much, and we didn't need to do that because we knew we had to do hundreds of them. So we needed to find that healthy balance, and so I think we did. You know, at a glance, I think all the characters really seem to they feel like they're in the same world. You know, all the different artists really got the similar style. You know, halfway in the middle, towards the end of the project, you didn't know who made what. They just all fit. They all fit with each other.
We did a lot of sort of creative reuse on the models. As our library grew, we could take more and more elements that were sort of already constructed for another creature or character, and we would realize that that was a perfect element for something new that we were doing, that we could at least reuse that. And by the time we were done, we had made sure from the artistic standpoint that it really wasn't recognizable. You didn't just feel like it was some limb slapped on from another model, but it definitely really pushed our pipeline and timeline. We could get things done much more quickly and efficiently, and it would stay at a very high quality because we could spend the time to build any one element once, like a pair of wings for a dragon or something like that, and that could be used again and again on other creatures so that it really wasn't recognizable anymore.
With a lot of our creatures, we start with a basic concept sketch, just a drawing. Sometimes it's a doodle on a napkin, sometimes it's a really nice high-resolution painting, on the computer. More times than not, there'll be dozens of drawings for the same one creature, especially early on in the project where we're really trying to, brainstorm everything in the game. We don't want to shut any idea down necessarily. And so many people, I can say I think almost all the artists on our team can concept. Everyone's always drawing, coming up with cool ideas. We definitely have people that specialize in it, but it's safe to say that everyone's always contributing in the idea phase of designing the creatures, whether it's a established Warcraft creature or something new that we have to create to fill a new environment.
Once we had these really beautiful concepts that different people had submitted, we kind of would sift through them and find the elements that were the strongest and sort of like what the team agreed on. So we'd take those elements, maybe we'd even re-concept one last drawing of it to make sure that we liked all those elements together, and then that would get passed on to art director for approval. Once that was done, it was passed off to our meshers, and the meshers simply build the geometry that creates the 3D sculpture in the game. So after the meshing is completed on the model, it's passed on to the texture artist. This can be the same person or another person. We're pretty flexible here on an art team, and a lot of guys can do a lot of different things. So once that's passed on or ready for that next phase, the textures are applied, and the textures are simply a painting that is wrapped onto the model that creates the colors and the illusion of details and depth on the given creature or character.
So once the creatures have been modeled and textured and eventually animated, they're placed in the world, and they place them in these little groups in all the different environments, and they take a lot of care into how they place them to make them look like they're inhabiting their surrounding areas, and that they're doing different things on their own, roaming around, patrolling, fighting all the different creatures. It's a process that requires a lot of disciplines, all the way from the concept drawing to the actual creation on the computer to the designers that put it in the game, and eventually you're fighting it and getting the cool stuff that it has to drop off.
The pinnacle of our creature development and also what the player will experience in the game was obviously boss creatures, and these we would just really go all out on. The schedule would suddenly relax a little, and the artists would have more time to work on them, and more polys could be spent, more texture resolution could be spent, so these were larger and more detailed, crisper, to hold up to the sizes that they were going to be in the game, because they could be just magnificent sizes in some of these dungeons. I don't want to give a lot of some of the fun stuff you'll find in the game away, but obviously some of the staples of fantasy, like dragons and giant, like aquatic boss monsters that you could fight. You'll find these all throughout the world, and the artists really look forward to being able to work on these, because it was sort of the testing of everything that you had learned building some of our smaller and more staple creatures that are obviously just as important, but these were the time when you really got to just go all out and use probably every skill set and every tool that you had figured out on the way to creating these things.
We tried to divvy them up amongst all the different character artists, and so hopefully everyone got to do one or work on some element of one, because they were just really fun to do. They were, like Brandon was saying, you get to use everything that you learned, and it was always a real charge to see that finally walking around in the game, and actually players like running in fear from these 20-foot creatures just storming around, and it's a real kick. And when you watch players reacting to the different creatures and the art that you help produce, it's really invigorating. It's really cool to see that, so kind of what keeps you going.
Dungeons and architecture was an amazing area to work with. With the Warcraft world, you were never really, in a lot of the Blizzard games, you never really got to enter the world. You were never able to go inside of the city and adventure within the tavern. And it was exciting to work with the team and actually entering the world, opening that door to that crypt and going into that temple and seeing this whole new world in there. And we had a lot of freedom involved in that, and a lot of the artists got to really use their imaginations and pull from things that didn't exist before, and were able to mesh that into the world. And it was really exciting to see this whole other world, part of Warcraft that people haven't seen before, and that was truly amazing to see.
It was really exciting to see each city come online. I think everyone was really excited to see, what the next city is going to look like, because they're all so different. The Dead Mines really set the bar for the rest of the dungeons and the interiors.
It's not just an area you just go in now and kill some stuff. I mean, there's all kinds of little interactive elements to it, almost like stories unfold as you dig deeper into it. All of a sudden, these miners look a little weirder than you were suspecting, and all. I don't want to give it away or anything, but when you get to the bottom and you get to the final boss or whatever, I mean, it's just its own little epic journey that who knows how many hours it'll take you to get through.
We've never done this before. This is a totally new area for Blizzard. I know this type of game is too, but I just wanted to really say that artists that worked on this particular area, the dungeons and the cities, just did an amazing job. And early on they went through a lot of trials and things like that, and they really came through. They really did a great job, and we really appreciate it.
We had so much Warcraft history to draw from, and so again, this was our first opportunity to translate something from the real-time strategy game to the role-playing game. So something as simple as the blacksmith structure or the human farm. Instead of the top-down little piece of art that you're used to seeing, we had to design it all, the building, the structures, what the signs outside of it look like, how someone can tell that they're in front of a blacksmith, placement of anvils and tools, and the layout of the interior of the building, what's functional. What they were able to do and the illusion they were able to create with just the flat walls and just what they were able to paint and the colors and the lighting and maximizing their assets. There probably wasn't a day that people saw the work that they were doing and just couldn't believe that they were getting it to look like that in our engine.
That team actually pushed the rest of the art staff too. The dungeon team really just did some amazing work, and the rest of the team would see that and push to be at that level. And I remember some of the first stuff that came through that group. It was stunning. I was like, wow, that is the Warcraft style. I mean, they nailed it. It was a great job.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
The artists really push each other, to do better, and everyone thrives off that and thrives off each other.
There's a lot of history there. There is a lot of depth, and the team worked very closely with Chris Metzen and other people in the company to make sure that these elements are tried and true, and they actually took those ideas and ran with them, and they've done just an amazing job. They're very, very particular about, gameplay. It was pretty exciting to see that.
I'd say early on with our dungeons too, it was difficult to get that organic look. We tried a number of different programs early on, different methods of building, and ultimately we got it, but it was definitely a challenge. We spent some time trying to determine what the size of the city was going to be. I mean, we didn't know how big a city should be. I mean, are people going to get lost? What's a good size? What feels right without getting lost but doesn't feel too small?
And it's still epic and exciting to venture into and stuff. Yeah. And I think in the end they ended up putting dungeons and little instance areas where people would actually have to go to a city to fight and stuff like that. So, they have more of a function than just this is where you go to sell your items or buy your goods.
In my mind, I can look at some of the dungeons that I'm just thinking about right now, and I'm just clearly just the definitive look they have for the Night Elves is so different than the humans. Just the lighting values and the color schemes are different, and how more organic the Night Elves are than the humans. And it's like, yeah, you can relate more to the humans, but when you see that orc, city of Orgrimmar, it's just like you just want to explore that.
If you go into Stormwind, the opening gate is huge and oversized. You cross the bridge; it's lined with all the heroes. There were concepts for it, and then it was built and put in the game, and tried to just hit you over the head. Make it memorable, make the silhouette of the parapets and the towers, and really striking and resemble the race.
I think another big thing too is everyone has their favorite city. Whether it's the Undercity or Stormwind or Ironforge or Orgrimmar or Darnassus. We want all the cities to be on the same level. Obviously we wanted Ironforge to be super memorable, and we wanted Darnassus to be, exactly that too. And it was kind of funny to see how people were like, you know, they would rank all the cities, and then, you know, this one would move up a couple rankings, you know, and it's nice to see that, you know, all the cities really just turn out fantastic. I mean,
and we have Thunder Bluff too.
I forgot about Thunder Bluff. Yeah.
Massive sort of mesa structure, which is just beautiful.
Exactly. I mean, just when you think dungeon is this dark hole in the ground, you go to a city like Thunder Bluff, and it just blows you away, because it's just not what you expect. I mean, you don't expect to see giant windmills and these just amazing looking architecture, these teepees, and it's just, I mean,
totems and
big, yeah, it's really a treat to see. I know a lot of time in development, you work on a project like this for a long time, and you're so close to it, you don't really appreciate it as much because you're just so close to it. But with this project, it's like every once in a while you see something that just really inspires you, and the team really worked hard, and some of this stuff is just so memorable.
I think it was kind of neat too, because each city would set the bar a little bit more. You know, Ironforge would get created, and they would say, "Wow, that's amazing. I think we should go back and revisit Darnassus now." And then we'd spend weeks on redoing Darnassus or parts of it, and then they would come back and go, "You know what, Ogremar could really use some touching up now." And it was constantly, I mean, even, you know, we're getting close to shipping or whatever, and we're still revisiting the cities. We're still constantly just keep outdoing each other, and so it's this great cycle in the end. It's just going to, you know, make for more fantastic environment.
I think that's true for the whole game. I mean, this is a game of iteration. I mean, everything has been touched and retouched again and again to make it better and better.
This world has always been sort of divided by the Alliance and the Horde. You know, we've always had the orcs and the humans clashing together, and now, you know, as the franchise grows, we have more and more races that are becoming involved with the conflict and taking sides. So we really wanted to get across that this world, sort of the world itself, felt divided, that within the Alliance lands you got a lot more of sort of a lush, beautiful forest and valleys, fields, jungles. It's very colorful and beautiful most of the time. You'll find this very inviting and warm. As opposed to that, you'll run through the Horde lands, and you'll find that there's this very desolate theme of sand and rock and just brushy barrens, and they're even named as such. You know, you have the Thousand Needles and
the Barrens,
and yeah, I mean, we even, like, to the names themselves, we really push sort of that flavor. It's just a very overall theme. I think anyone's really going to pick up on that as soon as they decide to play Alliance or Horde. They're going to see a very big contrast.
I think of the Alliance, you think of lush and green. You think of the Horde and orcs, you think of, you know, dusty red and orange. And that's, you know, to make, you know, each region of the world just exceptionally.
With the environment design for World of Warcraft, we really wanted the environments to have a really handcrafted feel. We wanted the terrain to really have that feel that it was created, you know, by hand. We really wanted to make sure that all the little details were embellished to the point, you know, the viewer could tell that it just wasn't computer generated. For example, like the palettes and the detail in the environment, we really wanted to make sure that the viewer got rewarded with a lot of detail and things like that.
So we treated them just as key as the characters, as the monsters, and everything else.
Absolutely.
There's not any one element of our game that stands out too far above the rest. Is that we treated the environments, the tile sets, everything just as important as a character, as a weapon. You know, everything received that equal amount of just real handcrafted treatment.
A lot of the artists too actually were, you know, hiking fanatics, and, you know, we have some people that are really outdoors type artists, and they really bring that to the table. They, you know, they talk about like North Carolina or Pennsylvania, and, you know, we spent a lot of time trying to figure out just visually what's the most interesting angles to approach things.
We didn't just isolate out terrain and just think of a lot of high-res textures or, you know, high-res geometry for the terrain. We realized that it was just as crucial that the terrain marry with lighting, with the fog. All of these elements were very important to pull together, and you know, just in layman's terms, we just pulled a lot of old school tricks to try to get across a lot more than what we're really doing technically, and keep all this under wraps where people could still afford to enjoy a nice frame rate. and a beautiful vista all at the same time. We had a lot of beautiful color studies, which you'll see as we're talking about this.
The game is about a game of trees. You have to have good trees in these kind of games. You stare at the terrain all the time, and we had some of the artists working on some of the trees. You'll notice that we have a really wide range of design for trees. We spent many years looking at the trees and studying them, and they're really like the glue that holds everything together.
We were working on one of our earlier zones, and we concepted tree after tree after tree and built tree after tree after tree, and I remember laughing when I realized that we probably had about 50 iterations of this one tree that we just kept refining and trying to get it, as reasonable as possible as far as, poly counts and texture counts. And we went probably through weeks of collective testing on some of those trees over and over again, and then once we had those, it was sort of a framework for the ones to follow.
I was just going to say that, yeah, when we got the color studies going, I felt like that was a really key point in development for the environments. Once we started doing that, it impacted us, and it took us a while to ramp up, but the initial prep work it took to get these environments, it really paid off in the end. Everything married together so much better.
Yeah.
Our team of environmental artists spent a lot of time developing their techniques on the terrain itself, learning what types of patterns look best when you're running through the game. We were really particular about hills and rises and visibility. Initially, we made almost too many hills where, for gameplay reasons, it was harder to see the spawns and things like that. So in addition to just making a beautiful looking scene, we had to work closely with game design. We a lot of times had to compromise on a lot of things to make sure that gameplay was still there.
We wouldn't just do one of them for a zone, we'd also do one for different times of day. So we'd have one that was drawn to illustrate what the daytime light settings would be. We would do some for the evening time settings. We found that the sunrise and sunset were some of the most fun values to work with and offered like some of the best lighting.
We actually enjoyed them so much, a lot of times we would purposely kind of let the keyframing be very loose. Mornings and evenings actually bleed in very heavily to noon and to midnight, so that you got to enjoy some of that dusty sort of feel a lot more of the day, because it was just more dramatic and just pretty.
Basically,
really
the sunset lasts for like 8 hours in our game, or something like that. Just because it looks so cool. It just runs all day.
We wanted to make sure the palettes of the zone reflected somewhat in the race, very subtly. For example, the undead area of Tirisfal Glades, we wanted to kind of keep it cool colors, muted.
Yeah.
For the night elf areas in Teldrassil, we wanted to infuse some of that color back in there, and we were careful to keep the palette, I don't know, maybe 2 colors, trying to keep it simple as possible.
If you run around like sort of in the undead starting area, you can kind of check out the little vegetation growing on the ground, and even those themes of the undead are there just in the vegetation, just for fun little flavor. Vines crawling up and choking out these purple flowers and things. So even down to that degree, the art team kind of paid attention to the details.
They definitely took advantage of every little area. I think some of the grasses have cobwebs, infused in it a little bit, and hopefully like a crate or a barrel in the undead starting area, it's going to look and have its own look and feel compared to a crate or a barrel in the human starting area. And everything from the pallets to, the wood having more cracks and broken nails and knife scratches in it or whatever. They definitely took it. All the artists definitely took advantage. If they got to paint a texture for it, they definitely used every pixel to represent the environment that this prop was going to be set into. So,
I know, I totally agree, and I think one of the things that we strive for too is just the uniqueness of what we want to do. We want to make sure that the zones look as good as possible, as far as like if you were to take a screenshot of our game and you see it in a magazine, it looks different. It has a certain look to it that you're not going to find easily. Working on a game of this scope and detail really pushed the art staff to really just think about what actually we're doing. It's so much different than the usual type of games we're used to making, that you're creating an entire world. You're creating the atmosphere and lighting and terrain and the look and feel. And sometimes it's really interesting. You'll be working on a piece of environment and you'll get stuck, and then you'll drive home and see the sunset or see some kind of imagery that inspires you. So, and then you go back to work the next day and you're like, oh, I saw this, the sunset yesterday, and it totally changed what we should do.
Yeah, we had lots of just elements to work with in the editor for creating the world. We had the directional lighting, the ambient lighting, the sun color, the moon color, fog color, and all the gradations of colors in the sky. And I know Brandon did most of that stuff for so many of the zones, the watercolor, cloud color. And so we just take our time and put these together in the right order, playing off each other, the right colors, the right settings to create just that unified look and feel.
Overall, we really wanted to have the environments have that old Maxfield Parish or that NC Wyeth, that warm feel, that handcrafted feel. I know we say that a lot, but we really wanted to have that look. And even in the trees, if you look at the trees, it's very hand painted, all the textures, and we were careful how things blend together, how trees would blend into the environment. We were constantly racking our brains about the tile set, what was too busy. Initially a lot of the roads were too busy and too dark, and we had to simplify those. And it was definitely a learning process, for everyone. But kudos to the team, though.
With regards to weapons and armor, we had many of the same challenges as the rest of the art production. It was very important that we hit on a lot of the same philosophies that we did with creatures or environments, architecture, which is some of the oversizing of items and colors and exaggeration and things like that.
Specific challenges I think we had with doing the items and the weapons in the game was like the progression of coolness factor from an item you get at level 1 to an item you get at level 60. We wanted to make sure to reward the player when they're playing, and so even at level 1, we want them to feel epic and cool. And at level 60, we still want, the same wow factor. It was always a challenge to make sure that the low-level items in the game were still rewarding and cool looking. So we tried to come up with a visual progression of what people can expect to receive in the game.
Early on, they were probably a little too dry, a little too toned down, and we realized not too far into production that we needed to kind of not only start beefing them up and exaggerating them, but also playing around with some little effects and things we could do to make the weapons really feel sharp, but without utilizing a whole lot of technology.
I think towards the end of production, we pretty much abandoned making low-level, average-looking equipment in the game and started to front-load your play experience with just exciting weapons as much as we could and challenge ourselves to come up with even more interesting, exciting, shimmery, glowy, enticing loot or weapons and items, for the higher levels in the game.
In fact, with our spell team, those guys actually came in more towards the latter end with weapons and really helped us find even that sort of next increment where really uber items could not only be beautiful and really ornate with texture and environment maps, but we could even push them further with actually adding some spell attributes along with them so that you'd maybe get this flame sort of righteousness and you would kind of get these cool fiery effects coming off of it. And that was really yet another progression that really helped us at the end, just kind of pull those way over the top.
After that, everyone just got excited again about seeing glows and fireballs and dripping poisons and ice spells and things just kind of emanating out of the weapon. It's just that next level of progression to help incentivize people to keep playing the game and look for stuff in the game. In addition to the items and the weapons that you're questing for in the game, there's all kinds of armor, helmets and shoulder pads and chest plates and boots, all kinds of stuff. So some of the same rules that we had for designing the weapons all apply to the armor, and there's a wealth of Warcraft history and mythos and already established look and feel. So we basically eventually decided to pull from what we already had. We did a lot of initial designing up front as well, but there was no shortage of pre-existing art and design concept work to pull from.
Yeah, I remember when we decided just to go ahead and pretty straightforward just copy the old orc battle harness kind of outfit straight out of War II, and that really struck a chord with the entire team because now suddenly we had these higher poly detail characters where you're looking at them in first person, but no one had really gotten the sense that this thing was Warcraft yet. And so seeing one of these orcs kind of pacing around with a horned fur-rimmed helmet and this battle harness and fur leggings, I mean, it really kind of got everybody geeked up because now they felt like they were really down in this world, in this Warcraft universe, and just kind of getting to experience it and really Now I'm really actually seeing an orc up close from Warcraft, not just any orc from any game. That gave us sort of a hook where then we felt once we had nailed those down, we could kind of continue on and actually evolve those further and actually start to create our own style from those. It was definitely a positive mark in outfit creation.
All of our modelers and texture artists all do concepts, and so we just let them all at it and just see what people could come up with. Something as simple as just the boots in the game of just different chest pieces and a lot of stuff floating around to pull from.
Yeah, and that was where we needed to decide exactly how we were going to organize these, because we knew we had the Horde Alliance thing, but we didn't know specifically just how far we should break it down. We have quite a few races on each side, and sometimes those share a lot of themes with each other, and sometimes they don't, because you have the difference in a Night Elf and a human, and there was a great dichotomy. Whereas the Night Elves almost fit more visually with, say, a Horde, we needed to actually give them some of their own flavor. But in the long run, what the biggest distinction was Horde and Alliance, and that as long as we covered the bases for each race, really they just needed to kind of fall into those two categories.
In addition, everything's broken down into cloth, leather, mail, and plate, and then there's robes and stuff. As we got further down development, we started accumulating all these outfits and trying to keep them organized in a way that all the different artists could reference them and see where we were deficient. Oh, we need more plate mail armor. Oh, we have too much cloth armor. And so we just started to organize them in a spreadsheet, and with the naming conventions and with the level of progression, you can look down the spreadsheet and see, oh, okay, here's like the low-level intermediate stuff, higher-level stuff. Up to the really exciting stuff.
We didn't realize how much that was going to help us, because we really had started doing it for the designers mostly. So as they would take the art that we would create, we knew that they needed a way that they could see an entire outfit that we had intended as a whole, whether or not you would find it as such in the game. Right. But what it ended up doing was actually feeding back to us as well, because now we had this very big visual right in front of our face, and we started realizing, oh, hey, maybe some of these leathers are all kind of looking the same, or that, from a distance we're not really getting a lot of contrast between them. So it really helped push us to go further with the outfits, and really we could see that progression, and we can say, oh, okay, now maybe we mix these two up, or we need 3 more at the end of this string, so that we really got a full kit that a player would get in a particular area or as a particular Alliance or Horde member.
In addition, we also organized all the weapons on spreadsheets as well, and it showed us the progression of the first level weapons all the way to the higher level equipment. And we had one-handed versions, two-handed versions, and there's all kinds of weapons in the game. Swords and shields and hammers and maces and knives and thrown weapons, and there was just so many different things to keep organized that we're just trying to stay on top of it all. I think organization was like one of the big things we learned on this project, is that I don't think you could be too organized with trying to keep track of it, especially if multiple people are working on it. I think in the end it paid off. I've been watching people play the game with these guild raids with dozens and dozens of people, and I never see 2 people that look exactly the same dressed up running around, so that's a big relief.
I'm Matt Samia, the director of the World of Warcraft cinematic intro. What we have right here for you is a little bit of behind-the-scenes stuff. This is stuff that we generally don't release, but this time we just thought it might be kind of cool to show some of the pieces that go into making the finished product. So these are showing off some of the things that we found to be pretty challenging. We had to come up with a whole new way of doing hair because of the dwarf and his crazy beard and braids and all that stuff, and this is showing off some dynamic simulations on the bear fur. We were doing more dynamic simulations, I think, on this show than we had ever done in the past. Every bit of cloth, every bit of fur and hair, and every little dangly thing that was hanging off a character wound up having a simulation and was moving around. You can see even his earrings are moving a bit. We were delving into some new shaders for skin. We think we're getting a little bit better with that. We like the way this dwarf turned out pretty well. These shots were pretty huge and full of all kinds of effects. These characters were probably some of the most complex we'd ever done, which is kind of ironic considering we designed them to be simple. and we were thinking these were not going to be so difficult to get on screen. It's just sort of the nature of these characters. We really couldn't get around the fact that they are just covered in all kinds of baubles and little things and weapons and what have you. This is showing some of the stages of a set in progress. This is one of the Night Elf shots from Teldrassil. Here we get a little look at how things work, how they're worked up. These are some of the passes on the Night Elf, showing her animation, and now these are some of the dynamic sims actually being run. You can see how many there are. This is actually cutting out quite a few, in fact. But these are previews of some of them. This is including her hair sim, and then of course with shading and lighting and compositing and all that sort of magic, we get the actual shot. This panther was a real challenge, trying to make a cat move like a real cat. That was something else. You can see his tail, or probably her tail, swirling around there. That's something that we got off footage of an actual panther making this jump, and it turns out a lot of people thought it looked wrong, but it was kind of funny because it was absolutely correct. So we had there was a lot of debate about whether or not we should take that out, even though it was correct in quotes. So this is showing some of the different stages. The level of detail that we were building into these characters this time was really quite high. We were doing things like even building the folds into their clothing, even though they were going to be simulated afterwards. We found that we were getting much better results by actually modeling the folds in, doing some range of motion tests on his face to see what kind of expressions we can get away with. Again, showing off a shot and how we work them up. This is some of the early animation. Now that we're happy with the animation, you can see we're running the sims on all his layers of clothing and his different layers of jewelry and what have you. And what we finally came up with, again, with all the magic added, etc., we rebuilt our orc to be much more like the orc in the game, and just overall bulkier and scarier and cooler. We were really playing with the idea of how to get his muscles to move around, and we finally settled on using an approach that they used in the Hulk film, which was we made morph targets for different flexes, basically, and brought them in and out depending on what he was doing. If you look carefully, as we get these different versions, you can start to see the flexing going on. It's pretty subtle, but it's there, I promise. And again, the finished shot with all the crazy simulations. This is our Tauren. We're pretty proud of this Tauren. We think he's pretty cool. Again, we pretty much rebuilt the Tauren from the last trailer to match more closely the guy in the game. The game art had evolved between the time we did the last one and this one. It's more of the kinds of tests that we do to make sure that everything is working and that we have enough range of expression for his face. And here he is being angry and violent. Again, a shot in progress showing the kinds of things that we get maybe halfway along, where some of the characters are fully shaded and some of them aren't, and we're working up the composite. This was our undead guy. We tried all kinds of things to make him icky and rotting and kind of nasty, and boy, he sure is. He's pretty cool, actually. It's kind of a shame you don't really get to see his eyes too well in the finished shot, because we put some thought and effort into making those eyes look kind of shriveled like old grapes. They're pretty cool. Here he is, animated. These are showing off some of the things that we did for the ground. We were actually playing with the idea of having the plants die off when he takes a step, and they actually do if you look in the shot. Again, it's pretty subtle. There are a lot of things going on in these shots. All the layers of sims. He has some spit hanging off of his lower lip, and that's in there too. This is showing off some of the tests we did for that. In some ways inspired by the alien. If you look closely in the finished shot, you will see that he does in fact have some spit hanging there. You gotta look closely, but it's in there. It's one of those little touches that we wind up putting in there. And
自从联盟和部落并肩作战，共同抵抗燃烧军团的入侵，已经过去了4年。 尽管成功地挽救了艾泽拉斯大陆，部落和联盟之间脆弱的协议却早已荡然无存。如今，震天的战鼓再一次响起。
Hi, I'm Jason Hayes, and I'm the lead composer on World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft provided some interesting challenges that are a little bit different than some of my other experiences. Just lately, that's been a lot of the cinematics for the games and the trailers that promote them. You know, since StarCraft, I've done a lot of that kind of thing, and World of Warcraft, not only is it an in-game experience, but it's a massively multiplayer role-playing game, which means that people are going to be playing for a long time, hopefully. I mean, we would hope for years. So even trying to think of how you would even begin to put music behind that kind of experience is a little bit daunting. So I think early on it was something that we decided that we didn't want to have massive bombastic music playing all the time in the background, because the idea is that would get really tiresome fast if you had to listen to that all the time, even if it's very good music. So the concept that I came up with for it was that we would do something that would try to be a little less linear than typical music. Instead of going from point A to point B on this musical journey, like when I write a piece of music, I guess it's usually kind of like that, if I try to analyze it. Instead, trying to kind of bask in one aesthetic moment and kind of stay in that state. So if you're up on this mountain looking at this snowy vista, you just have this one kind of feeling. And if you started the music at the beginning, it would feel like you're just kind of getting the feeling of being in this moment of seeing the snowy landscape. And if you started, you know, a minute and a half into it, it would kind of sound like the same thing. It just like it's like it would always be in that one moment, which made it a little bit easier to fade in this music and then fade it out, hopefully so that you wouldn't really feel like you've just now kicked in the beginning of this this composition. More like you were just kind of fading in on the feeling of being in that area and getting a sense, maybe a more dramatic sense of the reality of standing there. At least that's what we were trying to accomplish. Then in addition to all the atmospheric kind of stuff, we were looking for opportunities to kind of punctuate the gameplay experience with things that were a little bit more thematic and a little bit more epic, where we could get away with saying something of a little bit more substance musically. So where we elected to do that was in places like cities. When you first enter a city, thinking of that in movie terms as being like an establishing shot, where all of a sudden, you arrive and you kind of see the first shot, and you can get this theme that maybe represents the people that live in the city. And then beyond that, of course, in instance dungeons, and you have these really fantastic encounters that take place that are very dangerous or exciting, we wanted the opportunity to play some more action-oriented or battle-oriented music, knowing that those particular occasions that would be warranted. Of course, you don't want to be out in the middle of a field killing snakes and have that sound massive and epic, because it's not. It's not an epic event. So we wanted to save these little action-oriented moments for like the really special encounters in the game and other special moments. Certain areas also in the world that have special significance because you've just happened upon maybe something famous from the Warcraft lore. We were going to have a little musical intro to kind of say, wow, I finally hit this really cool place. I think the music in the game ended up being on a continuum from the just super atmospheric, textural stuff to things that are a little bit more melodic. And I tend to get excited about the music in the game that has a little bit more of a melodic or thematic quality to it. It's also my concern that some of that stuff might get old quicker than other pieces, because they just inherently they're going to sound a little more catchy. You're going to remember them better. It's just part of the nature of doing that kind of thing. But I think that kind of music is a little bit more expressive. At the end of the day, with a project like this, I think the main goal is to have a situation where maybe for once people won't want to turn the music off, and if in any way this thing can be so organic to the environment to where it feels like it's just an extension of the lighting effects, or like a fog effect, you just really can't imagine it not being there. That's what I really hope can happen, that people get something out of there being music in the game, because it's fairly apparent to me that after playing this game so long, you need something that can kind of blend in. And it's hard sometimes to resist the temptation to doing really big sounding music, especially at Blizzard, where people really love the large scale, massive moments. And I know for sure in the movies that they do here, that I've worked a lot on those, and that's what they're a big fan of. They're a big fan of the giant, epic moment. So hopefully we have some of that in there as well. But I think over the long haul, having the general gameplay experience be a little bit more ambient is probably a good thing.
Hi, my name is Brian Farr, and I'm the lead sound designer on the World of Warcraft. Sound design is very crucial in all games. The main thing that we always try to accomplish is an epic sound, but not too epic and not too light. And it's very hard to explain. There's a very fine line between a cinematic and a video game. We're dealing with repetition and things being played over and over, so we have to create sounds that all together in one blend as an epic sound. So in the world, we've added close to 80 different ambience loops. By having a large variety of ambience, we've been able to give each zone its own realistic feel. Creating the ambience for Lordaeron, we wanted to bring back the fall of King Tyrannus during the Act 3 cinematic from Warcraft 3. The goal was to achieve a haunting experience from where the return of Arthas led to the doom of the kingdom. So as you enter the gates through Lordaeron, you could first see this giant bell laying on the ground, so we wanted to bring in the sound of these corrupt bells ringing in the distance, very ghostly sounding. And coming through the halls, we have the crowd in here where you can hear them chanting in the distance and slowly turning into like zombies. And we wanted to scare the listener as much as possible to give that haunting feel of when he returned home. Entering the gates, you come through the doors into the chamber. You can stand in here for a while and you'll start to hear actual pieces from the cinematics in the original Warcraft 3 series. You can hear everything up to when Arthas slain his own father, and these ghosts are moving around. So with ambience, we were able to bring this back, and that's one of the many things we were able to do. Within this world, we have close to 80 different ambience loops, and that's a lot of ambience if you really think about it. We tried our best to bring ambience into every zone that looked different, and each thing of course is broken down between a night and day ambience. Dungeons as well, any of the major dungeons with portals into different areas, we tried our best to give them their own vibe and their own eerie feel. Or if you're an L1 forest, we try to bring birds into it and make it seem happy and enchanted. And if you go into a dark area, we wanted to bring as many dark things into that as we possibly can get, from owls or pitching things way down low to make them sound scary. Since this game is so massive and so many things go on at one time, we have to make sure that each creature has its own set of really cool sounds. So creating monsters is a very big challenge. We try to strive for anything that we can get from the designers. First off, where do they come from? What is their purpose in the world? What do they eat? What do they breathe? Where do they sleep? Where would they be? You know, what can we do to make this creature come to life? So we start a layering process. Usually we have an actor come in, or one of us from the sound team, and we start grunting into the microphone and creating these creatures, such as like a bog beast. You know, we took elements of mud. We took scrunching of a sponge to create a wet sound underneath it, and then under that like a moaning, groaning sound. And then we layer these things together to create all the monsters that you see in WoW. And we have close to over 100 different sound sets for these monsters. Each monster has 9 to 12 different sounds. So if you add that up, that's a lot of different sounds to it. We do our best to try to keep things from being repetitive. So it's a challenge to us to create these monsters, to keep them from sounding the same, since players are going to sit there and fight these creatures over and over. And I think we've really had a lot of success. I'm going to demonstrate for you the layering process of how it sounds before we process a creature, and this is the death of the dragon. It's going to start off with the actual recording of the actor, and then it's going to go into the final processing, and then all the layers together. So you'll hear 7 layers unprocessed and 7 layers processed to the final sound of the dragon death. In combat, it's broken down into weapons, spells, and unarmed attacks. We also have biting sounds for creatures such as wolves and dragons, and then each weapon has its own unique sound. Also, if you put on chainmail or plate mail, if a monster hits you with that axe or a sword, your actual sound of your impact that you get changes as well. You'll hear the chains ringing off your armor, or the plate, you know, you'll hear it thud. And if you're not wearing armor at all, or leather, it's more of a, you know, heavy sound hitting flesh. So we have all these different sounds combined that create this really cool feel of the game when you're playing in battle. Also, we've given bows not only just, you know, your pullback sound and the impact, but when you shoot your arrow off, you can hear the actual whiz of the sound go right past your ears. This works alongside also spells. You know, everything in a game that moves, in combat that you use, such as a throwing axe or anything, they all have sounds while in midair, so you'll hear an axe fly right by you using a Doppler effect. Also, based on the type of armor you're wearing, you can hear the armor actually moving as you run or walk or whatever. Leather has more of like a scrunching sound when you run, and then also you can hear the chains on your armor ringing as you jog along the road or whatever. It's a really cool effect. I think it brings in a lot of realism. Also, footsteps. We've gone so far with footsteps. I mean, if you're a small character in the game or a small creature, you'll hear their footsteps being lighter on grass or dirt or stone or snow. And if you're a medium to large character, such as a night elf or a tauren, you'll hear a different, you know, weight of footsteps on the ground as well. And then this goes all the way up to like a Kodo beast or a dragon. They all have their own footsteps. It also applies to wings. If you hear a bird flapping, their wings are going to be a different weight. You'll hear, you know, your griffin that you're riding on the back of, it's going to have giant wing flaps. And then if you're standing next to a more like a vulture type creature, it's not going to have as heavy flaps. It's going to be these light flaps. Things such as crabs, little crabs that walk on the sand, you'll hear different footsteps. Anything that is different in the game with different textures, we've tried to give it completely different footsteps as well. Also, if your character dies, you fall over, you hit the ground, it's going to make the sound of the grass. It's going to make the sound of the dirt, whatever you fall on. And that's also based on the weight of the creature, such as small, medium, or a dragon falling. And this has created, once again, another realistic feel during combat. Doodads in the game, doodads is what we call basically game objects, you know, such as a fire or a door that opens or a lever that you pull in the game. We've added sounds to all of these, and there's thousands of things with sounds active currently in the game, and we've tried to, anything that moves in the game, to give it some sort of sound. So when you run by it or are near it, or you pull this lever, or you use this book and this scroll, anything in the game we've added sound to. And nowadays in games, you know, you can do so much more, and we're trying to push this game over the top to being one of the best sounding games out.
Beyond the gates of mighty kingdoms lies a vast, unexplored world. A world of honor. A world of mystery. A world of danger. In a land of mighty kingdoms, new threats emerge. Ancient alliances are reforged, and an unexplored world awaits. Blizzard Entertainment proudly invites you to experience Warcraft from a whole new perspective. Stake your claim. Live the legend. A world awaits. The world of Warcraft.
Blood Elves made their debut in Warcraft 3 expansion, The Frozen Throne, and pretty much in that story we saw the High Elves were in pretty bad shape since their homeland had been destroyed by the Undead Scourge, and their leader at the time, Prince Kael'thas, rose up to figure out a way of how to cure his people of their magical addiction, and his solution to that was pretty much enslaving his people to the demon Illidan, who in turn for their service promised to teach them how to sate their magical addiction and become very powerful.
I think it's interesting to note about the Blood Elves that they have a rich history in Warcraft lore. They used to be High Elves, and High Elves were part of the Alliance. If you played Warcraft 3, your sorcerers and priests were High Elves. So it's interesting to see them on the other faction at this point. It's also interesting to note that Lady Sylvanas Windrunner was once a High Elf and therefore a Blood Elf, and she's on the Forsaken now. After she regained her will from Arthas, she led the Forsaken Crusade, and now you've got the Blood Elves naturally allied with the Horde through Lady Sylvanas Windrunner. So I think there's some really interesting story elements going on there.
In the Burning Crusade expansion set, we see the Blood Elves, a few years later, have indeed embraced Illidan's path and become very powerful, but they've definitely lost their souls, and that's a major theme that plays out through the quest lines.
What we tried to do with the quests was naturally guide the player through Blood Elf lore and catch the player up with why are the Blood Elves here, why are they on the Horde, why is it important for this expansion, the Burning Crusade, to have Blood Elves involved. Some of the earliest quests for the Blood Elves, for example, involved using the racial ability.
Every race in our game has some specific racial abilities that sort of make that class, that race unique. What we did with the Blood Elves is we focused on the kind of vibe that we've built for them, that they're this race that's very addicted to magic, that they can't get enough of it. So both in selecting primarily classes that are mana-oriented classes, and then by also selecting racial abilities that emphasize magic. For example, the mana tap ability that all Blood Elves have that allows them to kind of sap mana from the target and also build up a little bit of a buff that leads into their next ability, which is Arcane Torrent. And Arcane Torrent kind of sucks all the magic in the area around them, silencing nearby targets, and kind of restores some energy or some mana for that character. So what we've done is we've tried to focus on abilities that reinforce those themes that we've developed for the Blood Elves.
Blood Elf Paladin was quite an interesting one to talk about, in terms of lore especially. So they refer to themselves as Blood Knights, even though they are paladins. They cannot embrace the light. Rather, they see the light as this thing for them to manipulate.
We thought the game would play a lot better at the highest ends if that class option was available for the Horde. So as we sat around trying to figure out, well, this is certainly a break in the lore, how the hell are we going to rationalize this one? We came up with a pretty cool hook, which was Blood Elves overall kind of lost their faith in the light following the events of Warcraft 3. The undead had ruled their kingdom, and the light wasn't there for them in their darkest hour. It was, but they didn't use it very well. And so in their bitterness, they kind of turned from the light, and the prospect of them stealing the light or bending it to their will really meshed with their kit.
Their personality really fit that faction, kind of cursed on the inside. But at the same time, they're relatively, attractive race. At a glance, they kind of might not look like they fit on there, but when you play the game and you get into their quests and their story, and you start seeing more of their emotes and sort of the subtleties of the race, you'll really see that, yeah, they obviously fit on the board.
A lot of the High Elf architecture, as we understand it, was held together by magic. The High Elves, or the Blood Elves, as we see them now, are dependent on, their whole culture is dependent on magic. And the Sunwell was the source of that magic, and when the Sunwell was destroyed, the architecture that was being held together by this magic started to fall apart. So part of their main city, Silvermoon, half of it is completely abandoned and run down because there's no more magic left to hold these buildings into place. and the buildings that they have taken over and remain standing in pristine order, they're using demonic energies to maintain the architectural structures.
The Blood Elf exterior zones are very unique because they're the first exterior zones that we built for the expansion. So we were learning some lessons along the way, but I think that we tried to do a pretty good job in making something different for players than they've experienced before. And the main thing about that stands out is Silvermoon City. Silvermoon City is the home city for the Blood Elf race, so the Horde was finally able to get its giant grand city.
So Silvermoon City is a great example of one of these areas. It has the pristine area which the Blood Elves have been rebuilding and was untouched from Arthas. There's the dead scar that goes right through the center of the city and is complete and utter devastation. Then the ruins of Silvermoon, which have been abandoned, they got cut off by the Scourge, so they haven't bothered to rebuild that. They just moved everybody over to the pristine side.
We decided to take one half and make it the city proper, and take the other half and turn it into what we call like a sub-zone, which is a small area that we expect players to quest and adventure in. And that's where we send players on early in the game. So they go through there, they play a couple quests, and then they exit out into the rest of Eversong, which would be the rest of the actual Blood Elf zone. Well, Sunstrider Isle plays a pretty big history into the Blood Elves because originally they've been there for a long time, but they've been pushed there. Originally they were out over the rest of Eversong, a little bit of the Ghostlands, but over time they've been oppressed and pushed back. So for us, it always works out really great to have a small starting area because we can keep the players, not necessarily enclosed, but we can keep them where we want for quests. And for a lot of people who are just learning how to play the game, they're level 1, they're level 3, so tend to not want them to get too far off a road or get stuck in a dungeon they might not want to be in. So doing an island like that that's connected right off the edge of the coast plays really well to that aspect for us.
For the Blood Elf outfits, we wanted to pull from some of the same designs that are prevalent in the rest of their environments. A lot of their designs are really regal and pretty. There's a lot of gold, intricate filigree, and a lot of primary colors, reds, purples.
The main influences with the Blood Elf items and weapons would be kind of similar to what their outfits were, which was that they're these very kind of like supermodel type people and more of a clean race. So taking that sort of thing into consideration would be just, the color scheme, the warm color scheme, the things that kind of key into that character type. They're very much like a red and a gold color scheme, like kind of red bases with gold accents. So we always want to kind of hammer that home and make sure that that's a very primary part of what makes up the weapons and all the stuff that they're doing.
We're trying to kind of make it seem like the Blood Elves are the evolution Night Elves. They are, the step up. They've kind of evolved. They were, in love with magic, and they had this lust for magic. So they kind of shied away more from the traditional Night Elf feel. So the differences are, they are definitely a lot more dynamic. Maybe not very gymnast or very flowing. But a lot more stronger looking in terms of posing, and their posture, their silhouettes, they definitely strike a little bit more dynamic feel to them. They're definitely more humanoid looking. They don't really have any dangly parts or holes in their faces or huge horns or anything. A lot of people who like the aesthetics and the look of the Night Elves will definitely like the Blood Elves.
Yeah, the dance is pretty obvious, I think. The animators kind of surprised all of us with that one.
The male dance, we did Napoleon Dynamite, and in the movie Napoleon Dynamite, there's a scene where Napoleon does a really funky dance routine on stage in front of his high school. So we picked 4 or 5 routines or steps out of that and created the animations from it. The Blood Elf female, we're playing with the idea of a kind of pop culture dance. So we took Britney Spears videos and kind of picked apart steps from several of her videos.
What I hope for the player to take away from the Blood Elf experience is a sense of identity.
Am I evil or am I a good race? Because I think we kind of leave it on the edge there.
A sense of identity for being a Horde character, but a very different Horde character from what they've previously known. Completely different from any kind of Alliance character, because again, the race is a pretty race. They're all beautiful. The women and men of the Blood Elves are beautiful races, beautiful creatures, but there's more to them than that. Who are you? What are you? What do you want?
One of the difficulties with the Draenei is that you can't just summarize them inside of, a 4-minute speech. They're not a one-sentence group, and it's something we've known about since we decided on, using them as the new Alliance race. We had series villains like Archimon and Kil'jaeden that are from this race called the Eredar. Big giant demons, right? Kind of a no-brainer for, a demonic race to lead the Burning Legion. And as we were kind of staring at those models and looking at that concept art, as we were kind of struggling to find the perfect Alliance race to add, that form just kind of came back to us again and again. These guys just look awesome. Trip out, wouldn't it be crazy if we had a lawful good version of these guys, if maybe they weren't always evil? Draenei originally came from the world of Argus. That's the home world of the Eredar race. And again, Draenei means exile, so we're dealing with one very specific tribe that was driven out and has managed to survive all these generations. Their experience is more on a cosmic scale. They know more than any other race we've encountered about the Burning Crusade, about the Naru and the Legion and the Titans and all of these cosmic forces playing out. So, with the juxtaposition of a very evil-looking form, but a very noble cause and a very noble ideology, Draenei was a fun experiment to play with.
With the Draenei, we wanted to create a very heroic kind of theme for them. They kind of pose. They're very striking. They have good posture. They're the ultimate good guys in the universe, and they're here to save the day. So they sort of strike these Superman poses every once in a while.
Their proponents or their matrons are the Naru. The Naru are these massively powerful kind of celestial beings. They're pretty much the angels of the Warcraft universe. Classically, the Draenei have been attempting to become more like the Naru. They exemplify their altruism. They are empowered by their light.
If anything, the Draenei are probably more pure and good than any other race in the Alliance.
They're definitely more far out than the classic archetypes we've been using so far.
So when creating the Draenei, we wanted to create something that was a little otherworldly. He's got blue skin, he's got interesting proportions, he's got a tail, the females have horns.
The Draenei have a rune on their head, so it exists for making them look really cool.
That actually is called the Mark of the Naru. It's a blessing placed on their forehead. The way it should be playing out is when you use your racial ability, that'll come into effect and signify that you are indeed light-touched.
We wanted to make it feel like the Draenei were always part of the Warcraft universe.
So the Draenei's beginning areas were a pretty unique challenge because we were trying to build a place for a new race to start, but we didn't really have any real estate.
When the Draenei ship, the Exodar, crashed, it sort of scattered all over the place. So there are multiple crash sites throughout northern Kalimdor.
And they basically landed on 2 islands that are off the coast of Darkshore, south of Teldrassil. And these islands we separated out. We have one as a 1 to 10 playable zone, and the other is our 10 to 20.
So in Amon Vale, it's sort of a crashed part of the Exodar, and the Draenei are kind of throwing stuff together, and they're just sort of trying to make this their temporary home. And you'll notice there's crates and boxes everywhere. They're sort of setting up camp.
I think what punctuates the Draenei starting experience is the fact that there's a sense of urgency. Right away, you realize that you're part of some catastrophe or something really important. There are a lot of injured people around. It's up to you to help heal fallen Draenei who aren't doing as well as you are. You have to figure out what the situation has done to the surrounding environments.
They've crashed on Azeroth while they were trying to escape from Outland. Their craft that they were on basically got hijacked by Blood Elves and crash landed.
So what we discover in Blood Mist is that the Blood Elves have an actual contingency inside the area, and they're facilitating the corruption that's spreading from the power core, which is the Exodar's power core.
You're not really going to have to think a lot about what you're going to need to do. The quests will seem to make sense to you because they fit the lore.
Usually with a zone or a race, I always like to look at something that you've seen in the world, like this zone needs to look like a Tibetan monastery, or this zone needs to look like a redwood forest. Well, the tricky thing with the Draenei, they came from another planet. We really had nothing to base the Draenei on.
So your first encounter with the Draenei architecture is in Amon Vale, and that's just a small fragment of your giant ship that crashed, and which is in fact a small section of even a larger ship that you'll find out about later in the game.
We decided early on that the Draenei would have a lot of crystal energy and crystal-related architecture that would be infused or bound in their architecture.
Where those crystals came from and why they're there and what role they play in the story is all something that will eventually unfold in the game.
We came up with something that you couldn't really identify as anything that relates to this planet.
As you progress in the game as a Draenei, you'll start to see a little bit more of their themes come through with their armor and their clothes. A lot of their items and weapons and their clothing have these crystals on them, which are prevalent in their ship and their architecture.
I'd say you play like newer games and their weapon designs may be really cool looking, but as a gamer, if you can't make a connection, you don't really appreciate what the weapon does.
Draenei incorporate a lot of crystals and stone of like almost metallic kind of nature into their items, armor.
The Exodar is the crashed craft that the Draenei came down onto Azeroth on, and it's buried halfway into the side of a mountain.
Yeah, walk into Exodar the first time, you're like, what the hell is this?
As far as looks go, it looks completely amazing. It's just a whole new art style than we've ever kind of tackled before, and I think it really stands out on its own as a city. All of their operations that they're trying to still figure out what happened, why did they crash here, what are they going to do? I think the centerpiece of all of that is here at the Exodar.
With the Draenei, we wanted to create something that you would never expect to see in World of Warcraft, while at the same time, it couldn't look too far out that no one could relate to it. I think we struck a pretty good balance with it.
What we want the players to come away with from the Draenei experience, that they've taken on the main heroic role for their people, that they're kind of at the forefront of that.
What happened to my race? How did I end up here? Where do I want to go?
We want to give them that identity, but we want to give them that purpose.
We're extremely happy with the way the Draenei came out. Very unique look.
We could have done a lot of things. We could have added, ogres and goblins and naga. There's all sorts of cool races in Warcraft that I want to get to one day, and that would be a lot of fun to play. All these races have cool, histories and a lot of character, but Draenei felt like a radical choice. It's definitely not the same thing. Even Blood Elves, as whack as they are, being part of the Horde, not as radical an argument, but Draenei, you gotta be crazy to even try that. And I dig that. We went kind of crazy with it. We'll have to see how it plays out. It's definitely not old hat fantasy. There's nothing Tolkien-esque about Outland, and that's what I dig about it. It's just kind of a breath of fresh air. And while it looks really funky, right, you know, planets, you know, spinning in the background, the twisting nether, just these crazy zones of, you know, floating continents out in space, it holds together pretty well.
Hellfire Peninsula is the first zone that players will experience when they travel up to Outland through the Dark Portal. Basically, you'll see a landmass just ripped apart from all of the devastation that's taken place on Draenor. And this is Outland. When you walk through that Dark Portal, we are defining Outland in that moment.
Outland was new territory. We would come to meetings, and we're usually expecting some kind of outline from Metzen, and he would come to meetings and say, well, okay, what do you guys want to do here? And I'm like, well, I don't know what's going on with this zone. And Metzen would be like, I have no idea either. We've never done anything here before, so let's just go crazy.
Initially, we call this the crazy times. We have some times where we'd come up with some interesting far out ideas about how or why these would work, and we basically just iterate upon it to a point where it makes sense in the storyline and we're all happy with it. When we're all happy with it, we just set it in there. It's set in stone at that point. It's in the World of Warcraft lore encyclopedia at that point. But the lore is insanely important. It's immensely important.
You know, we joke about, you know, the epic scale of a lot of the things in our game, but sometimes to really get the point across of, you know, what you should feel like as a player, the epic nature of this expansion, I think it all sort of is defined by that portal.
The orcs in the Dark Horde era, when they first became the Horde and they were planning on, you know what, let's go conquer other worlds, right? They built big, they built to last, they built it to be something that, you know, stirred the warrior heart, as they're marching off in these giant columns down the path of glory, you know. They were going to go conquer a world, and they wanted the doorway, you know, through which they entered that world to be as grand as possible.
The thing that struck us the most was the materials that they would build with. You know, this is more or less their home planet. You know, the orcs sort of invaded Azeroth, and so when they came through the portal back in the day, they didn't bring a lot of their original materials with them. When we were looking and thinking about the Outland orcs, they would have had a lot more materials, a lot more refined tools and things like that to construct their elements with, and so we were able to work in a lot more metals and more interesting architecture, more solid architecture, not so pieced together. It was much more purposeful and military in style. It was very hardcore, just overbearing. You know, they wanted to make sure that their presence was known and felt on that planet, and so when we looked at that, we sort of ran with that theme. It's such an iconic thing. I mean, everybody's seen it for the last 2 years on the start screen, this small dark portal, so we wanted to expand on that and show them what this expansion is all about.
Hellfire supports, you know, an alliance base and a horde base themselves with some pretty cool stories. It definitely, the breadth of the zone allows us to tell stories and create quest lines that are evocative of that Warcraft 2 expansion set and the whole history of the alliance and the horde in this area.
You know, for us to express, we wanted to really play off to the history of the zone. We're doing a lot of new zones here that players might not have heard of or not have seen, but Hellfire is one that kind of hits home because it's really got a lot more lore involved in it.
Lore and quests are extremely important. Every quest we do has to go through Chris Metzen, our creative director. No matter how small, we pass by whatever quest we can, and we try to tie in the lore to almost every quest. We really do want to make that as part of the backbone, the foundation of any quest.
All of those thought processes sort of came together to form Hellfire Citadel, so you see it now.
Hellfire Citadel's got a really unique silhouette, so on the horizon when you're walking up to it, it's in the middle of a canyon. It really stands out.
Hellfire Citadel was based a lot on previous orc architecture. Obviously, the old world orcs are the ones that sort of inhabit this, so we looked a lot at the existing orc architecture that we have in the World of Warcraft, but then we also had to think about exactly what would differentiate Outland orcs from the orcs that inhabit Azeroth.
Hellfire Citadel is our first 5-man dungeon that players will be experiencing in the expansion. It's a winged dungeon, which for anyone that played the original game will remember as Scarlet Monastery.
I think one of the first wings that the artist completed was the military wing, and it looks awesome. It's you'll see regiments of orcs, fell orcs marching around. You'll see armaments and battlements and weapons all stacked up. These guys are ready for battle, and it really comes across in the environment of the dungeon. It's it's a relatively dark section of the dungeon, a lot of heavy red underlighting. You've got these giant burning cauldrons sort of hanging from the ceiling. They're sort of their defensive battlements that maybe they could turn down and open up on people. A lot of heavy chains, and it's just got this super oppressive military kind of theme to it.
One wing is basically revolves around the demons and the warlocks, orcs that live there and created the Citadel. We have another one where all of the orcs are being trained, and that one is we call it the military wing, where they're training them to get ready to go back to battle. And then the third wing is the Ramparts wing, and the Ramparts is basically where you get to fight up on the ledges and the battlements all around the Citadel, but not necessarily inside of it.
A lot of work goes into building a zone like Hellfire Peninsula.
And we always want to top ourselves. We want to make things a lot better than the original Warcraft, World of Warcraft. So we're happy.
And I think that for any player, we're going to very much satisfy that craving for more World of Warcraft, and not only supply more, but supply some new and different stuff that they've never seen before.
Because it's cool. Because Epic is cool.
We wanted to hit you over the head with something you've never seen before.
And it's going to be cool. It's like a whole new game. I can't wait.
Well, I think music's really important for video games. Ultimately, audio is a huge part of the immersiveness of any virtual space, any game space. And I think specifically a lot of the personality of the Warcraft setting, very specifically the game World of Warcraft, has been defined by its kind of audioscape.
The music is not meant to be noticed, it's meant to be felt. Typically in a film, you have one composer. That is often true in the game world, but in this case, World of Warcraft is so vast, there's certainly a very practical reason to have more than one composer. In Running Minutes, there is more music in the Draenei and Blood Elf starting areas alone than in the entire original product that was released in 2004. It took 3 on-staff composers plus some contributions from one of our sound effects staff, and we actually worked with an outside composer on a particular subset of music that was a good match for his talents. An orchestra is so unique in its sound, and while the modern synthesizer and samplers can bring back pretty good memories of an orchestra, side by side there's no contest in terms of expressiveness and musicality and emotion conveyed. I wrote a piece of music for the Blood Elf starting area, and the more I got into it, as I began feeling it come together, I noticed how lyrical the melody sounded. It seemed like something you could sing.
Russell asked me to help him out with some of the lyrics for his
Blood Elf music, and that's something that's written in Galician.
The vocalist that we were discussing, the song, it was a beautiful, haunting soprano.
She looked at it, she listened to what we had to say, she put the music up, and in one take, she had us on the floor, just sobbing. It was so, it was just so touching. Derek and I sat down and we discussed the 2 new races and whether or not we could find a vocabulary for each race.
Something like the Draenei, where it's a race that we've never heard before, we've never seen before. You have this race that travels on an interdimensional ship. Their ship is populated with crystals, and I could imagine them growing up around these vibrating crystals, and so I began to formulate these ideas that their cultural music would be something that would revolve around singing and making these harmonic tones as if they were raised around vibrating musics and tones and things like this. So that sort of became the foundation of the music.
When you first come into Hellfire, you hear the kind of surf guitar textures that no one, if you told them to, would think could ever work in the WoW universe and could definitely not work for an opening scene. And for me, it's been a lot of fun trying to get those kind of textures which nobody would expect. Nagran, because it is so pastoral, was an opportunity to do a lot more of the kind of sweet orchestral sound that we had in the original release. The part of Terrakar Forest that's been kind of destroyed and has become kind of one large cemetery, I really tried to key into just trying to capture that kind of brittle, lifeless feeling and menacing at the same time.
Sound is a big, broad brush with as much potential as the visuals, as the story, and as the gameplay to affect your experience as a player.
The identity of the Warcraft setting is hugely based in how it sounds, you know, in the humor of the creature responses, the ferocity of the monsters, you know, just the ambience, you know, of every zone. You're walking through Thousand Needles and kind of hearing the wind roar, or, you know, rolling through Swamp of Sorrows, or you know, Dustwallow and hearing the, you know, the dripping critters out there in the swamp. It really kind of creates a huge sense of immersion and realism.
The sound effects can tell those stories either right in front of you, they can do it from around a corner, they might tell you something about a room before you even enter it. There's this kind of mid-level where the sounds are meant to be noticed on occasion, but don't necessarily interact with you in any way.
In the Burning Crusade, if you were to ask what makes sound, pretty much the entire game. I mean, you're looking at things that you don't see. You have ambience, you have music, you have monsters, you have little objects all over the world. All of these make sound, and until we get to them and make sound, it's a silent world. I think a great sound designer also is able to create sounds that people never even know they're hearing, because it blends in so perfectly with what's going on in the world. It doesn't stand out, and it just becomes, that's what that object sounds like. A sound designer is responsible for creating all aspects of the game with sound. Anything that's silent, we put sounds on it.
Sonically bringing the world to life.
Today's technology allows sound designers just to go everywhere. I mean, we can we can take almost anything and make something out of it.
Yeah.
You know, scraping metal
Absolutely.
and turn it into like a gushing wind blowing bug or something.
And that's the most attractive aspect, I think, of sound design, is this ability to take sounds that most people wouldn't normally consider as being whatever it is that they're experiencing or looking at, and you're layering all these things and making something out of them that's completely different.
We'll often do it here at the office in our studios, or we'll go to a big Foley house in Hollywood and someone who has a really great room full of Foley props so that we can have lots of stuff to use. And we'll have a huge list of things that we need to get, and we'll basically spend the whole day there just making noise. We usually go out and find some interesting place to record, or we have a preconceived notion of something we need in the game, and we'll need to grab source effects for it, so we'll do some research sometimes. That becomes necessary if we need something that's really hard to find. And then we'll just take a road trip, or hop on a plane, or just go down the street and record some stuff out in the field somewhere that we're going to bring back and manipulate in some way. We've had the opportunity to work with some really amazing animals, including lions and tigers and bears.
Did Joseph talk to you about the pigs?
He talked to me about the pigs. I filmed him with
Did
the
you
pigs.
film him recording the pigs?
I filmed Joseph recording the pig.
I think definitely this time around with sound effects in the game, we've just added so much more. I think the content overall in the Burning Crusade makes up a soundtrack that goes beyond what you would ever imagine. I think people will really be surprised with, the sound effects that we've really put into making this come to life.
A lot of the VO, more than just what they say and the actual written dialogue of what the races say, it communicates so much about their physicality and about their presence in the game setting.
It's typical, for instance, for dialogue to be fairly obvious. A character speaks, you understand, you process it, and it causes some reaction. Or it could be more subliminal. It could be creepy. It could be almost unintelligible to the point that it's almost a sound effect, and yet it contributes to your sense that a particular boss is more powerful than the last one. Or maybe you've reached the end game of the instance that you're in.
The better turn away. Run away.
We have a writer, we have an historian, and we have Chris Metzen. Those three people all contribute to every line of dialogue that goes into the game.
You need to know who to bring in for the auditions. How old do they need to be? Does it need to be a male? Does it need to be a female? What kind of voice do they need to have? Low, gruff, high, shrill. All kinds of different variations that you can have. Like a goblin, for instance, will be a high-pitched voice and really insane and wacky, or you could have an orc, which is a low, gruff voice and almost Klingonish.
So at that point, I basically start checking against pre-existing lore. Try and make sure that it all makes sense and weaves together to make a really great story. Because that's, that's our chief goal. We love to do the story, bring it across and make it come to life.
So the act of casting the voices in a game like this, it becomes pretty important. There's so many different voices that we need to have a variety.
We audition the actors, we find the best actors for the best roles, we match them up, and then after that it's time to bring them in to record. Yeah, a couple more like that last one.
The depths will consume you.
Nice. Let's get one more just like that.
Gray-haired old lady. But don't let me pull the wool over your eyes. See for yourself what lies beneath those covers. And now, on with the show!
We tried to put as much voice response in there as we could so that the player felt completely immersed in the universe. So they're constantly getting some kind of audio feedback and they feel like this is a living world that they're part of.
Imprisoned for 10,000 years. Banished from my own homeland. And now you dare enter my realm. You are not prepared.
Hey, I'm Nick Carpenter, and I am the creative director for Blizzard Cinematics, and today we're going to be taking a look at the two new player races, the Draenei and Blood Elf, and we're going to be taking an inside look at the Blood Elf shot and pretty much breaking it down and give you guys an inside look. One of the things that was really cool for us in this particular piece is we were able to show the Blood Elf at the beginning, where she looks pretty much like any character on the good side of Warcraft, pretty much on the Alliance, where she feels calm, mundane, and then as the shot progresses and the Mana Worm comes in, you get to see a darker side of her, which is pretty much the nature of the Blood Elf race. And we actually got to do that with the Draenei. At the opening of the Draenei shot, he's in dark and he's shrouded and it's heavy lighting, and then he comes and steps into the light, which reveals him to be an actual good character. The Draenei Paladin is actually the same race as Archimonde, and if you guys are familiar with Archimonde, he was the bad character in Warcraft 3. So it's really cool for us to sort of see these polar opposites in these characters and really explore that in this particular cinematic. Okay, so this is the Blood Elf shot, WA40, and we're pretty much gonna just break it down. So the first part is drawn, which is your traditional 2D storyboard, and it's pretty much done like everyone else. It gives us an idea of where we're going and the pacing. And from there we go out and film live action reference for the animators, so they can get a basic understanding of motion and timing and pacing. And from there we go into what's called a 3D animatic, which is sort of a blend between 3D and 2D in terms of storytelling, and it basically gives us a physical world representation of exactly what we're going to be seeing in the shot. And once we have that, it's pretty much laid out, and then we go straight into first pass animation. And first pass is usually just a quick stab at exactly what we're seeing in the live action reference. And then from there we just keep polishing it until the shot is final.
Hello, I'm Jeff Chamberlain. I was the director of this cinematic, and I'd like to introduce you to WA25. It's the Troll and Raptor shot. The Scar is an area where the undead marched from Death's Home to Silver Moon City, and they left a path of destruction on the way. And we decided to route our shot there. In many of our shots, we decided to place them in an area that's actually in the game. And we thought that this area was worthy of putting one of our shots in. But we decided to do a Troll and Raptor because, one, it's a very cool combination of mount and rider. Two, because in our department there are quite a few dinosaur enthusiasts, one in particular who decided to take it upon himself to really take this shot to the level that it's at. In this project, we did a lot more 2.5D projection backgrounds. And what that means is a combination of 3D geometry and 2D painted, hand-painted imagery. We switched over from 3D to 2.5D because we had a short production schedule and a lot of backgrounds to generate. We also figured we'd have a lot more control over the imagery by just hand-painting it. The problem with that is, in order to get the background to really, read true, you have to project it onto low-poly 2D geometry. And then the problem with that is that the 2D geometry might not represent fully the scale and detail of the background. So there's a lot of trickery involved and a lot of fool-of-the-eye techniques, but we really dialed it in and hope that we achieved the goal that we wanted. I believe it's there.
I'm Matt Samia. I head up the cinematics group, and I also participated a bit in directing this show. I'd like to talk a bit about the sheeping shot. So in the game, obviously, one of the cooler things you can do is turn your opponent into a sheep. And one aspect of it that's really, it really makes it cool in the game is it's somewhat humorous, right? I mean, it's just funny. It's a cool thing to do because it makes you giggle, right? So we thought, why not get a bit of that into our intro? What makes this game really special and interesting is there is an underlying humor in a lot of ways, and so we wanted to start to get that, start to bring that aspect into what we're doing here, and see if it doesn't resonate with the players a bit. So it turns out that modeling a sheep, creating a sheep in CG is not actually as straightforward as you might think. It had to meet several criterion. One is it has to look like a sheep. The other is it has to strike a balance between reality and fantasy, and it has to just be kind of funny. So we went through several hairstyles trying to find what is the optimal sheep haircut going to be for this shot, and well, settled on the one that seemed to work the best.
Greetings, I am Wolfgang Amadeus Wiffleball. I am the director of Ultramarionation here at Blizzard Entertainment. When Blizzard needed a reference for a tauren turning into a sheep, they had to turn to me, the foremost authority on marionation in the world. Ultramarionation, it is puppetry for the 21st century. We use only the finest puppets, the finest materials. The strings, they are now nanomicrofibers. They are invisible to the human eye. Some people think, is this a real tauren? No, it is one of my finest marionettes.
One of the things that we wanted to do in this intro was to tie it into the last intro. We wanted to bring back some of the characters that we had seen previously. We wanted to get the mage back in there. We wanted to get the undead back in there. That's a couple of examples. But we wanted them to have been through some adventures in this world. We wanted them to have lived a bit. We wanted them to have some epic gear. So this is actually the same mage that we saw before. Difference is now he's got way cooler junk. He's actually got a haircut too, for some reason, that we can't quite explain. But other than that, He's the same guy.
Imprisoned for 10,000 years. Banished from my own homeland. And now you dare enter my realm. You are not prepared.
What is a Death Knight? What level does it start at? It's a hero class, but what does that even mean? What we came to was that the Death Knight as a class, as a hero class, should have a heroic beginning.
We're building a whole starting area for the Death Knight that explains his purpose in the world and sort of where he came from and how he got out from under the Lich King's grasp and really introduce him to the world naturally.
The reason for Death Knights starting in Eastern Plaguelands is tied to their origin, right? Death Knights in the War III era were created by the Undead Scourge, mortal heroes, whether they were knights or paladins. They weren't expressly all paladins. There's some precedent for non-paladin heroes becoming Death Knights as well, were kind of lured to darkness, whether they were frustrated or, just kind of lost heart, or whether they were just disenfranchised and, wanted power, whatever the reasons were. A lot of these mighty dudes, wound up signing on with the Scourge. The Lich King granted them, unique weapons and powers to pretty much be his generals.
We're kind of explaining whatever happened with Tyr's Hand, because there's a lot of story there that we didn't get into quest-wise, and so now we're starting to get back into that and explain how exactly things happened there and how it moved forward.
Right away, they are told, they are shown, they're given the directive, you are evil, you are going to go do evil things. Your master commands it. Arthas.
Arthas is kind of the unique example of Death Knights. He was the first. So he has Frostmourne, set a precedent for the rune weapons for the class, and ultimately he just kind of grew darker and darker and graduated, became the first Death Knight. And so I think there are many other mortals that followed in his wake. The quest will illustrate not only what you can do and what your role is in the world, but it will also begin to tell the story of how you get free. We bring Tyrion Fordring into it, and a lot of the badass paladin characters that are still alive in the setting. And they actually, there's an altercation at Light's Hope Chapel.
Big battle, Mograine, the player, Death Knight forces come up. Light's Hope, we have the Argent Dawn that comes up, and then we have a battlefield situation. And out of nowhere, Tyrion Fordring rides up with his knights. And so between Mograine and Tyrion, we have a huge confrontation in the player. And so we start him out in all-out war. But ultimately, there's a reason Light's Hope is where it is, and there's a reason the Scourge has never been able to take it.
And it pretty much tells the story of the birth of this new order, right, called the Knights of the Ebon Blade, and sets up, your new headquarters and why you guys are a new thing in the world, right? Like, you might be dead and, grim, right? But damn it, you're going to take it out on the Lich King, right, for what he's done to you.
When we think of what character classes can be played by which races, we try to think of it as much as possible in terms of allowing as many as possible, and then only kind of cutting out choices when we need to.
Gnome Death Knights. In fact, in the Friends and Family Alpha, I made the first Death Knight, and it was a gnome.
Even gnomes. I mean, there's something cool to be said about Gnome Death Knights, sort of the I don't know, irony almost. Well, the hero class, I'd say, sets up more of its background than affects its long-term gameplay. Ultimately, the Death Knight needs to be balanced against all the other classes that we have in the game. We've very deliberately set it up so that it's not more powerful than other character classes. Otherwise, what we'd see is every kind of veteran player playing a Death Knight.
Kind of the phrase that we've used in terms of the hero classes is epic but equal. So epic in terms of how you obtain them, epic in terms of how they feel, but certainly not more powerful.
One of our goals for the trees is to not have a tanking tree, to have some cool tanking talents in multiple trees so you don't feel pigeonholed, like, oh, I took the DPS tree, sorry, I can't do your dungeon group, I can't tank for you.
One of the reasons we kind of decided to do that is we feel like tanks are kind of something that players often need. Players are often looking for tanks for an instance or tanks for any kind of a run. And in terms of the specific type of tank, we don't really have a tank that's specialized in spellcasters.
I think when we start stepping on the warlock's toes or the shaman's toes or the warrior's toes, that's when we start to back off and go, well, how is this guy different? What's going to be cool and unique about him?
So Death Knights have a whole lot of kind of class-defining abilities. Not only is their resource mechanic very different and inherently defines the class in a way that's different than others, they also have some spells that are very mechanically different than other classes. A great example would be the Death Grip that pulls enemies toward you. In addition, we have the ability to raise dead characters. So unlike the Druid's Combat Resurrection, the player that you're animating dead on, that you're raising dead on, is able to actually play as the ghoul. That should be a lot of fun because the ghoul has a host of different abilities. The ghoul can leap, the ghoul can stun, he can do a bleed attack, he can do his normal direct damage attack, he can huddle if he's taking a whole lot of damage to kind of, reduce incoming damage. He can even explode. So once you're kind of done playing the ghoul and you want to go back to getting yourself resurrected, might as well just suicide yourself and blow up and send ghoul parts flying everywhere.
The thing I'm really interested in is the Death Knight. I can't wait to play that.
The Death Knight.
Death Knight?
The Death Knight.
Death Knight.
I really want to play the Death Knight.
We've been looking forward to getting to Northrend ever since we were making the original game. When we made Outland, which was something that we were equally excited about, we were kind of testing the boundaries of, just how far can we push things conceptually And I think, you know, a Draenei flying a spaceship and crashing it down onto Azeroth was probably as far as we can push it for the time being.
There's something really cool about Lich King now, where we're getting back to terrestrial Azeroth, and there's normal trees and mountains and snow and, you know, things that are much more familiar to most players, right, in terms of, you know, pop fantasy or, you know, even the Warcraft they've known.
Our goal for Northrend was to make sure that it wasn't one massive white continent of snow. We really think that change up is important for players. It feels like a big reward when you get to change environments.
And I think that we struck a pretty good balance where as you progressed north throughout the continent, it got colder and snowier, and by the time you actually hit the two northernmost zones, Ice Crown and Storm Peaks, we just blast you with the stuff, and it's really icy, and you're up really high, and there's snow and wind and, well, evil everywhere.
As you're leveling up in this expansion, you constantly have the choice of, like, you know, I'm not just gelling with this area, I think I'll go to Borean Tundra instead of Howling Fjord, or I'll go to Grizzly Hills instead of Dragonblight. There's a lot of choice that players can make.
Working with concepts is very important. Our game is very painterly looking anyway. So when we start with a painting, well, that's the best place to start. We know that's what we want it to look like. And what we can get from a concept piece is our colors. We can color pick our fog, our ground, our trees. You have to have some kind of image in your head and with the colors and everything else on paper so you can duplicate this zone.
It's an interesting way to work. Working with something that's been established like that, especially from a lore perspective, there's so much that we really have to make sure that we're staying true to.
We always take into consideration, how is the player going to first see this place? Where are they going to step? How are they going to feel when they first see something new?
When you're working with a 2D concept for an environment, you're not taking into account the, you know, space or how far those mountains actually are, and so it's easy to, you know, shade them light purple in your concept, but then when you get your fog color into the environment and it's interacting with the texture color on the mountainside, you always have that kind of like that shift that happens where it's like, okay, it's not going to be exactly like the concept, but it's actually cooler because we can do this other thing, or we can push the fog out this distance, try to match that as much as possible. So really it's just, I think that's where being like a 3D artist comes into play, where you have that knowledge of, okay, we know what we're shooting for, but there's all these tricks that we can use to get to that.
And there's like, you know, 6 people working on different things. There's one guy making a tree, another guy making a rock, another guy making a tile set, lighting, somebody making the watercolor. All of that has to look like it's cohesive in one zone, one kind of color scheme throughout, and the concept is going to be the thing, the anchor that everyone's going to come back to.
Moving Dalaran to Northrend popped pretty quickly, and it just felt immediately that, like, oh, that's exactly what we should do with it. And the idea was that in Warcraft 3, the Undead Scourge rolled in and pretty much wiped everybody out, or came close to wiping everybody out. The wizards saved their city.
So they decided, okay, we need to move this to a safer location. What's safe from ground attack? Air. So they start working on a massive, powerful spell, all of them, to rip Dalaran out of the ground and teleport it all the way over to float above Northrend.
You know, the thing that's also really neat from a player perspective is Dalaran's been covered by the bubble since we launched World of Warcraft, to see what happens when that bubble pops off and see what is left, and the idea that the mages of Kirin Tor have kind of lifted the city up and actually moved it to another continent is pretty badass. Can I say that? Okay.
It's also got a really cool sewer section underneath it, and it's something that I've always regretted us not having in any of our cities. It's just like such a staple of fantasy lore and cities, to have like these little sewers going under a city.
And we wanted to do something to give the city a little bit more of a layered feel, because when it came up and moved, there's a huge section of rock that's still attached to the bottom of it, and so a lot of people saw that and thought, you know, was there even a sewer under Dalaran, because it was a magical city, and, you know, but they would have infrastructure just like any other city would. But we also thought it would be a cool place to do the things that we can't do up on the normal city streets.
Something we've seen, you know, a lot is that a lot of players like to duel while they're
kind of sitting around in the city doing things like the auction house, etc. So we've built in an arena into Dalaran where players can actually go and duel each other within the city.
It's a little bit more of a fight club, a little bit of an underground type thing, and the sewer just fits perfect because it's a new thing we haven't done before, so we can have water on the ground. Basically, we're kind of thinking of it as like the wizard's drain, so they would pour alchemy potions and things like that down, and all that stuff kind of ends up down here.
How we expect players to progress is that they're going to do 5-person dungeons on their way up. When they get to maximum level, they'll probably do 5-person max level dungeons for a little while before segueing into heroic. Once they're doing heroic, they're going to be gearing up to do Naxxramas, which is our first tier of rating. At Naxxramas, they can make a choice of going the 10-person route or the 25-person route, or if they want to, they can do both. They're on separate lockouts.
You know, more people are going to be able to experience the higher end raids now, since you can do them as a 10-man as well as a 25-man. They won't be getting as good of loot, but they'll still be getting the exact same experience as far as, from a gameplay standpoint and experiencing the lore.
Something with Burning Crusade was a lot of the dungeons they were cool in and of themselves, but they didn't really tie in very closely to the outdoor world and the stories that were taking place. So we're working with the quest team a whole lot more.
We would rather you quest through a whole zone for weeks, it depends on the player, weeks, days, but they would quest through the whole zone, and then their final kind of big conclusion is to get to do a dungeon. And then have that dungeon actually make sense and play into all the quest lines they've done before.
We're also trying to do some great scripted boss encounters and do some early on, so players who aren't max level get a chance to get a taste of what it's like, and hopefully it kind of incentivizes them to progress on to the more difficult stuff.
The Nexus was a lot of fun to build because it was just so far out, right? And this big beam of magic kind of shooting up the center, kind of the focus point for all arcane magic on Azeroth. Blue dragons flying around all day long. I think the final solution for it turned out really, really good, and the interior guys just blew our minds. I mean, it just feels unlike any space we've built so far. It was just really fun to conceptualize. It was one of those concepts where it wasn't defined by like a specific building or an architectural set. The inside is, but it's just rings floating in the sky, and with trees growing on top of them.
And they'll actually allow players to adventure on those individual rings and then fly to the other rings. So it's a really neat idea for a dungeon, for something we've never really done in World of Warcraft, is let players use their flying mounts in an actual dungeon setting.
We built a whole separate subzone called the Koldara. It's a little island that floats off the coast of Borean there. And that whole specific area was built just for that instance. And so when players get there, they're going to quest a little bit around it. They'll find out what's going on, and then they'll be sent in to investigate. So when you go into the dungeon, it shouldn't be a question of, just looking at what you need to click off the checklist to finish the quest. We would hope it would be more of, I want to finish this quest so I can find out more about what's happening and progress the story.
We've introduced a new race that is based off a walrus type race called the Tuskarr. They're from Warcraft 3: The Frozen Throne. They're kind of a nomadic race of traveling fisher people, kind of like based off Inuit or Eskimo type tribes.
They're based off a sketch that Sam Didier did. And it's just so cool now just to see how they came out, how the model came off, how they're animated, and their little snow caps, and just all the little goofy affects of their culture kit has really turned out.
All right, here's a Tuskarr, and here's Wilford Brimley, and mix the two together, and that's your base, your base culture, and now run with it and see what you can come up with. And the character team, whether it's weapons or outfits, just did an outstanding job of filling that out and making it real.
The big challenge with the Tuskarr was always locating them on the coast. We always wanted them to be at water, and almost always at ocean. If you ever find them away from the ocean, it might be at a lake, or it might be because they're under great duress, and there'll be a story behind that in the game.
The Vrykor, kind of the big new kit for me. That I just get such a kick out of them. I'm a big Viking fan, right? Big mighty Thor fan, so having half giant Viking warlords creeping across the countryside is very rewarding from an artistic standpoint.
That culture fits so well with this expansion, just the northern vibe of those guys, and kind of the style of their architecture and their weaponry and all that kind of stuff just fits really well with icy northern environments.
We had to keep changing up the buildings as we worked on them, as they became werewolves, and then Vikings, and then giants, and then giant werewolf Vikings, and then werewolf Viking vampires, and they kept changing and changing, and we tried to keep making the buildings relevant to what they were.
They cared about the stuff that they made. They cared about their buildings, just like normal Vikings. You would see that everything was intricately carved, and it wouldn't just be a wood beam. It would be a wood beam that was carved into a dragon head that was then, had knotwork carved around it, and everything is detailed and ornate.
The shapes of the Viking architecture really create interesting vistas, and as your far clip settles in, they just create the coolest facades out there, across the landscape, giving it really gives Northrend its own kind of sense of uniqueness, at a cultural level.
You should look really closely in the treasure room. There's something that the artist added to the room that's pretty neat. You just have to find it. You'll know when you see it.
Arthas is extremely powerful, and the way that he is powerful is that he, as the Lich King, was given certain powers over undeath, really, really amazingly strong powers. We have never specified where those powers came from. I mean, they had to come from somewhere, certainly Ner'zhul, the original orc. Yeah, he was a shaman, and we found that he was a powerful shaman. And even after he, really annoyed the elements by hanging out with demons, and he could still have visions, and then he found a way to, as is mentioned in Beyond the Dark Portal, he found a way to force the elements to yield to his will. And you see this by his extremely violent, twisted form of shamanic magic. It's no longer, winds, help me, reach my destination by filling my sail. It's, winds, lash that baby with the sand till the flesh is scoured from his bones, kind of thing. So that's definitely some interesting shamanic magic, but it has nothing to do with undeath, right? Shaman in general, we don't see that whole undead connection. So clearly when Kil'jaeden converted Ner'zhul's spirit into the Lich King, it wasn't just some kind of, I'm freeing you from all of your affection and all of this sentiment you used to have as an orc. You won't care about the orcs anymore, or, oh, those mean old humans. You'll pretty much want to kill everything and raise it into undeath. He also hooked Ner'zhul up some way, and we're going to have to go into that and figure out what empowers the Lich King and how to put a stop to that empowerment.
We really wanted to put the Lich King, or Arthas, a lot more in your face, right? As you're questing through, even actually the low-level zones, you'll actually meet Arthas a few times.
He's this guy who at one time was poised to be the next epic hero of the Alliance, and really made some bad decisions along the way.
He was pretty much a mass murderer, culling poor Strathholm villagers. Oh, poor guys. They probably were expecting rescue. Not so much.
He has so much baggage with him, and he's such a bad guy at the end of the day. He killed his father in that dramatic Warcraft 3 cinematic. It's just fun to work with a character that so many people have such a strong emotional response to right away.
We're trying to get a little more personal with the quests, certainly with the idea of just meeting Arthas early on, and kind of, meeting some of these villains, seeing what makes them tick over the course of your questing experience. It makes the overall story, in the big grand scheme, the villain you're fighting, a little bit more dimensional.
We've added that missing element, that missing ingredient, which was put the story in, put the main story in. Tell us about Arthas, right? Tell us about the Lich King. Tell us about these things that are important and integral to the story. Don't make us have to, go to the spoiler sites or the fan sites and look up pictures of these kills or what have you. Put them in the story.
There's a lot of new different quest types in this expansion, and ones in which we give you some of these vehicles that we've been building for our PvP areas. There's a great one actually in Dragonblight where you get a siege engine, and in the siege engine there's a little gnome who rides with you and two dwarves. So you're driving along, you drop off the gnome dismantles a forsaken plague spreader, jumps back in, you've got these two dwarves shooting in the back, plus you have your own turret that you can control. So it's kind of something that players have never really seen before in a quest, but really fun.
People are going to wonder what happened to Nessingwary after he moved from Stranglethorn. He went out to Nagrand. You know, there's obviously he wouldn't stop there, right? He'll keep moving on to new areas. He tried to drive a boat in, and so we actually have an asset of a boat that was broken into two pieces, and one half of the boat is sitting on top of a waterfall, and the other half of the boat is washed up on shore, down below, and Nessingwary is there. Like, he actually tried to drive his boat in, and there was a waterfall, and it cracked in half, and he ended up down at the bottom. It's one of those quests that you ask anyone about, and they kind of remember it and know about it, and so I think it's going to carry on constantly.
And then we'll have gnomish piggyback rides where we'll have these two gnomes, and then you can get on the back of one, and your buddy can get on the back of the other, and we disarm you, and then it's just pure fist fighting. I got to get that idea by Metzen, but maybe the first patch.
So the achievement system is something that we're developing to give players sort of just the ability to kind of score themselves. You know, how much have you accomplished in the World of Warcraft, and how do you put a number that, you know, corresponds to that accomplishment?
We plan to have achievements that are PvP based, achievements that are solo based, group based, really achievements for all different parts of the game.
Because we really want it to be more about kind of like a pride thing, just sort of a way to show off, you know, look at all the different things I've done in this game.
It's hard to quantify the creative process on this stuff. You know, we have a giant team, you know, all sorts of artists and designers, and, you know, everybody's super passionate, and we all consume pop culture, right? You know, we're all geeks of, you know, varying stripes, and at the end of the day, you know, we're all poring over, you know, the latest films or comics or, you know, novels and TV shows, and, you know, we're tripping out every, you know, Monday we come in. Did you see Galactica last weekend? And, you know, just tripping out on just all the ideas that constantly flow out.
We tried to create something that was much more stylized as compared to photorealistic. That's something that we feel gives it a more timeless appeal, right? Because if we had tried to create something that was very photorealistic, the visuals would look very outdated by now.
I'm huge on the celebrity gossip, and I know it's a weakness. I don't tell anybody this, and you should probably cut it out. But yeah, you know, I keep up on that stuff. It's like more than actual news, and it's bad. But so that's how sometimes things like Harris Pilton come to be.
One of my favorite creatures is a giant that you'll need to look at the bottom of his foot as he walks. He's about the size of a Fell Reaver from Burning Crusade, and under his foot as he walks, he's got a little gnome skeleton from where he's crushed a gnome to death.
Really, I hope players just have their own adventure and explore everything. I think there's so many elements. If you're the type that likes getting on your mount and riding off into the mountains to see what little thing we might have put up there to discover, that's awesome. Or go up to Dalaran and check out each little nook and cranny of the city and see why we put things where, and see what surprises there might be in all the little areas. So I just hope players have a good time taking it all in.
Hi, I'm Jeff Chamberlain. I'm the director for the cinematic for Wrath of the Lich King. For Wrath of the Lich King, we decided to go along with a more story-driven cinematic. The reasons for that were actually a few different reasons. One is production costs. It actually costs a lot more to do a montage because there are multiple characters, multiple scenes, multiple lighting scenarios. More of a driving factor was the fact that we wanted to really tell this story with this character. Arthas is an old character from Warcraft 3, for those that are familiar with that, and we just really wanted to tell a little bit more of his story. For the Wrath of the Lich King, we decided to use Arthas' father, Taranis, as the voiceover. The reason for that is there's some old drama between the two of them. Taranis was Arthas' father, obviously, but he sent him out to do a few tasks. Arthas got corrupted in the process, came back, killed him, took over the kingdom. Using Tyrannus' voice was actually the idea of one of our editors here. We thought that it was a great idea because it really played off the relationship between father and son and how the son became exactly opposite what the father intended for him to. The Arthas model from Warcraft 3 was very basic. I think that was about 5 years ago. So we opened it up and took a look at it and realized that technology has improved quite a bit over time. To visualize what the new Arthas would look like, we went through a concepting phase. We would draw on top of the old version, bringing out more detail in areas that needed it. For instance, the skulls on his armor, we added a ton of new detail to it. And we added layers to his armor, layers of leather and different layers of plate that weren't there previously, all the while trying to maintain that general Arthas vibe that's always been there. One of the more difficult things to do in CG is to create realistic-looking hair that moves realistically and renders realistically. We have a department specifically made for simulating hair and cloth. Generally what they'll do is they'll make a small patch of hair that represents what we're aiming for and make that work properly, and then they'll apply that to the larger model and make sure that it flows in the wind properly, renders properly. Eventually they'll put that hair into the shot and simulate it using computer calculations rather than hand animation to make it flow through the wind properly. Not only does our modeling department handle all the models, they also handle all the surfacing that occurs on the model. How light interacts with the surface, whether it's reflective, whether it's matte, whether it has a speck hit on it, or various parameters that make the character look as it does. For instance, on skin, there's a parameter called subsurface, which is basically the calculation of light bouncing through the surface rather than bouncing off of it. Another challenge with Arthas and his sword Frostborn is the metallic nature of it. It's always a fine balance there to get it reflective enough but not overly reflective. If it's overly reflective, it will seem too CG, and if it's not reflective enough, then it ends up looking dull and stone-like. Seeing as though we're in Southern California, we don't have a lot of snow reference. As a result, we purchased 8 gallons of fake snow and pushed it around and took photos of it and filmed it just to get ideas on how it would react with light. It wasn't exactly perfect since it's not real snow. We went to places like Mammoth or Alaska and took photos and filmed reference. We then used that as a basis to create movement of snow falling from the sky, for instance, or being blown in the wind, or how it diffuses light as light passes through it. There's really no better reference than real life. We spent a lot of time on how wind affected it and how it fell, and it really changes per shot based on the mood of the shot. In the early part of the show, it's a lot calmer, and toward the end when things really pick up, we get it a lot stormier. When we started this process, we were trying to follow the format from the previous cinematics where it would show a montage. And one of those ideas that we had was to have Arthas raising this hugely epic Frostworm. That really stuck with us, so we kept going back to that idea and adding to it and adding to it, and eventually we realized that that one overshadowed all the other ideas we had, so we went along that path and created a singular storyline based around this awesome dragon.
My name is Aaron Chan, and I'm the lead animator for World of Warcraft: Wrath of the Lich King. On this project, we had 2 animators full-time. It allowed each animator to stay consistent with the character and really explore what each character is thinking. We didn't use any motion capture for the characters in this project. Everything was hand animated. As for animating Arthas, we just found as we went along and explored different ideas with him, it was best if we kept his movements very, very simple and subtle and deliberate. It really helped sell that he was a character with a lot of intent and focus. To sell the Frostworm's scale and size in the cinematic, we really tried to slow her movements down a lot and keep them linear. We don't really have anything to reference from in the real world, so we looked at a lot of birds and dinosaur movies and things from real life like Komodo dragons and studied the way they walk. We knew that animating a whole undead army would be quite challenging. How we decided to tackle this problem was we started off by animating about a dozen different animations. We then duplicated these animations across a large number of undead soldiers, and we offset their animations and scaled a few keys, made some things different so that each undead character would have a little bit of their own unique personality. We brought in professional actors, and we had other animators and people in the department act out undeads cheering and turning. Ultimately, it was best if we just kept things subtle so they could read on the screen.
My name is Xin Shan. I'm the lead finisher for the World of Warcraft, the Wrath of Lich King. So I'm going to briefly talk about the finishing team, that what we do at Blizzard Cinematic Department. So, in short, we're directly responsible for assemble all the assets from all different departments, for example, animations, models, effects. Our responsibility is to put all these things together, do what it takes to balance it, to make it artistically very intriguing to watch. Through lighting, through compositing, through all different techniques, and eventually becomes the final frames that we delivered to the audience. So, in terms of the effects for the dragon, we know from the beginning the effects for the dragon will be probably one of the most daunting and exciting effects that we'll ever created for the whole piece. The director and the 2D concept artist first sit down and do a lot of 2D concept work, try to mock up the look of the effects and the dragon. Then, once that's done and approved, we give that concept to the effects team, and they will basically try to reproduce that look in the 3D world, but in motion. And the effects team did all sorts of tests working with millions of particles to try to make the dragon effects looks as exciting as possible. For this cinematic, we do use a lot of matte paintings, but background stuff. The reason for that is basically due to the limited time and human resource we have, and the scale and the complexity of the whole 3D set. Practically, it's almost impossible to really build the whole set to the level of details we require here. Instead, what we do is we build a rough 3D set. We call it proxy environment models. And then we do 3D projections. It's based on the force perspective, optical illusion that human eyes have. The limitation for that is it only works from a specific camera angle. The way we are doing things here in terms of putting a shot together could be roughly break down to 3 big groups. One is the character, all the layers related with the character. That's one group. And then there will be environment, any matte paintings or 3D set pieces, and also the effects group, which include anything effects related, obviously, hairs, furs, breath, smokes, anything you can think of, particle effects, snows. Well, each of those groups usually contains many different layers. For example, the character group includes the different layers to allow us to have total control over the look of the character.
So hopefully that gives you some insight on how we do things here at Blizzard Cinematics. It's a great deal of fun and hard work to get this on the screen. We all enjoy it very much and hope that everyone enjoys watching it as well.
My son, the day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas. I watched with pride as you grew into a weapon of righteousness. Remember, our line has always ruled with wisdom and strength. And I know you will show restraint when exercising your great power. Truest victory, my son, is stirring the hearts of your people. I tell you this, for when my days have come to an end, you shall be king.
Well, I think the first rule of music in a game is to enhance the mood and the setting and the story, but not to annoy people and not to have it run on and on incessantly. So we've worked really hard to create a system where the music doesn't play all the time. It kind of fades in out of the bed of sound effects and ambiance of an area.
It's not going to grab your attention right away, and it's meant to sort of allow the player to form their own associations and their own relationship with the zone, the place, the experience.
It's definitely a balancing act to make sure that we don't create music that's so foreground or so demanding of attention that we take away from the quest line you're on, or kill your ability to communicate with your buddies, or what have you.
There's a lot of synchronicity in the ideas we tend to have without even speaking. For instance, when we were first scoring Howling Fjord, Russell was preparing to do a recording session for some music for that, and I came out and he told me, oh, I'm going to record the Uilleann pipes, the bagpipes. And I just come out to tell him, like, oh, I just wrote a thing for bagpipes for Howling Fjord. So there was sort of this, oh, we're on the same page. Throughout, in Dragonblight, in Borean Tundra, and many other places you find the Scourge, so you'll hear quite a bit of prepared piano.
And that's where you often take the lid off the piano and play the strings directly with your fingers, or with bits of wood, or you pluck them, or you strike the strings. We didn't destroy any pianos in the process, but the idea was to get the sounds of harsh, cold, severe conditions and use that as a musical device.
The concepts, the lore, the character, the races, that's always the primary mode of inspiration in the games. So whatever we can find out, whatever we can see, whatever we know about a particular area is completely crucial and influences just about everything.
I always wind up visiting Evelyn and talking to her about what the backstory is for a given zone or a given race, because nothing in this game is in randomly. It all makes sense. And what's so cool is that there's always an answer, and it's usually pretty compelling, and somewhere in the thread of that story I will find something to hang my hat on musically. We took some music from the outro of War 3X, and we set words to it which express his coronation ceremony. And we had it originally sung by a male tenor, and while we were recording it, we were watching the rough footage of the cinematic while it was going down. I think it hit three of us at once. What if a boy alto sang it and juxtapose this kind of innocent voice singing about the coronation against these really strong visuals of Arthas after, a lot of bad stuff has happened. And luckily, there's a real fine boys choir where we were doing this orchestral recording. And so the next day we were able to have a young man come in and record this part, and as it turned out, he didn't play video games, but he was excited nonetheless, and he had a good time, and we gave him an autographed copy of his score that he sang to, and he was a real pro. He walked in, spent about 15 minutes learning the part, and nailed it.
The one thing I wanted to convey with the ambience is you're entering an area that's very cold. In Borean Tundra, we wanted the ambience to sound more sparse and split and further out from you. It depending on where you're at, the vibe is going to change dramatically, but the way that we are able to keep them blending is constantly bringing back an evil element in each of the ambient tracks.
unless a person is specifically attuned to listening to sounds, I don't want it to stick out. I want it to blend in seamlessly with the environment such that, a person isn't running by and noticing everything that's popping out in the world, because that's incredibly distracting.
Different races have different accents, different creatures. We'll try to switch it up. We want them to sound different, and then the actors bring so much, just having a variety of different actors who come in and have these fantastic voices.
Let it be finished! Let it be finished! Let it be finished!
The guy who played Arthas, he's an uber geek, like the rest of us, which is great. He plays the game. He's got a level 70 druid, but he's got his guild and everything else, and he's great. He's as excited about it as the rest of us who work here are, because he knows he's going to be going in there and playing through these missions, that he's doing voices for. And of course, he's a hero to all his friends.
One of the really cool things that we've been doing for Wrathgate, the new cutscene in WoW, which is also we've never done as well, is have cutscenes in World of Warcraft in general that happen while a player's experiencing part of a quest line, is we recorded a ton of people groaning and doing exertions, and all that battle chatter that you're hearing is actual Blizzard employees.
DVD and video production, what we do is we do all the trailers for the games and the collector's edition DVDs, and we also do all the presentation video for trade shows and things like that.
In our department, the journey to creating a piece in-game usually comes when we're given an assignment from the World of Warcraft development team. They'll usually come up with an idea or have a patch that's coming up, and they'll want us to exhibit some of the new cool stuff coming down the pipe.
So the team as a whole will go in, anyone assigned to this project, generally the whole team will go in and go, okay, what's cool about this?
The stories are already in-game. Everywhere you go, World of Warcraft is a living, breathing world, and at every turn you take, there's a story behind the NPC that's the lonely beggar in Stormwind Streets, or the orphan in Orgrimmar. They all have stories, and just like a filmmaker in the real world will walk out into his world and see all the stories he wants to tell, for us it's walking into this living, breathing World of Warcraft.
My favorite is to grab the stories that aren't completely apparent to players, like Lament of the Highborn. Not everyone knew the backstory of Sylvanas. Not everybody played through the Warcraft series.
Players spend hours upon hours every day playing this character, getting attached to it. We show them a world they understand and they can empathize with. They've been involved in it as much as we have.
One of the things that's nice about video games is that it is so choreographable. The trailers are using animation that we know we have. We know we have the sets. We know what our capabilities of camera movements are. So with those parameters in the back of my head, it's easier to know how to design a shot.
My personal philosophy is keep it as close to the game as possible.
Just utilizing that and utilizing what you have rather than trying to go big and new. Keep it simple.
Being an employee for Blizzard is actually really cool because it's a lot like what I'm used to. It's a lot of the acting, behind the scenes kind of stuff. Like, it's not like your normal corporation where, you come to work, you clock in, the daily doldrums, so to say. It's very, it's very personal. It's very in your face.
I think that everyone in the DVD video production department are very different, and we all bring very different skill sets to the table.
It's worked out great because we were able to get the Burning Crusade DVD out. We were able to do things like the Black Temple trailer. We were able to do things like the Zerg Reveal trailer.
We grow as the industry grows, and that's a lot of fun. And I think everything's culminated into this one point where now we're working on this project for the Wrathgate.
When we started production on the Wrathgate, and we got through a couple script revisions, I sat down with David Durand, our storyboard artist, and we just started hammering it out. He'd sit on the desk and he'd say, "What's next?" And I'd describe a shot to him, and he would just do a quick wash of pencil flying on white paper, and when it looked good, we'd put that on the stack. When it looked bad, we'd crumple it up and throw it in the trash.
One of the things that's nice about traditional storyboards, whether it be for movies, theme parks, or video games, is that using marker comps and drawing is still one of the fastest ways to get the job done. It lets you compose with the director, get an idea up on the wall quickly without having the team immersed in hours and hours of investigating what the shot will be. You can see what it's going to be on the wall.
We featured a lot of the new lighting tech, a lot of new vehicle tech. We have, at one point, we have a large giant who's using an Alliance player as a weapon, and he's beating down his friend and tossing him in the back.
It's been 4 years. This is the second expansion. Where did this come from?
Most of the players play from a third-person point of view where the camera is actually hovering over their character. Well, with this in-game cinematic, it takes you down to the front lines standing right alongside the world's heroes.
Well, it's a very daunting task to be given the responsibility of creating a video with a character like Arthas, where people's impressions of Arthas are some of these cinematics that they've fallen in love with over the last few years, of Arthas walking in and slaying his father. You know, that's what we're pitted up against, essentially, whenever Arthas opens his mouth and speaks these powerful lines that everyone wants to hear from him. But I think in the writing process, when we were going through script revisions for the Wrathgate cinematic, it was very apparent the whole time that the minds were rooted in Warcraft 3. And making the Wrathgate an in-game cutscene really allows us to push a lot of buttons that you really can only do with cinema.
We want to show the beauty that is the world that our developers have created.
One of the challenges as World of Warcraft goes along is we keep wanting to add new stuff to it. I mean, it's a 5 or 6 year old game at this point, so there's a lot of new things to put in, but at the same time, the game just gets really, really big.
When we finished Wrath of the Lich King, we had a little bit of a moment of, wow, how will we ever top that? How will we do something better? Because we really had a lot of affinity for the Lich King. He obviously is a person who has a lot of story and a lot of history in the Warcraft universe. Bringing that story to a close felt really incredible and felt really epic. And we didn't really know originally how we were gonna top that.
The greatest evolutions, and I call it an evolution because that's really what it is, has been in quest design.
We want to have the players feel like they're taking a part in the actual course of the action rather than just going into a dungeon to kill these, you know, kind of 3 guys for some loot. We'd rather have them feel like they're progressing the story forward.
I think we've become a lot better storytellers over the last couple of expansions. I think that we have figured out ways technologically to tell those stories.
What's the player's experience going to be coming through here? We try to tell a story with a beginning, a middle, and an end, kind of building to a climax on this zone's tale.
The driving force that we would like to know is that the players are trying to find out more about the story, and they want to push forward and know exactly, you know, why are they in this spot, what are they trying to do.
We've also learned through the process of doing Lich King about how to use our villains.
That's a huge difference between playing through Wrath of the Lich King and playing through Burning Crusade, where, yeah, Illidan was in a lot of the art and stuff like that, but a lot of players never saw him and they didn't really bump into him all the time. Whereas once you're going through Northrend, gosh, the Lich King is everywhere. He's popping up in dungeons and quests and you hear about him all the time. Definitely want to do the same thing with Deathwing and Cataclysm, where his presence is felt and he's around.
Part of setting an environment like this is making sure the fiction is sold correctly. And to do that, the world has to be cohesive.
I think a lot of the lessons we've learned are coming into play just by the concept that we're redoing the old world.
Probably an order of 30 to 40 of the old world zones that are at least moderate to heavily redone.
Looking back at the old world and counting all the zones and like trying to figure out how long it's going to take and how much time we have to spend on each zone, it's kind of like, oh my god, there's so much here to work on.
When we set up initially, we set up a kind of a master list of zones.
And then we made 2 columns. One is questing, and then one was level design.
We went through those zones and classified them into 3 categories, essentially, high, medium, and low.
For basically how much each zone sucked for both of those categories.
We took that list and we just started essentially doing a triage of sorts. We really just kind of sat down and went through the zones hand by hand and just said, okay, what's important for us for this expansion?
Some zones, actually we thought we were okay level design wise, but just needed some quest help. Some zones needed a lot more level design help than they did quest, but in a lot of cases, zones that were really in bad shape or in bad shape for multiple reasons, and so in both ways.
Examples would be Thousand Needles,
Westfall,
Lordaeron,
Sunken Temple,
Western Playlands,
Stone Talon,
Dead Mines,
Silver Pines,
Stormwind,
Glock Modan,
Blackrock Depths.
There's a ton of stuff, basically.
A good example would be something like the Barrens, a huge zone. For most players, really hard to get around. You didn't have mount speed and things like that. So we went back, cut it into 2 zones.
One of them being a horde-only zone, which is Northern Barrens, and that would be a 10 to 20 horde zone, and then the southern part of the Barrens, which became a 30 to 35 everybody zone.
And then split it up, requested everything with better hubs and better flows. So I think what people will find is that when you're playing through something like that, it'll feel more similar to what a Northrend zone from a quest flow perspective felt like. You'll see new vehicle quests. It's just a lot of new tech and a lot of things to just make the flow a lot cleaner overall.
Getting in under the hood and fixing all those has been a huge challenge.
A lot of players might not realize how much smoke and mirrors there was behind, the curtains.
It's the designers, that's what they do. They figure out ways to make awesome. And we have to kind of go, okay, that's awesome, now let's actually make it work.
I'd like to say that what we did is we just, did some little like this, and then people could fly over terrain. But that's really not how it was.
So one of the big new introductions with Cataclysm is the ability to use your flying mount in the old world. Obviously, this is something that has taken a lot of work for us. It's a bigger challenge than what most players might imagine.
The reason we didn't do it, we hadn't done it sooner, is because of what that would entail, which was essentially redoing the whole world. When we thought, well, that's an expansion called Cataclysm coming out, and we happen to be redoing the whole world, so guess what? What better time, right?
The original game was not designed with flying mounts in mind, with any kind of ability to see above the ground level.
A large majority of it for the players just doesn't exist. If you couldn't get there, we just didn't build it.
Mountain ranges that had no backsides or coastlines that hadn't been detailed.
We as game developers, we like to cheat a lot. And by cheat, we mean save ourselves time. And if you don't ever see it, then there's no reason to finish it. There's no reason to really make it look good. And so you can get away with a lot of trickery.
A Stormwind was one giant smoke and mirror, pretty much.
It's all facades, and if you flew over Stormwind, it would just be a lot of really, really bad things.
Cathedral in Stormwind was originally built in a way where it was just kind of floating above Stormwind, and you only saw the real cathedral as you came into the district where the cathedral actually existed.
Stormwind was effectively almost a rework from the ground up in terms of making it actually work and work in a 3D environment space like that.
And that was a monumental task, and they did an amazing job. Flying over, it's stunning, and the same for Orgrimmar. Aside from all the new stuff they did to it, again, same issues, and it looks amazing.
In the process, we were actually also able to add some more to it.
While we're making it flyable, let's go ahead and add in the things that we had always wanted to have. So something like Stormwind Keep was never really a building players could see, or really it was just kind of a texture on the side of a hill. So we took the opportunity to go back and completely build the keep out in 3D, redesign the interior so it makes a little bit more sense for the players, give it a huge courtyard out front with a huge statue of Varian Wrynn, really reinforced our new leaders that we have now. So not only are we trying to make the cities feel better and more usable for players, but we're also trying to reinforce the storylines of what's been happening.
The storyline is very much centered around Deathwing's reemergence into Azeroth.
So with the Cataclysm comes destruction.
You can see the impact that Deathwing is having on the old world. You can see it in places like Stormwind, where he's crashed into the towers at the front of Stormwind gates. You can see it in places like Loch Modan, where he's kind of crushed his way through the dam at Loch Modan, causing a huge flood into the wetlands.
We knew we wanted to show some destruction from Deathwing and Stormwind. We didn't know exactly how we were going to do it. We were thinking about maybe making it look like he had burned some tops of the buildings, maybe he had knocked over some statues. And those things we did, and we just didn't feel like it had the impact that we wanted. So what we ended up doing is making a hard call, and we just destroyed the entire park district. It's just completely gone at this point. All our druid trainers are there, our moonwell is there. We had a number of things there that we ended up having to relocate to other parts of the city. At the same time, it added a huge story element to the city. When we were originally designing the zones for Cataclysm, we knew we had to come up with 5 new zones, and each had to feel unique. And one of the big pitches that we had was for a zone called Vashir, which was going to be our first ever underwater zone.
Challenges of doing an underwater zone, aside from everything not working, it's hard to target, it's hard to fight. Even if you're moving at run speed, for example, it's going to feel slower because you don't have anything to ground you.
3D combat is really hard, and we're not like a flight sim. So it's like, you know, if you're playing a flight simulator game, you have all this heads-up display with all the little whoopie-doo arrows and circles on the edge of the screen and all that stuff that tell you your target's over there, your locked target's over there, incoming missile from the right. Well, this is a fantasy game. That doesn't make any sense.
Nobody likes swimming. I don't think I've played a game that swimming is enjoyable in.
Many of us have played games underwater, and the experience has been, in the past, less than satisfactory, and of course we don't want that for a while. We want awesome. That's what Blizzard does.
We do want to convey the vastness of the ocean, of the sea, and we want to make sure that people feel like they're underwater. But we don't want the issues that come with being underwater.
So how do we make a 3D environment like underwater swimming feel good? The answer, put you on the floor.
We came up with a concept of sea legs, essentially. Through a series of quests, you earn your sea legs, and we allow you to walk on the ground. And then what we do is occasionally, not every quest, but occasionally send you up to swim. What's cool about the sea legs effect is that while you're walking underwater, if you press the space bar to jump, essentially, you go into a swim. So it does feel like a free-form swim, but it feels magical too. We actually got our animation team on board with doing a special series of animations for all the races to really make it feel like you're running and walking underwater, and that turned out awesome.
We also created an entire new art kit. We did a ton of research, and we came up with just a huge number of corals, of new creatures. We have a whale shark creature down there that I think is the size of possibly a whole dungeon. It's huge. You'll see it swimming around in the zone. I think it's kind of a good example of how we sometimes take things way too far past where they need to be, but what we end up with is something that's really amazing in the end.
So PvP has undergone a huge evolution from when we originally launched the game till today.
Early on, I think the designers hoped that world PvP would just erupt. You would see the enemy and you would go kill them, and that would just be, you know, you would kind of find the fun there.
The way I would put PvP as World of Warcraft launch was quest ganking, right?
Cataclysm, kind of the next step, is to go back to the battlegrounds, which we thought did a really good job of capturing that orcs versus humans feel.
The inspiration from new battlegrounds is oriented around giving players new environments, but with familiar gameplay.
One of the battlegrounds is called the Battle for Gilneas. Art-wise, we went with a Gilneas art kit. The gameplay style is 3-point AB style map. The other one is Twin Peaks, and Twin Peaks is a capture the flag style battleground. So rule set wise, it'll feel very similar to Warsong Gulch. When they get there, it'll feel familiar. They'll know the storylines because they've played through the quests there, so it won't feel, you know, like something foreign.
So you can get together with your friends, make a team that goes into battlegrounds, and get any type of PvP rewards available in the game.
We're trying to make sure that we maintain a better balance of that original vision of battleground mayhem versus the skilled arena battles, the tight, intense, small, teamwork-oriented kind of stuff. And trying to make sure that we get the best of both worlds.
Hopefully this is going to be like what PvP was always meant to feel like. I'm sure by the time players are playing this, they'll know whether or not we were successful with that.
Cataclysm certainly represents the largest change to World of Warcraft since it launched, and we're really excited to be able to go back and revisit some of our best places and worst places and really take them to a new level that we think players are going to be really excited about.
We really have a better feel for what makes for effective quest mechanics, better ways to tell stories, and then of course we have a lot more in our toolkit now than we used to.
We're always trying to figure out ways to make this a WoW game that we all love and just take it to the next level.
The guys have been working really hard on it, and it feels so different, so new.
We liken developing WoW to kind of the runaway train. It's always going, you can't ever stop and catch your breath. It's just more content, more stuff.
Sometimes it's nice to just kind of stop and smell the roses, as they say. It's all in the details, and I think there's a lot of that the players can enjoy.
So it seems to me like the point of doing a behind-the-scenes look at what happens on the art or in the making of a game like WoW, you don't want to just hear about the typical stuff that you could read about online, and this seems like a good opportunity to see what it actually is like creating the game as opposed to what we may project all the time. I'd like to use this opportunity to kind of give you that look and talk a little bit about some of the mishaps and some of the cool parts of making the game and ultimately how we came up with what we wanted to do for Cataclysm.
Probably the biggest thing we've learned are things that the general players probably won't even notice. It's basically how we structure our team and how we can make a zone just more efficiently and more quickly.
We have developed a very sophisticated art style. I would say that the original World of Warcraft was kind of the foundation for us to build upon with the next two ensuing expansions. We really want to try and emphasize the storyline throughout the whole game. I think it helps the player feel connected and feel like they know what's going on, with this expansion.
One thing that was really important to us was to maintain a sense of familiarity in the zones that we were reworking so that people didn't travel into Ashara and see all the new goblin stuff but also go, what the hell happened to the zone? It doesn't look like anything I remember it being. I think we would have failed if we got to the point where people were disappointed in how much we changed things. A certain amount of that is probably inevitable, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we're keeping things exciting and new, and this was an awesome opportunity to do that. So we centralized the whole process around Cataclysm. But then you also have some pretty cool things like the Goblin and Worgen that give you an excuse to bring new architecture styles in, new storylines, and sort of help to fold those people into the Horde and the Alliance in ways that endear them to players. That might be one of the hardest things, as a side note, about a new race is, yeah, we know Worgen, we know Goblins, but what makes them familiar to us? And as players, when you see a Worgen walking through Stormwind, or you see a Goblin walking through Orgrimmar or anywhere, what's going to make you feel like, yeah, those guys are really part of my group, they're part of the Horde, they're part of the Alliance? Using that was a cool method of saying, okay, well, let's not just show new Goblin architecture in Kazan, or in the new starting areas. Let's actually talk about how we can do the things that we build for those areas and pull it into the old world so that it's still Ashara, but now it's Ashara with Goblin influence.
The designers thought, yeah, if we're going to make this, it's a significant investment. So let's weave some story in here. Like with lots of our starting zones, you start as a player in a village in the countryside somewhere, and then move to a main city. But we thought, well, no, let's throw the player in at the deep end. Let's chuck them into the city. Actually, let's make the city in a war zone, really, between the infected Worgen and the citizens that still remain human. And let's weave our saga, the first 4 or 5 levels, around this. Make it really exciting for the players.
Used to be years ago when you make video games, a video game artist would make everything to do with the game. Not so on a game like World of Warcraft.
There's a great relationship between concept art and design. It's a really, really smooth thing. I think both departments feed off each other. When design first tackle a zone, they do Illustrator maps, which are just, you get sheets of paper that have just got geometric shapes flattened, dotted about on them, just to show you location, scale, key points of interest and events. I made the suggestion, well, these are fine for fundamental design documents, but would it be useful for you guys to have something a bit more arty to work from, because the designers then take those illustrated maps and start building the world out in 3D and kind of doing a sort of a fake isometric world. So I draw the little mountains in. It looks like really, really old maps from sort of 400 or 500 years ago. So you get little scribbly drawings for buildings, and here's a couple of spiky trees to suggest a forest, and you get a feel for the topography, for the geography, how the zone fills out. So I did a few of those initially for Gilneas, and gave them back to the designers. They went, "These are fantastic! Why haven't we been doing these all along?"
Our main goal as the dungeon team is to be the support for the design. Take what they give us and interpret it into an art asset, which is challenging, but it can be a lot of fun as well. And there's a lot of going back and forth between the design and art.
In terms of looking at the whole art and design of the project, there were a few bits and pieces, few races, few baddies that we did that I really, really liked. I think probably Twilight's Hammer ended up being, for me, the most significant. They are the minions of Deathwing.
Being that he's the major villain for this expansion, obviously we wanted to make sure that we tied him into a lot of things that we were doing and made sure that it was always building towards when you would eventually, or if you would eventually meet up with him. Most visual impact on what we were doing artistically would be the cataclysm and what happened when he came into the world. When we approached re-envisioning the old world, it wasn't so much of a how do we re-envision it as much as it was how do we take what's there and make sure that we stay true to what people have come to love, know and love, but also have probably gotten a little sick of looking at as they grind new characters up 0 to 60. If we didn't have the tool of the cataclysm to work with, I think it would have been a very difficult thing to do. The cataclysm helped out a lot, just in the sense of, well, what are we going to do to change the Barrens? Let's put a big crack in the middle of it and change it into northern and southern, and that gives you like a central theme. We can keep what's there, but it gives you this whole new area to explore and a new central sort of like exciting element to the zone.
The old world simply was not designed to be flyable and to go to places you normally wouldn't go if you were just on the ground.
So we had to go in and figure out how the roofs are going to match together. And ironically, I found out later that when they were building the original game, it did have roofs, and then they deleted them.
Most of the game was meant to be seen from a certain point of view. In Vashir in particular, it was very important for the exterior level designers to be kind of a surprise for players, to be something they had never seen before. So we wanted them to have a great first-time experience. So as you come out of the first little cave, and we wanted that to be very striking and very stunning the first time the players saw this zone. They knew it was going to be something special, something different, definitely something they've never seen before in World of Warcraft.
As far as dungeons go, the first one that we started working on was for Vashir. It's Abyssal Maw. It truly reached beyond my expectations as far as the colors and the design. Our programmers really stepped up to the plate and gave us a lot of new shaders and things like that has enhanced our textures and enhanced the quality of our dungeons. As you go through it, we wanted it to feel very immersive, no pun intended. It is an underwater dungeon, but we really wanted you to feel like you're underwater, and there's plant life and there's movement going on, and it's not just kind of stagnant. We wanted that feeling of even just the water and that subtle movement coming across there. We are also getting some caustics so that we get that underwater reflection.
So we've seen elementals for a long time in the game, and they are very cool, but I know that I personally am sick of seeing the same elementals. I know there are a lot of people that feel the same way, so when we're talking about an expansion where the elemental planes are broken and elementals are pouring forth into Azeroth, clearly we're going to talk about what can we do with the elementals to sort of bring them up to a new bar, or at least give people new content to look at, new creatures to play around with. We went through a series of concepting, gave it to one person to concept, and then we took it back away and had 5 people concept it. And throughout that process, we started working with the Twilight's Hammer kit, started talking about how they build their buildings, summon Elementium, how everything around them is keyed into that Elementium vibe, and it kind of clicked. We use that with the Elementals. Like, these guys are subjugating the Elementals. They're part of their army. How would the Twilight's Hammer guys put an Elemental under their control? The solution that Mark Gibbons came up with, which was really cool, was what if they caged them, made a literal cage that was somewhat like a rib cage or an actual physical structure that would summon around these Elementals and control them. All the Elementals have a similar theme. They all have the same cage that's holding them. And then obviously there are rock and fire and water guys, but the really neat thing was, how do we use that cage and come up with interesting silhouettes, use what we already have with the existing Elementals, and kind of make it familiar but new. And I think we came up with a pretty cool solution for that.
People ask an awful lot about where you get your ideas from, where does inspiration come from, and for a long time I struggled to answer that, because what I've realised now is it's not a conscious process. It's the subconscious brain that percolates ideas, and when you sit down with a piece of paper, if you're ready to draw stuff, it's because your subconscious has told your conscious what to do. So the worst thing for me is to sit down with a blank piece of paper and have no idea what I'm going to draw. The subconscious, it's like a muscle you have to exercise, and you have to feed it.
It's interesting being somebody who's not necessarily involved with the day-to-day creation process on a game like this. I mean, I am, but I'm not the person there that's building the models in every case, although I do go in and mess things up from time to time, and people have to clean up after me. But what's really cool for me is to see a team of talented artists like we have, and really they're the most talented artists that I've ever worked with in my entire life, and see what they're able to not only do on their own on an individual basis, but also what they're capable of when they come together as a team, and see the character guys working on the Tol'vir, and then see the dungeon guys working on the Uldum dungeon, and environment guys working on Uldum. And you would think that I would be the one that's sort of bringing them all together and making sure they're communicating. It's actually just this really crazy process of, hey, look at what I made, and that keys this other person. They go, wow, that's so cool. We could totally base a building off of that. Or that design on that character is really awesome. We're going to use that as a centerpiece for our dungeon. There's no human being who could ever set out and have the picture of what we create in their heads. It takes those people bringing their ideas together to come up with that ultimate project. And for me, that's inspiring.
The opening cinematic for Cataclysm is basically a disaster movie.
When we saw the effects cinematic and storyboard for my CG supervisor and myself, we both laughed a lot and just sort of looked at it and said, yeah, that's funny. Where's the real cinematic? Good joke. But seriously.
Every shot had some sort of destruction or some sort of force or some sort of earthquake or wave or something going on.
Having all these sets that we got to pull apart, I thought, well, that's just going to be easy. And I was wrong.
We were concerned about not necessarily getting it done, but just sort of how it would all come together. Once we realized that was actually the cinematic and got over gasping and so forth, looking at it and trying to figure out what was going to be the most challenging, was realizing that the biggest thing was going to be just the sheer number of effects that we had to do for the show.
But I think we were all pretty fairly confident that we would find a way to accommodate that and keep the scope of it manageable.
It turned out to be a fun project just to have modeling build all these crazy sets and then set it up so animators could tear it to the ground.
From a visual storytelling perspective, we wanted to show the darkening of the world. We wanted it to feel really ominous. So when we first see Azeroth up top, the sun is out, it's glorious, we showcase the beauty of the world, and then progressively as we go through the scene, the sun gets lower in the sky, the world gets dimmer, so that by the time that Deathwing shows up on the gates of Stormwind, the sky's gone dark, the fire has spread in around the gates and is giving us sort of an echo of that hellish environment that we started with.
Try to give the audience a sense of progression of all the events that happened in the show, and hopefully to sell the scale and epicness of the whole thing that's going on, and also set up the momentum for the future events that will happen in the game.
Initially, we also wanted to introduce our new playable races, the Goblins and the Worgen. We were very excited about bringing those characters to life. We had storyboarded scenes of the goblins evacuating their erupting island, and the Worgen were going to spill out of Gilneas as the Greymane Wall falls down. It was going to be really cool, but then reality intruded because we realized that the sheer scope of the disaster effects was so labor intensive that we were going to have to make some hard choices about what we wanted to include. So we ended up refocusing on the core story, which was Deathwing devastates Azeroth. And when we did that, it became pretty clear that as cool as those character reveals would be, that was the sort of thing that could be handled very well in gameplay, and that it was probably better for us to leave those introductions to the game itself. One of our bigger jobs was just deciding what lands we were going to break.
The wonderful thing about working on something like World of Warcraft is you have a very established set of environments.
The game team was very helpful in that regard. They gave us a lot to choose from, and then we worked with them to kind of whittle that list down.
So many different environments, and then having those environments be interactive enough to be destroyed.
Every environment piece that we saw in the foreground and a bunch in the background had to be destroyed. So it was a kind of an environment-driven production rather than a character-driven production. It's a lot different than animating characters, but it doesn't mean that you can't put a lot of character into it.
Our big priorities were that we find places that were very iconic and recognizable to the players, and also, you know, we wanted both Alliance and Horde territories to be represented.
You look at Stormwind and Darkshore and Loch Modan. For a player, it's a lot like being able to say, oh, look, it's the Eiffel Tower, or look, it's, you know, the Pyramid of Giza, or oh, look, it's the Statue of Liberty. It is really that iconic for them.
We went through a lot of iteration to capture the essence of those places, but also ground them in this sort of heightened reality. You know, it's a really intense prospect trying to make all that work. Our effects team had to jump onto that just as soon as they possibly could, just to be able to finish on time.
And they had way more work than we did.
Like everybody else.
Realizing that the effects were going from more of a atmospheric or look and feel type thing going to more of a centralized character was going to be a very big challenge for our group.
We had mountains of water and skies full of fire.
A lot of smokes, sparks, lava effects, dripping lavas, glowing mouth, anything you can think of.
We tried a variety of different approaches with the fire for Deathwing. His size and scope of the areas that he's traveling over is enormous.
Deathwing is a really big dragon. He's like airliner big, right?
He might be traveling as much, I think, in the Darkshore shot, as much as a mile away from camera and swooping over that in less than a minute.
That presents its own unique challenges in terms of portraying that kind of scale.
I was very afraid on a more macro level that we would build a fire or build smoke or embers or what have you, and that we would not be able to convey how big he really is. We definitely went for a more particle sprite-based solution initially because that seemed to be the right sort of choice given the distance that we're working, but it wasn't really giving us the look that we wanted or the feel of Deathwing's sort of fire curtain and that magical sort of fire that follows him wherever he goes. So we ended up actually going to a fluid sim. It was one of the largest fluid sims we've ever attempted, and we actually had to up the memory on many of our boxes to make sure that we'd actually be able to meet the requirements and the detail level that we really wanted to make.
Another challenging shot was Deathwing emerging from the lava. We were seeing many, many different parts of the body throughout the entire shot, and we have to sell the weight the whole time along the way.
We used to call that shot the palm olive shot because he has his fingers in a bowl of lava. His nails are being done as he pulls his hand out of that lava and smashes it down on the rock. Overall, Deathwing's texturing and his look has just been a benefit for us. It was really made our jobs a lot easier.
One of the real pleasures of doing Cataclysm was getting to design Deathwing himself.
We knew that we were going to see him from all angles, so he needed to be believable from all angles. So we give him the full treatment.
I saw the concepts and 2D animatics, so I got a good sense of, you know, what the dragon was about. And I thought it was really cool. He has this like inner like evil energy inside of him that's like bursting out.
He is so full of molten fury that he needs a metal exoskeleton essentially to hold himself together. And so in addition to the neck and spine plates, which were more established in lore, we needed to make like metal staples basically.
I kind of saw it as metal stitches, kind of like holding them together, and there's like lava trying to seep out of it. My first impression, yeah, I thought he looked really cool, and I was pretty excited to realize him, or we to realize him from 2D to 3D.
When it came to rigging Deathwing, we used the same character TD that we used for Syndragosa from Wrath of the Lich King. And what that did for us was it allowed us to get a character up and running very quickly based on the previous techniques that we had used.
We need to do a series of poses thinking about all the different locomotion that he might be doing, such as flying or climbing or walking. We put him on all these different poses and we consider the anatomy and the limb lengths.
He sure deforms correctly, especially around the neck area. He had like really extreme poses of straight and also the S-curve. So we wanted to make sure that when it deformed, it would look good in both angles.
In the end, it's really the best way that we need to tell the story. You know, how is Deathwing going to look and move in order to tell a story?
Deathwing is a very complicated character, let me say that. Deathwing is a very complicated character both to model and to animate. And I was tremendously impressed at how our team was able to bring him to life.
Deathwing is one of the 5 dragon aspects of the Warcraft universe. The idea is that dragons in Warcraft are split up into 5 distinct flights, and they were empowered long ago to guard certain aspects of the world. You know, the blue dragons guard magic, you know, black dragons guard the earth, you know, red dragons are, you know, protectors of life, and so on. So Deathwing and the black dragon flight originally were meant to protect the earth. Originally Deathwing was named Neltharion, you know, is very jovial and did a good job protecting the world. As in deeper Warcraft lore, there are very dark villainous creatures called the Old Gods that were long ago chained beneath the world. And I think their kind of crazy, maddening whispers over the millennia kind of seeped up from their subterranean prisons and drove Neltharion a little crazy, to the point where long ago he lost his mind, ceased to be Neltharion, and really became Deathwing. A specific conflict about 10,000 years in the past of present-day Warcraft, called the War of the Ancients, where the big demon army was invading the world. And it was at that time where the 5 dragonflights united were meant to drive this enemy from the shores of the world and save the world, fulfill their function of protecting the mortal races. And in the midst of all that, as Deathwing's madness was kind of growing in his ears, he created an artifact called the Dragon Soul, right? That he tricked his brethren into believing, well, if we combine our power as we're meant to, this will be the great weapon, to save the world. And in truth, once he had all their powers put into this terrible artifact, he claimed it for his own and essentially betrayed them in the worst moment at the 11th hour, essentially turned on the other dragonflights, decimated the blue flight, forever cursed the black flight, and just pretty much broke the family apart. And as his madness overcame him, his innate kind of powers over the forces of earth and fire just kind of erupted in his body. His gargantuan body literally split apart with like fire and magma in this horrific eruption, almost as if he's like a volcano in dragon form. And that day he became Deathwing, just this raging, fiery engine of destruction. And one of the interesting things about Deathwing's visual kit is that while he's this gargantuan dragon, and the fact that he's kind of literally always falling apart because his rage just cannot be contained by his physical shell, they actually had to hammer into these adamantine plates all along his spine just to literally staple his body together. His rage was so uncontrollable. So it creates a very cool visual look for him as a villain in the series. And the latest incarnation of Deathwing, which is probably the most dangerous ever, he's actually stapled together with Elementium, which is kind of a new steel we've conjured for the game that kind of channels the powers of the elements through it. It's kind of a conduit for whatever elemental power is aimed at it. So certainly his is fire and stone, so he's kind of more dangerous than ever before. So why now, right? Why is Deathwing emerging, erupting into the world and causing this cataclysmic event? The answer to that is that at this time in the history of Azeroth, a long chain of events is finally reaching its fulfillment. There is this very ancient prophecy that is not often, spoken of, that speaks of kind of this hour of twilight, the final days of the world. If the old gods that were chained long ago had their way, set in motion, this chain of events that would enact, their final vision to remake the world in their image, this hour of twilight. And what we've seen happening to some great degree over the past number of Warcraft products, probably starting with the Gates of Ankh-Kirash patch, where we saw the old god Cthulhu, kind of rising beneath the land of Silithus. And so clearly there's a chain of events in motion where the old gods are rising, their ancient machinations are finally paying off, and Deathwing ultimately is their greatest hammer. He is the great weapon that they've been waiting to use all these years. While he's had his own machinations, over the course of history, trying to make his own dragonflights and, kind of build his own kingdoms, the truth is he was corrupted by the old gods from the start. And in this final hour, right, where they will, attempt to assure their, ascendancy, he is pretty much the greatest weapon, for them to unleash. So that's why now their final end game is in play, and he is pretty much the great key to it all.
The
sound department at Blizzard Entertainment is responsible for everything you hear, not only in all our games, but in the cinematics and the movies, the web, the marketing materials. Our main tools of our trade are music and dialogue and sound effects. These are applied across 3 very well-known game franchises that are all very different. It's really been a pleasure to work on this latest expansion of World of Warcraft, which is the Cataclysm. Sound is an amazing tool for not only enhancing the gameplay, but also telling story. There are different types of ways we can communicate with sound. Some of it's very direct, like when the NPCs speak to you.
This is the beginning and the end, mortals.
Some of it's non-verbal. The sound effects themselves or what they might tell you about what is happening or might happen to your character in the game. Then there's the atmosphere, increasing the depth and the breadth of this world and suspending your disbelief. One of our most important tools is silence. It's really important to know when not to use sound, just as it is to know when to use sound. The music in World of Warcraft doesn't play all the time. It in fact materializes out of the ambient sound effects background, and it plays and it reinforces where you are. And after the music plays, it doesn't just usually end with a bang, it recedes back into the ambience, so that the line between the music and the ambience is a little gray. Sound designers often say that if you've noticed the sound, that we've probably failed on some level. Unless, of course, it's something really big and epic. Musically, this expansion is so big that in order to meet our goals, we brought in a couple of more composers to help us with all of this. So in addition to myself and Derek Duke, who has worked on World of Warcraft from the beginning, we brought in Neil Acree, who has composed the music for the past 2 cinematics, and we brought in David Arkenstone, who is most famous for having written some of the tavern music and also the Argent Tournament music. What I'd like to do is invite them all to join us and talk a little bit more about what inspires us, how we work, and I'm sure each person's answer will be different and interesting. So let's join the rest of the composers. How do you approach music for World of Warcraft? How do you even begin to write this stuff?
Just looking at images and playing through the game, I'm looking for what emotion somebody might be getting.
It seems like there are a lot of themes that people really love, and maybe we shouldn't be messing with.
Yeah, well, I don't think you'll hear anything messed with too much, and if it has, you might hear a newer version, just a refresh of that same theme. The technology we were using back then, we didn't use a whole lot of real instruments. It's kind of been a chance in this expansion to see some of that come to life in some different, more robust arrangements.
Some of the themes, especially the big city themes, have gotten a bit of a refresh, not in changing the melodies, but in using more live instruments.
I put a group together to do music for all the taverns. We got to record that live with acoustic instruments, and it was pretty exciting. Trying to get knowledgeable about all the races and what kind of music they might have and what might be in their tavern. You know, it was pretty real.
I think the music is almost one of the characters in this game.
That's one of the ways that I think that the music in WoW kind of reaches beyond its original meaning in the context of the land or the zone or the story. And you remember, like, this is the music that I was hearing when I was supposed to be cramming for my exams, or when my wife was pregnant, or whatever, because that music permeates you so much while you're playing, it takes on a meaning outside of the game. I try to crystallize as much in my head before I get to the computer and the keyboard, because my tendency is if I attack the keyboard, it will lead me in a direction that I didn't have in my head, and like, oh, that sounds good and that sounds interesting, but it's a little farther away than what I had in mind. So I try to come at it with that and then spend the time, you know, editing in the computer and preparing things for the orchestra or whatever else.
Lyrically, I was going to mention that all of us have been using lyrics from within the languages of the game. The creative development team at Blizzard wrote some lyrics for me that were translated into the languages that were appropriate. That gives a whole extra layer of depth.
I also think one of the strengths is that, well, there are certain tendencies to it all sounding like Warcraft. At the same time, there are so many cultures and so many different races, kinds of people, different influences, that the fact that we don't have one composer writing all the music for the World of Warcraft, there's something in everybody's personality that seeps out, even if you're taking somebody else's melody and repurposing it. That lends a depth to the culture of Warcraft music.
When you get to really get into a zone and really make that zone come alive through music, it's a unusual opportunity, I think, in this world.
Well, very well said, and I guess we're in concert here of saying, see you all, see you all in Azeroth.
Of Warcraft, a realm ravaged by war between the human alliance, the Orcish horde, and both the living and the undead. A world pushed to the brink of destruction by the demonic forces of the Burning Legion and relentless harbingers of cataclysm. Yet, even in the darkest hours, hope has shined in the hearts of Azeroth's legendary champions. Time and again, their brave sacrifices have saved the world from the clutches of evil. Today, millions of players carry on this charge in the world of Warcraft, safeguarding the vast realms of Azeroth and beyond, forging bonds that transcend the game's virtual boundaries. Like Azeroth itself, the Warcraft universe is part of a constant cycle of change and growth that began over a decade ago with one game and one dream to bring to life a realm of magic and wonder that would captivate generations to come. The foundation of the Warcraft universe was set when Blizzard Entertainment invited players to Azeroth for the first time with Warcraft, Orcs and Humans in November 1994. This real-time strategy game was quickly followed by Warcraft 2, Tides of Darkness in December 1995. Orcs and Humans and Tides of Darkness chronicled the Orcish horde's rampage across Azeroth and the mighty alliance that arose to stem the brutal invasion. In 1996, Warcraft 2's expansion pack, Beyond the Dark Portal, unveiled the Orcs' homeworld of Draenor, a mysterious realm that would reappear in World of Warcraft. Draenor wasn't the only glimpse of things to come. Memorable races and characters made their debut in Blizzard's early Warcraft titles and became firmly etched in the franchise's mythos. Despite limited technology, these games contained the elements that would come to define Warcraft. Multiplayer support, unique game mechanics, story-driven cutscenes, a distinct art style, captivating cinematics, and a host of units each with their own distinct personalities. Each of the early Warcraft games went on to win numerous awards, and by the release of Beyond the Dark Portal, Azeroth was truly coming into its own. In 1996, Blizzard began expanding the franchise with Warcraft Adventures, Lord of the Clans, an adventure game that told of Thrall's rise from slave to Horde warchief and the profound impact he would have on the world of Azeroth. After a series of setbacks, this ambitious project was put on indefinite hold in 1998. But all was not lost. Thrall's story was too crucial to remain untold. To give the story the attention it deserved, Blizzard hired writer Christy Golden to adapt Thrall's tale into the Lord of the Clans novel. This tradition of fleshing out Warcraft's rich lore and remarkable characters in fiction would continue in a number of books, penned by authors such as Jeff Grubb and Richard A. Knapp, and would later carry on into comics and manga. Some of his fiction would even directly tie into the events of Warcraft games. Using the bitter lessons learned from Lord of the Clans, Blizzard returned to Azeroth with Warcraft 3, Reign of Chaos, in July 2002, and its expansion, The Frozen Throne, in July 2003. Warcraft 3 returned to the franchise's real-time strategy roots, albeit with a few twists. RPG elements such as items, leveling, and skill points transformed the game into one that defied simple genre conventions. Multiplayer support over Blizzard's online gaming service, Battle.net, also elevated Warcraft 3 to the international esports stage, while its robust map editor fostered a thriving mod community. Warcraft 3's sprawling campaign detailed the Burning Legion's invasion of Azeroth and the creation of the Undead Scourge. Through seamlessly integrated cutscenes, key characters such as Sylvanas, Illidan, and Arthas were introduced to fans for the first time. As the epic story unfolded, some of the game's heroes attained salvation, while others suffered damnation. Also present were races such as the Tauren, Night Elves, and even Murlocs. Warcraft 3's rich story and innovative gameplay brought the franchise to new heights, but Azeroth's most stunning transformation was yet to come. As players witnessed Prince Arthas's dark descent to becoming the Lich King, developers were reforging Azeroth into a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. A living, breathing world where players would hold the fate of Azeroth in their own hands. After years of polishing, World of Warcraft was released in November 2004. The game was hotly anticipated prior to release, but its actual reception was beyond Blizzard's wildest dreams. World of Warcraft sold over 240,000 copies in the first 24 hours of release, setting a new Day 1 PC game sales record. Unlike previous Warcraft games, World of Warcraft allowed players to create their own unique character from a variety of races and classes, many of which had been established in previous Warcraft titles. As players formed guilds, quested with friends, and progressed through World of Warcraft's 60 levels, a flood of free content patches expanded Azeroth even more. Some of these patches unveiled new dungeons, like the ancient caverns of Maragon and the tainted corridors of Dire Maul. Others had gamers put their skills to the test in player versus player combat with the new honor system and battlegrounds. Yet this new content wasn't always focused on combat. A number of patches introduced entertaining world events like Darkmoon Fair and Hallow's End. Each patch built upon the last, improving graphics, balancing gameplay, and adding even more complex dungeons for players who had climbed their way to level 60. Patches 1.9 and 1.11, however, would set a new precedent for what could be done in the game. In the gates of Ahn'Qiraj, entire servers worked together through a series of quests and events that culminated in the opening of Ahn'Qiraj, a mysterious city harboring an evil from Azeroth's distant past. In the shadow of the Necropolis patch, a global scourge invasion heralded the coming of Naxxramas, a floating fortress where adventurers would face some of the Lich King's most terrifying minions. By the close of 2005, World of Warcraft's active players had exploded to more than 5 million, a population greater than that of Norway. With the release of Zul-Karub in patch 1.7, a mysterious plague spread throughout Azeroth. The pandemic was never intended by developers, but soon researchers began studying the effects of the plague and applying what they learned to future real-world outbreaks. As Warcraft took the world by storm, people from all walks of life were soon drawn together in the realm of Azeroth. In October 2005, the first BlizzCon was held in Anaheim, California. The event showcased exclusive playable demos and became center stage for esports tournaments. Warcraft 3's esports scene was still thriving, and at BlizzCon 2005, a tournament was held to test the mettle of the world's top players. But competition wasn't BlizzCon's only draw. The convention also became a nexus for World of Warcraft's burgeoning community, a place where friends and guildmates from Azeroth could meet in the real world. For World of Warcraft players, some of BlizzCon's most appealing aspects were game announcements and previews. In 2005, attendees got their first taste of World of Warcraft's next expansion, the Burning Crusade. Over the next year, work progressed on the next expansion. By the end of 2006, World of Warcraft's active players had reached over 8 million, more than the population of Switzerland. Shortly after achieving this milestone, the Burning Crusade was released in January 2007. Nearly 2.4 million copies were sold in the first 24 hours, setting a new day one PC game sales record and surpassing World of Warcraft's original sales figures.
Can't wait to play.
With Burning Crusade, the shattered world of Outland that was introduced in Beyond the Dark Portal was opened to players. Along with the stunning new areas of this strange world, flying mounts, new battlegrounds, complex boss encounters, and a new level cap of 70 were introduced. In addition, player versus player arenas made their debut and quickly spawned a competitive esports community in World of Warcraft. Professional gaming teams were formed, and much like Warcraft 3, World of Warcraft arena matches soon became anticipated fixtures at BlizzCon and Blizzard's worldwide invitationals. 2 new races were also added to the Horde and the Alliance, Blood Elves and Draenei. Each race had their own distinct lore. The Burning Crusade's main villain was Illidan, a wayward night elf whose thirst for power would present players with their greatest challenge yet.
You are not prepared.
Carrying on World of Warcraft's tradition of an ever-expanding world, Illidan's final stand was released in the Black Temple patch. Over the following year, other patches introduced a host of new content, from guild banks to the troll warlord Zul'jin and his diabolical fortress of Zul-Aman. These additions culminated in the Fury of the Sunwell patch, which included a sprawling new Sunwell Plateau dungeon, where players could face the Burning Legion's ruthless leader, Kil'jaeden the Deceiver. Outside the game, Warcraft expanded into a number of different mediums. In 2007, the World of Warcraft trading card game was released. The TCG was the newest addition to a long line of Warcraft products, including highly detailed figures. This tradition of quality merchandise would continue with more exciting releases in the years to come. But the driving force behind these products remained World of Warcraft. For the game's next expansion, one of the franchise's most infamous characters would take center stage. An undead terror whose creation in Warcraft 3 began a legacy of pain and suffering on Azeroth, the Lich King. At BlizzCon 2007, the Wrath of the Lich King expansion was officially announced. Tonight! In the year that followed, developers worked feverishly on what they hoped would be World of Warcraft's most groundbreaking expansion yet. In addition to raising the level cap to 80, Wrath of the Lich King would invite adventurers to the frozen continent of Northrend and introduce Warcraft's first hero class, the Death Knight. A new technique called phasing, where certain areas change based on what quests a player has completed, was also put to use. Phasing had come about in the Burning Crusade. From its innocuous discovery, the scope of World of Warcraft changed forever. On November 13th, 2008, Wrath of the Lich King was released. One-day sales rose to over 2.8 million copies, trouncing the Burning Crusade's previous record. After the release, active players jumped to over 11.5 million, a population greater than that of Greece. Wrath of the Lich King's stream of content patches presented new game mechanics, such as dual spec and UI improvements. These patches also allowed players to unearth the mysteries of the ancient Titan city of Ulduar, prove their worth at the Argent Tournament and Crusaders Colosseum, and finally face the Lich King in the frigid halls of Icecrown Citadel. By Wrath of the Lich King's release, World of Warcraft had firmly established itself as a pop culture phenomenon. TV shows such as PBS, Stargate Atlantis, and South Park referenced him. In 2006, World of Warcraft TV spots began airing that featured the likes of William Shatner, Ozzy Osbourne, and Mr. T. 2006 was also the year that Blizzard announced a Warcraft movie in the works. By 2010, players had succeeded in storming Icecrown Citadel and ending the Lich King's reign of terror. At long last, one of Azeroth's greatest foes was vanquished. But the world was not destined to enjoy lasting peace. As players braved the frozen wastes of Northrend, developers were hard at work crafting the game's most ambitious expansion to date, Cataclysm. Instead of adding an entirely new continent or world like previous expansions, this time, Azeroth itself would be transformed. Deathwing, a corrupted dragon aspect whose character had been developed in previous fiction and games, would emerge as the force responsible for Azeroth's violent alteration. Building on game mechanics from previous expansions, Cataclysm would feature new professions, more robust phasing elements and story progression, and two new races, the cursed Worgen of Gilneas and the embattled goblins of the Bilgewater Cartel. With Cataclysm, Warcraft is once again on the cusp of a new age, carrying on the tradition of innovation established over a decade ago with orcs and humans. Yet, despite the radical events about to unfold on Azeroth, the story of Warcraft's valiant heroes and captivating realms has only just begun.
What I do here at Blizzard, I spend about half my time trying to keep the servers up and running smoothly. There's always crazy issues that pop up that need to be figured out.
How do you suddenly, having played the game and thought a lot about how the combat systems work, and as a player, you know, all these things like, oh, my heal works this way and my melee spells work that way and all this stuff, and suddenly, well, now they really work this way and they really work that way, because I'm actually looking at the code and going, oh, that's what they do. That's how the data's built. You know, obviously, as an engineer, I thought, well, if I wanted to build WoW, how would I do it? And of course, I was completely wrong.
We were trying to finish a dungeon in a couple of raid nights. Like, we only had 2 nights a week to raid with the raid group that I raid with, and that wasn't really enough time to finish the dungeon. So I started asking myself, you know, why do people have to finish a dungeon in just 1 week? Why can't we let people finish the dungeon over 2 weeks instead? And so I ended up talking to design about that, and they thought it was a good idea, and eventually I got that into the game.
Well, one of the things that does sometimes get in the way it is that balance, and every now and then the player in me sometimes speaks a little too loudly. We'll say it that way. So sometimes we see some changes coming for like classes, and I go, wait, you can't do that. That would completely break the class. And of course it's not going to completely break the class, but fear change, we really we get so, we invest ourselves so heavily in our characters in the game that, we really resist changes, and every now and then I fall subject to that, passionate.
Every time I add a feature, I personally go on the forums and read almost everything I possibly can about the feature I just added. Even if I didn't design the feature, I would go up there and read.
You have to don the flame retardant suit every now and then. There's always useful discussion. Even when there's lots of trollers and lots of flames, somebody somewhere has usually got something worth saying.
So a while back, I was leveling up an alt with my family. There were 4 of us. When we went to do a dungeon, we need a 5th person. We ended up trying to use LFG, but we'd almost never find anybody. So when design wanted to overhaul the LFG system, I asked if I could work on that. They wanted to increase the number of players in the matchmaking pool by having everybody on an entire battle group be able to play together. I spent the next couple of weeks revising my algorithm, and I finally got something that was reasonably close. It's really nice to be able to iterate on things like that even after the patch has gone live.
World of Warcraft is such a big game. There's so much in it that I can actually put on the player hat and still play the game. I'm not yeah, of course, when things go wrong, yeah, what's X going on here? I see some bad visual, yeah, I make a note of it, I send myself an email. Of course I do. It's inevitable. But it's still, I can keep the player hat on and have a lot of fun with it. And it's amazing.
World of Warcraft is a game about combat. And, when we think about combat, one of the fighter archetypes that you think about is the kung fu artist, the martial artist. I mean, it's just a natural for a game that has combat at its center. And obviously the Pandaren, that's the place we're going to do kung fu. So it was almost no question when we decided to do this expansion that we were going to do monks. We were going to have a martial artist class because that's what the fighting is all about.
To be honest, I don't think there was really much debate at all going into Pandaria that the monk was going to be the new class.
As we talked about the monk, it's kind of the new class. It was just kind of a no-brainer.
If you look back at doing Northrend, Wrath of the Lich King, there was a lot of discussion about the Death Knight, if that was going to be the class. And we really went right up to the end on that before we picked the Death Knight. But really here, once we knew we were doing Pandaria, the monk just stood out as it would be the perfect class to do for this expansion.
Yeah, the monk is a martial arts-based class, and so our backstory for them is with some parallels to the real world. The Pandaren at the time were being oppressed by these ogre-like creatures we call the Mogu, and the Pandaren wanted to rise up against their oppressors, but of course they weren't allowed weapons or things like that, so they developed martial arts as a way of fighting back. It kind of evolved naturally from dance and Tai Chi-like exercises that the monks would do. And they developed this fighting style that helped them to eventually overthrow the Mogu warlords and kind of kick them off of the continent.
We want it to be a very visceral, kind of action-y, one of our more action-y kind of feeling races. We also decided fairly on that we wanted to have, a DPS, a healer, and a tank kind of spec for them to participate in.
We felt the gameplay associated with these modes just felt exactly right. It was a nice contrast, a little more clicky, a little more directed player control than previous other classes, and it just felt like exactly the right idea to run with.
Of course, we have a lot of different melee classes in the game. We have the warrior, we've got the death knight, we've got the rogue, which is probably the most similar to the monk. But it's very important for us that the monk have a very different feel. And so while the rogue is all about sneaking around and backstabbing and doing dastardly stuff, the monk is really much more up in your face. There's a lot of movement involved. So it ends up feeling very different.
Everybody's scheming to which character they're going to devote to that, which one they're going to throw over into monk so that they can go fight. I predict there'll be a lot of fist fights in the game right away.
What's funny is that as we developed Warcraft over time, especially the Pandaren kit over time, kind of started with brewmasters, right? Shen Stormstout was, this brewmaster is big keg over his shoulder.
Once you say Pandaren and monk at the same time, it's like, okay, now a lot of the things are going to kind of start to come together as a kit to actually make sense, So the Pandaren brewmaster, that's something that's kind of a signature piece within the World of Warcraft universe, and so one of the trees ends up being the brewmaster tree.
Their love of beer and of brewing is one of the core parts of Pandaren culture. But
we decided to focus on the Brewmaster as specifically a tank spec, in terms of they're the stout, hardy monk tank.
The DPS melee spec is called the Windwalker. They kind of emphasize fast movements and getting across the battlefield and punching someone in the face. And then they have a healer, which is called the Mistweaver. And the healer heals primarily by manipulating the spiritual world and the outer world, and also with the wise medicine persona.
The healers are a little more traditional. They have mana, but they're still up in the front, kicking and punching and doing their thing. A lot of location-style healing, a lot of target this guy, and there's an area effect of heal. There's a lot of just really cool, interesting mechanics coming with the monk.
Almost every race can be a monk. Our fiction there is that as the Horde and the Alliance have discovered Pandaria, the Pandaren themselves have kind of spread through the rest of the world and started educating everyone from humans to Forsaken and how to be a monk. At the time, only Worgen and Goblin can't be a monk. That may be something we revisit in the future. Partially, that was due to the way we told their stories, which kind of happened in the past, so there wasn't a great opportunity for the Pandaren to show up many years ago in Gilneas. And partially, we thought it didn't fit the flavor of those races. The Worgen are very feral and primal and bestial and not really known for their inner focus. And the same is true of the Goblins. They're more about manipulating the system rather than kind of being one with nature. We know that this is not a class where players expect to see a lot of really flashy spell effects, and for the most part, we didn't want them using a lot of really gigantic weapons. So that meant that to make monks feel cool and to look awesome in combat, they needed a lot of really different animations.
Really looking up front at kung fu movies and different martial arts styles, and we have people on the team who are really into martial arts. And looking at that stuff, we realized that we wanted to make it so that when you see it, even if, whether you're a martial arts pro or you've never seen this stuff before, it feels right to you. You don't go like, well, that's like somebody's just making some stuff up and trying to make it work. So the biggest thing for us was, how do we take what exists and use the pieces that'll keep it identifiable, but add, like anything, the WoW spin to it, so it's our own martial arts style. The monk is its own thing.
It's been really difficult trying to get the same animations onto all the player races. We've transferred them onto each race and gender, and we go in and carefully polish those animations because sometimes the transfers don't come in as clean. This is like the first time we've actually provided animations for a class, whereas all the other animations that we have in game are for all classes. So this one was a little trickier because we had to be very careful as to, okay, they gotta look really good on all of the player races. So we try to make sure that when we're putting it on the character, that it still feels like you have an undead character. They're hunched over a bit. So we try to keep that hunched look on them, because if we don't, then they look more human. We definitely make sure that we're very careful with each race.
So when it came to doing the monks, we really figured out that we usually have a few effects, a few animations that we add for a new class, just to give it flavor and really help them stand apart from a lot of the other classes that we've done in the past.
From our standpoint, for the effects, this is the first time where it's really focused on hand-to-hand combat, martial arts, and so our job is to come up with effects that go along with everything that they do. If it's a flying kick, is there a big dragon flying along with them? Yes, there is. Giving a visual language to how they fight, it's a lot of work and a lot of figuring out, and everybody knew they wanted it to be awesome, but what awesome looks like is pretty subjective, so it's been a long job figuring out what they'll look like. What's not going to be too much in your face when you're in a dungeon with 500 other pandas and they're all fighting and you've got all this effects flying in your face, so it's a balance that we're also trying to strike.
Even as kids playing Dungeons and Dragons, the monk was always one of the really fun classes, right? Just evoked, at once the idea of this very serene, wise, holy man kind of thing with just all the badassness of like Bruce Lee, Kung Fu, just hyper dynamic combat. I mean, you put those two flavors together, with the strong sense for adventure, and it's just a really compelling character kit.
New classes are really exciting. We know a lot of players. Gives them a good chance to come back. Gives them a chance to roll a low-level Pandaren because now they have a new class they can try it at the same time. Shakes things up a little bit, which I think helps to keep it fresh.
I really hope that players who are all up on a monk get to feel really much more engaged in the combat, really standing toe-to-toe and just really able to fight creatures in a new kind of cool way. I think if players kind of really feel that the combat is fast and fun with a lot of exciting decisions to make about your abilities, that we've succeeded with the monk class.
So a challenge mode is the concept of doing a dungeon with a timer.
Essentially the incorporation of the idea of time trials into the World of Warcraft.
The idea is to complete the dungeon as fast as possible. It's a race.
Challenge mode version of the dungeon, it says, we are going to pit our expertise at doing this dungeon against everybody else. This is a completely level playing field, and you just gotta go.
Imagine you've already done this dungeon a number of times. You know the layout pretty good, killed all the bosses. The next thing for you to do really is to figure out how quick can you do the dungeon. I think most players feel like that's what kind of happens inherently. They decide, oh, I want to do however many dungeons tonight. The faster I do them, the more I can get.
And so we use that as an inspiration. You know, we really realize that it can be a lot of fun to have time pressure, something that you ordinarily do, right? Like going through a dungeon. It can completely transform the experience to have time pressure associated with it, where now you've got to do it in a hurry.
You can beat the dungeon in heroic mode, but can you beat the dungeon in 15 minutes?
Suddenly you start playing differently, right? You start taking risks that you wouldn't ordinarily take. In a dungeon, you might start to pull multiple groups at the same time. It becomes very important to make sure that you don't have anybody die, because that really slows you down, right? It goes beyond just the inconvenience of dying. The inconvenience of dying.
We have to move through this as fast as possible. We have to clear, we have to kill the boss, we have to find neat ways of creating efficiencies as we play the game.
You won't get loot from challenge modes. There's no stopping for loot, so there's none of that. Anybody who's done the Amani Warbear remembers the drama of, but I want to loot, but we got 15 seconds, go, 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 go.
The concept here that we're really kind of trying to get to is competitive PvE.
This is kind of us dipping our toe into competitive PvE, which is something we haven't done a lot before. It's very important to the community. We want to have leaderboards for challenge modes, so you can compare yourself to your friends.
Where you'll be able to look at your guildmates and your friends' scores and their best times on each of the individual dungeons. And for the really hardcore, really competitive folks, we'll have realm-wide or region-wide leaderboards even.
An important aspect about challenge modes is that they're based on skill. They're not based on item progression that you might have done up to this point. So because of that, we're normalizing the gear across the board. What that essentially means is that when you enter the dungeon, we're deciding what the item level is that's appropriate for this dungeon, and we set all your gear to that level.
The real interesting part is the first thing that any meleeer is going to say is, oh my goodness, you can't take away my expertise in hit. I'm specifically crafted my character so that I have exactly the hit and expertise I need. Guess what? We're going to be smart about it and not reduce those stats. We know the stats you want. We know the stats you need. For example, in the case of expertise and hit, say you've got some extra crit lying around. We're going to take the points away from crit so that it's balanced, so that the people who don't care about hit, like say your healers, they'll just get reduced overall, pretty much straight across the board. Whereas like the casters who need a certain percentage of hit, we know that number. We'll make sure you get there, assuming you're there. We're not going to give you hit. We call it a smart stat reduction. We'll just reduce your stats accordingly.
So everyone's on an even playing field at that point. It really just comes down to how quick can you kill everything and get that final time. So when you're doing this content 3 patches down the line, you're still going to be at the same power level. Now granted, your skill will probably increase, which means times will be getting quicker, but it's not going to be based on your gear. It's going to be based on your skill.
As we're looking at it, we really realize that, the level of difficulty of something like this can vary greatly depending on the player. So you have players that are top-notch PvE professionals practically that'll blast through and they'll optimize every single little different part of it. And you'll have your other more casual players that will go through it and they'll still be pressured by it and it'll transform their gameplay. But at the same time, we have to be able to reward them too. Right? So we look at this concept and we start to realize that it lends itself very well to prestige rewards, cosmetic rewards, that kind of stuff.
There will be gold, silver, and bronze rewards based on how quickly you run the dungeon. And there'll be different rewards for the various badges that you get for completing those levels.
Things like titles, new mount, cosmetic amazing armor that looks like nothing any player has ever seen before. Some of the best stuff of artists have ever done.
Let's say that it's the silver medal. The first time you get a silver medal, you might earn your boots from your challenge mode armor. And the second time you get a silver medal on a different dungeon, now you get your shoulders. And eventually, if you can get silver in every single one of these dungeons, you'll have this full epic armor set. And they really are some of the best armor our artists have ever done.
When the designers came to us and said, okay, we have this idea, we're going to do challenge modes, it's really not going to do anything other than give you the ability to show off the awesome stuff that you got for doing these challenge modes. And so we had that little moment of panic where we all went, yeah, I don't know how we're going to do this, because we don't have any new tech, really. We have belt buckles now, which is awesome. Ultimately, what they ended up doing was there's a there's a series of effects that fire off with each one of these sets. So to give you an example, like the shaman set actually has totems that are part of the shoulders, and they're animated, so there's little faces on them. So when you cast a certain spell or you laugh or emote roar, the little faces actually start to cackle, and there's like fire that shoots out of the top of them, and you're like a one-man fireworks show. The rogue set is, you know, dragon themed, so when you do specific animations or this effects fire off, there's fire that like shoots out of the mouth of the dragon and burns your face off, which is a little bit over the top, but man, if it has to be special, that's where we're going to spend those pennies, and I think we did pretty well.
Now, this armor has no stats on it at all. It is solely there to support the transmogrification feature. So you can imagine a really hardcore player goes and raids and gets their great epic gear from raiding, and then they also go do challenge modes and they get their awesome looking gear, and then they transmogrify their raid gear to look like the challenge gear. So when you see the shaman with these big shoulder pads, you're like, that dude's a badass.
We really took this concept of the time trials and have found a way to integrate it into WoW as a prestige, as a really our first foray into competitive PvE.
We really feel like it's going to bring the concept back of doing a dungeon just with your friends or just with your guildmates. So I think we're excited that we're going to see that side of the game really re-emerge with challenge modes and really complement what we already have.
I'm assuming the feature is as awesome as we predict it's going to be. We'll continue to add additional challenge modes for other dungeons, and as players get better and better, we'll continue to offer higher and higher medals. So you can imagine, much the same way StarCraft eventually adds new brackets.
It's super, super cool, and it should be really exciting and sort of give a competitive element to the dungeon game, which hasn't really previously had that in the way that like the raid game or PvP have those distinct ways of preparing and saying, I'm the king of the hill, I'm the boss.
One of our goals with Mists of Pandaria was we really wanted to create a continent that had a whole life, a whole ecosystem, a whole history and a sense of place of its own. So we really went back, way back, cranked the Wayback Machine and tried to figure out what was happening in Pandaria when the Titans left, what was happening, 15,000 years ago.
Long ago, all the lands that we know and players have seen in Azeroth were all kind of part of Pangaea, right? It was all one big chunk of land. And in the very ancient times, the very, brutal dark race known as the Mogu kind of ruled over this land.
The Mogu were a brutal race, and they enslaved and united Pandaria.
Just ruthlessly conquered the other races, unified the language. You can still see their ruins around the continent today, and you can also see some of their huge buildings that they built with slave labor. They still exist, big golden cities in the center of the continent. So you can still see their legacy.
The Great Wall is one of the big things that you'll see in Pandaria that was Mogu construction. The Vale of Eternal Blossoms, their most sacred place, is of Mogu construction as well.
So if we go back about 12,000 years ago, the Pandaren realized there was an opportunity as the Mogu regime was weakening. They thought, maybe we can actually get the other races together and we can actually have a revolution, overthrow these tyrants.
The Pandaren rose up against the Mogu Empire, and their uprising was actually pretty notable because it wasn't what you typically imagine, where everyone's got weapons and banded together this giant army. It was a group of monks.
All weapons are outlawed. These are all slave races. They're all subservient races. So they had to train in unarmed combat. They had to master how to fight with their fists and how to fight with just implements that farmers or craftsmen would have around, like quarterstaves or something. They were able to, in a long and bloody revolution, they were able to overthrow the Mogu, take over the kingdom, and that's sort of where the Pandaren Empire begins. But immediately they were beset by challenges from all over the world. So one of the principal villains, if we think 12,000 years ago, well, who was in charge in the world? The Zandalari trolls were kind of at the height of their empire in that time. And the Zandalari were allies of the Mogu, and as soon as the revolution happened, the Zandalari amassed their forces and invaded Pandaria in a big way. So the Pandaren found some really interesting ways to fight the trolls. They started befriending the cloud serpents and actually trained them to be mounts that they could ride these into combat against the trolls, and that helped turn the tide of the battle. That helped save the empire and push them back. To this day, the Order of the Cloud Serpent still exists. They still ride these dragons, and if players are smart and clever, they can befriend this order. They can actually train their own Cloud Serpent and ride their own mount with these ancient Pandaren heroes. So now we're looking like 10,000 years ago in Pandaren history. And 10,000 years ago, players might remember this very important event happened. The War of the Ancients happened. And that's when the Night Elves unleashed demons on Azeroth and opened a portal. And it was sort of the first Burning Legion invasion.
You know, the Night Elves' rampant use of magic really just destroyed this Pangea. Their actions resulted in this big, demonic invasion. The land was ripped asunder into the shape of the continents we know in the present day.
Well, the last Pandaren emperor was named Xiao Hao, and most Pandaren emperors, they kind of expected long life, prosperous reign. That's what Xiao Hao expected. So all Pandaren emperors begin their reign by consult the Jinyu water speakers that can put a staff in the rivers, and they can talk to the rivers and hear the future. And at this time, the Jinyu looked into the waters and looked into the future and saw just devastation, the world just exploding, demons everywhere, the continents all shattered. And Xiao Hao realized he had to do something, he had to step up, he had to save Pandaria from the end of the world. He found out that if he could cleanse himself, purify himself, become one with the land, he would have a way of saving Pandaria. So he proceeded on, embarked on a quest to remove all his doubts and his fears and his anger and his hate. And he removed all those negative emotions from himself, kind of buried them in the earth where they're still a part of Pandaria today. He did become one with the land, and it's sort of at 0 hour, as the world was ending, he protected Pandaria. He wrapped it in a cloak of mist and broke the continent off and separated it from the world. And so when the Sundering hit and the rest of the world was shattered, the Pandaren Empire survived and was hidden by these mists for 10,000 years. So he protected his continent, but it was isolated for all that time. And recently, as the curtain opens on the expansion, Mists of Pandaria, those mists collapse. Now, why did that happen? I don't know. That's part of the mystery we're going to figure out in the game. But after 10,000 years of isolation, now Pandaria is part of the world again. So there you have Pandaria. It's separated from the rest of the world by a veil of mist. The Pandarans, for thousands of years, pretty much thought that the rest of the world was destroyed in the Sundering. They thought they were the only thing out there.
Most Pandaren are they're content with their life. They're happy to be farmers. They're happy to brew and drink a beer. They're happy to just sit around and hang out. They don't have a sense for wanting to have excitement and adventure. But every now and then there's a Pandaren who has a thirst for wanting to get out.
A rare breed of Pandaren, the kind of the explorer, comes about. And one Pandaren was named Lu Lang. He looked out over the oceans and he said, I bet there's something out there. I want to find out what's beyond the mists.
So he had the idea of taking one of the turtles off of southern Pandaria and raising it and riding out into the oceans on it.
Sea turtles can always find their way back home, so he knew he had a way back to Pandaria.
And the entire idea was just laughable to everyone in his village, to his family, and it was hard for them to even understand why he would possibly want to leave. There was beer here. There's no beer in the oceans. It doesn't make sense.
Got himself mounted up on this sea turtle and said goodbye to all his friends who all thought he was crazy, and he just sailed out into the oceans beyond the mist to see what was out there. And to Lu Lang's surprise, there's a whole world out there. He came back 5 years later. He says, you guys won't believe it. I found a great big desert. I found these 1,000 stone needles in a great canyon. I found this amazing, amazing stuff. And everyone thought Lu Lang was crazy. It's nothing out there. It was all destroyed. Like, it doesn't matter what you find out there. We're not interested.
They really just thought he was crazy. They didn't really get it. So he eventually left again and went on more adventures. Came back and the turtle was even bigger.
Every few years he'd come back, and every few years the turtle would be bigger. And it kind of became a thing. If you lived on Pandaria during the 10,000 years that it was cloaked in the mists, the sort of Pandaren who had the wanderlust would gather on the beaches, and they'd look out over the mists and they'd wait for the turtle to come. Every few years, a few more people would join him on the back of the turtle. Pretty soon he had a little house on the back of the turtle, a little farm. Then he built a temple. As the turtle grew bigger, they built a little town. They got the brewmasters on board. They got the priests on board. They got the elements on board. Pretty soon, they had a whole kind of self-sufficient colony. And it was a self-selecting colony. It was a group of only the most boldest, sort of most adventurous Pandaren would go to the turtle.
And one day, the turtle just doesn't come back. They have kind of a wandering island of their own, There's no need for loneliness anymore. There's an entire group of Pandaren that are being raised there.
Now, the turtle hasn't been back to Pandaria for many generations. It's almost like a legend that there was a homeland out there. So Lu Lang and the turtle adventured for many, many years together. And eventually, Lu Lang was an old man, and he took his bamboo umbrella that had been with him since his early adventures, and said goodbye to the turtle. And he set down his umbrella in a forest at the top of the turtle, and leaned up against his umbrella and put his hat down over his head, and he fell asleep. And like the emperor of Pandaria, he became one with the land. He became one with the turtle. You can visit that site today. The umbrella has sprouted. It's become a tree. It's got a huge umbrella tree marking the place where Lu Lang passed away. Since that time, no one has spoken to the turtle, and the turtle has never returned to Pandaria. As a matter of fact, when the game opens, if you roll a new Pandaren, the turtle is having a crisis and no one knows why. You've got to speak to the turtle, and you will be the first person to talk to the turtle in generations.
Well, the tale starts many ages ago, on a dark and stormy night in the desert, actually. I was out there with some of my brothers. We were hanging out, having a couple storm stouts, you know. And for some reason, I had left the camp area. I wasn't near the fire. My buddy's all, "Hey, man, aren't you like..." He doesn't actually sound like that. I'm just making the voice. He says, "Aren't you cold?" And I go, "No, I'm fat. I don't get cold." And he goes, "Dude, you're like one of those..." Again, that's not his voice. "You're like one of those panda bears, man." I'm like, "You mean polar bears?" He says, "No, you're a panda bear." And ever since then, I got stuck with that nickname, Panda. I guess because I'm hairy, but not that threatening. Anyways, flash forward years and years later, I had done a Christmas picture of a panda guy sitting on a hill with a young little cub on his shoulder, and that was in tribute to the birth of my daughter. And that was sort of the origins of the Pandaren, and I made that as a picture for my family. And somehow it made its way into work, probably because I brought it in to show some people, and people dug it. And then from then on, it went even further in our Blizzard culture. So we were working on Warcraft 3, and eventually we had an April Fool's where we were talking about a 5th race or something like that, or a 4th race for Warcraft 3. We thought that it would be funny, so Metzen came up with some background. I came up with a couple extra pictures for the Pandaren. They're the new race in Warcraft 3. It was the last race we were going to announce, and we're like, April Fools, everyone's going to get a kick out of this and laugh. And it was weird because everyone really liked it and said, "Oh, that'll be fantastic. Where did they come from?" Guys, this was a joke. And a lot of people were upset that it was a joke, and a lot of people really liked it. So eventually, Warcraft 3 The Frozen Throne came around, and we made Chen Stormstout as a Pandaren Brewmaster hero for the expansion, and people really dug him. And from there on, in WoW, there was Chen's Empty Keg quest. I mean, there's just been little snippets of kind of Pandaren stuff thrown into specifically the Warcraft universe, and people have always kind of liked it. And I like to say that it almost had that kind of Boba Fett feel, where everyone really liked that character, even though he had 2 minutes of screen time and never really said anything. So Pandarens might not be as cool as Boba Fett, but they're close. And in a battle, who would win? I don't know. I don't think Chen would fall into the Sarlacc pit. Nah. Later.
So the talent system is probably one of the most significant existing gameplay mechanics that we're changing with Mists of Pandaria. And I think that one is extremely important because, you know, looking back at it, you know, and knowing really what we were trying to get out of it to start with, which was that we wanted every player to feel like their character of their class was a little bit different or meaningfully different than some other player of the exact same class.
The talent system was the main way you're supposed to customize your character so that your mage feels different from the other mage, standing next to you. And then you can kind of debate, oh, well, do you like this talent point or this talent point? And we were at a part of the game where whether players went PvP or PvE, their talent trees were very, very similar, maybe with a couple of points here and there that were different.
In Cataclysm, we introduced the concept of your first talent point means something. So you would get a very significant gameplay choice of, am I a Shadow Priest, am I a Discipline Priest, or am I a Holy Priest? And it really mattered because you got a lot of abilities that were core. And then we had restrictions in place where you had to spend a lot of points in that tree before you could branch out.
With 51 talent points, going all the way deep, we realized that most of them actually weren't that interesting, that there weren't actually real choices, that by adding more and more talents and more points to spend on those talents, we still weren't really creating compelling or interesting gameplay.
There are talents in the talent tree that you have to take. And if you don't take them, it's not a sign of your character's customization. It's a broken character that is not going to be competitive or even able to do their job. If you miss an important button as a tank, you may not be able to survive a boss fight. If you miss an important button as a healer, you're just not going to be able to heal or to reproduce mana.
And after that, it was really kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And players were really just going to websites to figure out, well, what's the optimal way to play the Fury spec? Or, what's the best way to tank as a prop warrior? And so they'd go through and just fill in their talents exactly the way, some genius on the internet told them to figure it out.
So Cataclysm revamp worked okay. It kind of fixed the problems we wanted to fix a little bit. It wasn't super exciting for players. They just felt like, well, you're taking stuff away and not really giving us anything in return. And yeah, simple is better, but all of us agreed, designers and players alike, that somewhere there is a really cool talent model. We just haven't hit on it yet.
So we started to think about, well, what are the fundamental problems with the talent system that got us to that point? So we really started to realize that you didn't need as many different things in there to make good choices. And in fact, in a lot of ways, having so many things in there made them so unbalanceable that they were inherently not going to be able to be a choice.
When we decided that the 51 points that trees had gotten completely out of hand a couple of years ago, we wanted to do something drastic at the time, but we weren't quite willing to take that huge step, to take that huge risk, and just pull it all out at that point in development. But for Mists, we really pretty much knew we wanted to do it from the start.
And we started to realize that, we really need to allow you to be able to make choices between talents that are apples to apples comparisons. So you'd be able to look at a talent and say, oh, well, this talent's intended to keep me alive. And I can weigh that against this other talent that's intended to keep me alive in a different way, or this other talent that's able to keep me alive in a different way. At that point, you're able to really kind of evaluate, well, I know what these talents are for, and I can really choose against them in this new talent system.
So we took that and built that out into the entire tree. By forcing 6 rows of 3 talents each, players are forced to make hard choices within each row. And we can be much more confident and comfortable in the balance within that system, within those rows. And there are actually quite a number of permutations for players to differentiate themselves from each other, far, far more than you'd ever see today. 2 arms warriors standing next to each other in Mists will be far more different from each other than 2 arms warriors standing next to each other today.
And what's more, because the system is relatively simple with only 6 tiers, we think it'll be a lot easier for players to kind of wrap their head around the total package of talents they can get and to switch them. So we really like the idea that you've been playing your rogue for a long time, you've been raiding or whatever, and your rogue's just going to play the same he always plays. So tonight you're going to switch around some of your talents, and now your crowd control abilities, maybe your survivability buttons, maybe even some of your core rotational buttons will be a little different, which we hope will kind of keep it fresh for players.
I feel like with the new talent system, you can really dive into your character and experience some of those moments that we had 7 or 8 years ago when we first introduced the talent system, and people would argue day after day about what the spec was, because really at the time it hadn't all been figured out. And that's sort of the magic of what a talent system is supposed to bring. And that's the magic that we really believe the new talent system can bring.
We do the big dramatic thing really well, right? We blow things up better than anybody. But this one has a spirit and a humor that we haven't quite seen.
We had never really done this much comedy or martial arts before. But at the same time, we really wanted to try and make all of the actions very character-driven.
This cinematic is different in that we put a little bit more emphasis on storytelling, you know, like a little short film.
We really tried to pull the characters into a much more immersed environment and tell a story through action.
We were trying to figure out a way that we could tell this story a little more intimately than things we've done in the past. I mean, for example, Cataclysm was just, you know, epic destruction, hugeness, right? This, we wanted to do something that was more character-driven.
Wrath of the Lich King and Cataclysm, they were all very epic and serious. And this one, get some of that Warcraft humor and, you know, lightness.
We really ended up going back to the WoW, you know, base DNA of Warcraft 1, you know, orcs versus humans. So that seemed just a natural thing to do.
And it had a bit of a naval theme, and that's something that we just haven't done. Or at least not since, what is it, Tides?
In so many ways, it harkens back to a first teaser we did for Warcraft 3. And it was just this sense of like this third-party agency inserting itself into our conflict. This is about red and blue, damn it, who are you? And in so many ways, the intro for Pandaria kind of echoes that, right? Red and blue just going at it, just hate them. You know, these guys are not going to have lunch later on. And then to have, you know, Shen jump into the mix, right? Just pop, 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 you know, kind of school them both. What an amazing full circle. The Mists of Pandaria opening is just a mile marker of how far we've come.
Yeah, this one's a little different. We are definitely reaching a little farther out of our normal purview for these kind of cinematics to sort of reach for a stylized look and feel.
This time around, we really try to put a lot of focus on the pre-production phase, trying to come up with as many design calls and exploration in the very beginning of the project.
So what we did was we had what we call a blue sky design period of 2 weeks where we had the artists just kind of go crazy.
The idea behind it was that any artist on the team, whoever wanted to work on the stuff, they would get the basic guidelines of what the cinematic was going to be, and then they were just allowed to do whatever they want, total freeform. Everything was okay, you know, throwing everything in the kitchen sink, and maybe some things were really pushed, and then we might have to pull back or whatever to find the exact design that was right.
We ended up with more concepts on this show out of the character, out of the set and the environment and the effects than I think any other Blizzard show that we've had.
When I was told that I would be involved in pre-production, and I came home, I was Friday night when I told my wife about this great opportunity, and she's like, oh, we should start working right now. So she took her 5D camera, and we kind of built a costume at home from whatever we had. We took some of the stuff from the Christmas tree, from whatever we had to build some of the accessories. I'm like, it's all good, it doesn't have to be perfect, I'm gonna use this as a base to make a paint over on top of it. Certain elements served as inspiration for the final characters.
I remember when we were doing our blue sky period, there was one piece that came out that really sang to me, and it was a piece that was done by one of our concept artists, Matthias Verhessel. He just did this really epic, fully fleshed out piece. You could look at a leaf and it felt like it had style and attitude, or a cloud, it's got style and attitude. And that one, to me, it just, when I saw that, I'm like, okay, this is the direction we got to go. And this could be a blueprint for feeding into the design language of everything else.
Then after 2 weeks, we basically had a gallery showing, you know, where we put all the art up on cards and we put it all around in one of our conference rooms and just invited everyone to come in, check it out. We really should have had wine and cheese. We'll do that next time. But we also had the game team come in, and with them we started to sift through all of these ideas.
It had a lot of visual cues to what could work and what would not work at all, which is something that you always want to have a good idea for what direction you want to take.
We were looking for something that Blizzard could call a new Blizzard style, because we love to do hyper detail. What if we did that on very stylized geometry?
If we start doing realistic stuff, there's no point even, why don't we get a real human, right?
We didn't want to go as styled as the game, but we wanted to find like a nice mix between the kind of realism, hyper-real type thing, and the stylistic approach that the game has.
So the geometry said, I am not a real human being. But the detail said, I am organic, I am alive.
So that brought in new challenges as we wanted to push the detail of the characters, but at the same time keep them more dynamic and cartoony.
So then we had to go have the conversation with the game team where we said, everything else has to be like this, right? The other characters have to conform to this sort of style. The environment has to be stylized. Even our animation style, we're going to have to explore something that fits, that's maybe a little more classic animation based than some of the sort of, hyper real, always trying for reality things that we've done with some of our other shows. And the game team was like, yes, that we agree. Let's do that. Of paramount importance on this show, given that it's a character piece, was that we were going to have great characters that could carry their own on screen.
In the past, we had done a lot of things where we make a choice for the sake of making something look cool. We wanted to get away from that. We wanted to have a dedicated reason for everything that we do. One of the aspects of that that's very important is to set up a series of documentation that's going to be a guideline for everyone else on the production.
We would actually try and make up a life story or make up a bio for that certain character to explain why he looks the way he looks now.
We do a full description of the character, say for example the human. He's a ship's captain. He's very agile. He's kind of like a born survivor.
Someone that would try to throw dirt in your eye if that would help him win the fight.
And the guy is obviously been living on the ship for most of his life.
Suntan sort of older type of guy, a little bit past his prime.
The human character really drove the design of the show, actually. WoW itself is a very stylized game. And so we thought, let's do that. Let's design a guy that belongs in the World of Warcraft. We just knew this was a character that we could do a ton of great stuff with.
The orc is pretty funny because he's very reactive. It's reaction before thought.
This shipwreck was very personal to him, and he's upset from the beginning. A lot of his comrades had died on that ship, and he's very angry about it, and doesn't subside really the entire time.
He's big and a little slow looking, but if he manages to land one blow, you'll probably be in some serious trouble.
And so the human tries to use that against him, and definitely the panda uses that against him.
The orc was definitely a challenging character to work on because he doesn't have clothes on, and you see his anatomy.
And we had to come up with new systems to how to create muscle deformation, flexing, things that we didn't have to tackle as closely before.
And so now he looks pretty big. He communicates his presence, and he's ready to tear stuff up.
It's kind of funny, actually, because initially it wasn't going to be Chen. We were going to do 3 original characters.
We did many different versions, some younger, some like the version we like was a little wiser and older.
Kind of an emperor sort of look.
He was supposed to be kind of more grizzled, kind of a veteran type character.
The old kung fu master Pandaren that was kind of in, a little bit more tattered robes with the kind of crazier eyebrows.
But then when we go to the meeting and we are going to present the whole thing, the whole artwork, we played the animatic again.
It was, great reaction, and Samwise Didier was with us, and he saw it for the first time and said, "Oh, was that Chen? That was so cool." And we said, "Well, no, actually, we were doing 3 original characters." And he was like, "Oh, I thought it was Chen. Oh, why couldn't it be Chen?" And so we started talking about it, and ultimately it was like, well, hell yeah, why couldn't it be Chen?
Ah, greetings, my friend.
Because he was in Warcraft 3, He's the only Pandaren that I'm aware of that's traveled outside of Pandaria, that's gone to Azeroth, to other lands. So, he's an adventurer. He's a really sort of friendly guy in a way. My feeling is that after the cinematic ends, they got really drunk, all three of them,
Have one on the house.
We ended up taking a more stylized and exaggerated approach to the look of the film and to the look of the animation. It's kind of the same approach that like Disney has taken all the way back to the 1930s. They decided that they wanted to make something clear and entertaining.
We've got a lot of squash and stretch and very exaggerated movements, that kind of thing, starts and stops,
With the snappier timing, they were able to hold these poses longer, which would give the audience time to read their expressions.
So we kind of had to interrupt the fight for just a moment, look at their face, and then go back to the fight. We take all the emotional beats of the story and draw really detailed, really expressive facial expressions for all those moments. We call that a model sheet, and that gives us an idea if the character will work in all those different places.
We wanted their faces to have great readability and to work really well with the animation. That's something that we consciously made choices of this time, like these have to work well in animation.
Putting a layer of controls on the face so that the animators could hit those expressions was a must.
We created a new facial system for this show that actually mimics the muscles in the face, where in the past it was a much more sculptural approach.
And with Chen, the extra challenge was we were going to pile a bunch of fur on top of his face, right? So we found that we would have to push the animation farther than we normally would have. That you'd do it and you'd say, oh, that looks pretty broad. Then you put the fur on and you go, where'd my animation go? We're not looking to go into the uncanny valley. We're not looking to be real, but we're looking to be truthful, right? And that's why the video reference was so important to us, was because it gave us that chance to mine for little truths, little naturalisms.
We had to take the storyboards and sort of plus it and come up with new moves that worked in actual 3D space and in live action. If it could work in live action, it would definitely work in 3D, so that was a great test.
We knew we wanted to make this a cool fight. We wanted it to be fun. And we initially thought that we weren't going to be able to take care of all that business ourselves, that we might need a fight choreographer to come in and help us through some of the hard stuff. But it just dragged on long enough, the search for that person, that we got to the point where we'd shot a lot of stuff and we were having a lot of fun. At some point we just kind of said, yeah, we'll just do it. We'll just finish it ourselves,
We took that in and sort of distilled the performance down to its main ingredients. We figured out what were the most main important actions, what's really important gags, really important moves, and then we took everything else out.
Jeremiah Johnson is one of our modelers. He's also very good at being an orc, it turns out. He really brought a lot of the wounded pathos to the character that I was excited about.
We had him act out the shot where the orc runs into the statue. We set up a pad and we put it up against the wall, and we asked him to run into the pad as hard as he could.
He really gave it his all.
Action.
Holy He so gave it his all. He broke one of the walls in our innocence room.
The hole in the wall was not my fault. I was just doing what I was told to do.
From an environment design standpoint of view, the cinematic more than others, we really try to go stylized a lot into what the game development team has been doing.
We had one big vista shot towards the end that was actually really fun to work on, and we started with the game geo, and we called out different landmarks that we liked in the geo, and then we started building on top of that. But what's really cool about it is you can really look at that shot, and if you're familiar with the area in the game, you can really call out like, hey, I've been there. Oh, that building exists as well. It's just in a higher fidelity form.
Previous ones, especially Cataclysm, had a lot more variations in the settings. This is quite a bit more intimate, and I think more attention has to be paid to the details in that case, because you're going to see so much more of it.
We actually went out with a full camera set, and we took HDR images of the environment supervisor, Seth, on the scene with us, dressed like the captain with the navy coat and the white shirt, and he actually dunked himself into the ocean, which is really crazy because it's super cold that morning. And we're able to shoot a lot of great footages that we can use for texturing references and also lighting references. We don't simply just take a photo and apply to the character and the environment. We actually go over with a paintbrush and do these custom paintings to make these almost more illustrative.
So everything feels really like a magical place and dreamlike in the fog and everything.
It started off very foggy, very monotone foggy things. And the challenge is to how to bring the color into that foggy environment, and at the same time become sunny like spring, and everything become beautiful.
Basically, the fog, the atmosphere is almost a character. We have like a couple of different versions of the fog. There's the fog that's just sort of a ground fog through the whole cinematic, that's sort of low-lying, almost dry ice character. And then when Chen appears, he sort of has a magical connection with the fog, I guess, and he sort of swirls around himself into this sort of whirlwind.
We were even talking about potentially taking the effects more towards the game. The game's effects are very stylized.
We had the fog literally going in spirals and things like that. That turned out to be way too stylized. What we ended up with was about 20% stylistic and about 80% letting just the natural fluid dynamics laws take control.
Those little bugs you see flying around, if you zoom in, that's StarCraft 2 Zerg flying around. I happen to be working on StarCraft 2 at the same time, so I just took the same model from Mutalisks, Overseers, and Overlords, and Corruptors, and put them in the World of Warcraft.
Every show, we basically try to one-up ourselves. And with that comes unique situations and challenges that we have.
We had a new way of doing cloth on this show, and it was really exciting. It was a big step forward for us because in the past we would actually model cloth.
We moved into something called pattern-based system where we develop all the clothing just like you would develop a real piece of cloth.
They'll look more real because they'll have real seams where they're supposed to.
And we even went to the garment district and bought a whole bunch of materials and compared how materials drape.
And we got a hat, and we got a lion mask that we cut up and painted to look like a panda mask.
And we shot them in different poses, and we shot how the cloth will react, how the hats will react.
So that we could see how the fabric would move when you jumped around in it.
The hair for Chen was probably the most, it was the most challenging hair groom we've done to date.
We had not done that level of fur before. I think it's been tremendously successful at some great cost to poor Jeremiah, who's been placing all that hair.
The amount of hair in Olive Kane's hair groom and in Leah's hair groom all fit into this amount of space on the panda.
He had to go in and individually lay in all these follicles. I don't even know how many follicles it was, an insane number.
Like Leia, for instance, she had on the order of like 2,200 follicles. For Chen, just his head had about 33,000. This actually came up before with Cataclysm when we thought we were going to do a Worgen, and we ended up canceling the Worgen in favor of just mass destruction.
So we had like multiple hair systems that all had to be integrated on that same face. So it was a huge undertaking.
And that has been an experience. Our first initial shots of pushing the hair through the system brought down a good portion of the Blizzard campus as far as its network capability.
In general, I mean, this has been a really interesting experience for us just because of being able to do something a little bit different.
We all had to step outside our boxes of what we normally do and learn a lot of new techniques. And because of this, I think that we can even bring some of these techniques back into that hyper-realistic animation that we do on the other projects.
I like that the characters didn't take themselves too seriously, and I like that we were able to kind of build characters that
showed that.
We love these characters so much. We've fallen in love with them. We hope we can do something else with them sometime because, they're just so cool.
And I think that piece just absolutely encapsulates everything that we want to say, about this chapter.
For my kind, the true question is, what is worth fighting for?战火为何而燃？秋叶为何而落？天性不可夺，吾辈心中亦有祸。为谁握？护国安邦惩奸恶，道法自然除心魔。战无休而祸不息，吾辈何以为战
？I think the best way that I could characterize what's really excited me about this project is that it's so different from the last one. We just came off of Cataclysm, where we had to take a world we all love and destroy it. With Pandaria, we have almost a return to the wonder of discovering a new place
To introduce a land of peace and beautiful characters and characters that have wisdom and insight is really nice to work on because it really couldn't come at a more appropriate time.
With this expansion, I really feel like we're giving the players something that I know that they want to see. The race, the characters, the zones expanded upon. That just feels awesome because to me it feels like a slam dunk. I can't help but like it.
The game has been out for quite a while, and so there's a lot of people who really know what the sound of WoW is. And so I think the most difficult thing is to make sure that every sound that you put in there actually fits into the world.
So with that comes an extremely large amount of content and a large responsibility for all of us to tell the story well, fluidly, and beautifully.
As is everything at Blizzard, it's a team effort, and it's been just a really rewarding process.
So there's three main components that sound is usually thinking about going into a game. We have the sound design, the VO, and the music.
Well, as always, the game itself is our #1 inspiration. And it starts with the concept art, it starts with the lore. It's all provided a backdrop for our musical storytelling. So when our composers are preparing to record music for a game, they do a concept session, not unlike concept art. In trying to come up with what the palette would be, if you will, for the music, we made a few assumptions early on, and one of those was that we wanted an Asian overlay, but wanted to maintain this sense of a film score style, an epic feeling that permeates the rest of Azeroth.
Yeah, I saw a lot of the levels, the areas that the players were going to be walking around in, and it was just gorgeous. And I immediately got ideas as to what I wanted to do to try to kind of create a whole new world sonically to go with the visual.
We listened to film scores, we listened to things that we liked, and among them, there was a mini-series called Wild China that was very influential to us.
The Last Emperor, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Hero.
The Last Samurai was an excellent example. I mean, Hans Zimmer really successfully melded in all these authentic instruments.
As far as the instruments go and where we found out about them, a lot of the stuff I had heard in other music, but I hadn't actually worked with the instruments before.
The way we used instruments from a Chinese heritage was to just help us add that overlay, that feel on top of the Warcraft sound that made it specific to Pandaria. So we learned a lot about not only how to write for those specific instruments, but how to be more agile and flexible in terms of thinking differently in our writing.
So there was a lot of research involved and understanding the ranges of the instruments and what sounded best with them.
For the Erhu, the Pipa, the Guzhong, and the Dizi, they have certain limitations which are not limitations at all. It's just the way the instrument has been. And so you've got us movie score fans writing from, the lowest low to the highest high, make it soar. Yeah, this instrument doesn't play those notes.
So it was a lot of fun to dive into it and learn about them.
Melding that Asian overlay of instrumentation with a Western writing style is sometimes a bit of a challenge to make that fit.
We've been recording with the Northwest Symphonia and Chorus in Seattle since the Burning Crusade. It's a great experience, it's a great orchestra.
We record the music in this deconsecrated chapel that's now part of a university. So it has a architecture that's got a lot of stone and a lot of wood. The ceiling is 62 feet tall, I believe. So it's a very reverberant space. There's a lot of character that's added to the recording from the room itself.
The best part of the process is getting to hear the orchestra play the music for the first time. Been slaving over it for months. And finally you get there and hear everyone play it, and it's just the best part because it takes it so much further.
Since it was once a chapel, my connection is that it's an old sound. It's a sound that I think is as timeless as we want World of Warcraft to be.
So one of the main components of the music is the choral element.
Along with the orchestra, we recorded a 32-voice choir. We record the choir 3 times to give the effect of 96 voices, but with each successive pass, we use microphones that are further away, which adds a depth and detail without losing clarity.
Sometimes when we record, we record things in sections, so we're able to isolate certain things, certain sounds. Not quite a traditional approach, it's not like you would record classical music, but in our case, just because we're approaching it a little differently, a little bit different of a sound, we'll tend to record things in different sections.
There's a process towards the end of the musical project for any of the games, and that is the final mix. That's all the tracks, and they all come together, and it's all got to feel like the Warcraft universe. The mixing process is the last step and the last opportunity to adjust for that. One of the things that's really helped me in doing this part of the project is I work closely with the sound designers.
We put a lot of effort and time into the sound design, which goes into the games.
The World of Warcraft design team does come to us and give us direction and input on how they want their game to sound.
The collaboration process with sound and the game teams is very organic, very creative.
We didn't really have any restraints in the sound design.
I think they kind of leave it up to us to let us work our creative magic, and then we'll put it in the game, and hopefully everyone's happy with it.
Typically we start with the ambience. It's kind of the base coat for a zone and for an area. Kind of sets the mood and the immersion.
These sounds never stop. It's the one part of the soundtrack that is always playing.
With the ambiences this time around, because again they're farmers and masons and jewelers, we wanted all of Pandaria, the new zones in the expansion, to sound like something that you would hear on a really awesome vacation, essentially.
I tried to add a lot of calming wind and water. It's just about in everything, because this expansion is very calming. Everything about it's not so in your face and aggressive as especially our last one.
A lot of the ambiences were actually built from scratch, so they weren't recorded from one location, but they were sort of comprised of a lot of sounds.
We don't have any bamboo forests in Irvine, and so we contacted people that had those resources and then utilized those recordings in our own design for Mists of Pandaria.
I got to go to botanical gardens and record some of their waterfalls, some of their exotic birds, and then just essentially build kits from that.
Flavor kits within the ambience itself. And what it allows us to do is actually have unique one-shot sounds play at random distance at random times. An example of how we would use this is take the Hosen Monkey sounds, put them through reverb processing, make them sound like they're far off in the distance.
Each one of the classes sort of has its own sonic identity. Part of the process was to keep the sound design specifically for the monk class as visceral and as organic as possible.
The fighting style of the monk is very different than some of the other classes, and we really spent a lot of time trying to make them feel unique and different.
So we did a huge Foley session. We did swishes, whooshes, whirls, anything that had a martial arts characteristic to it.
We took the sound of their clothing and added it to the actual movements and attacks.
Even though they're a leather-wearing class, that's sort of the characteristic that makes martial arts movies really exciting. You hear that cloth, when someone throws a punch, you hear that kung fu kind of snappy sound. A lot of times when we're designing a sound, the actual real-world equivalent of that sound doesn't work. So sometimes you have to pull, from other sources to kind of embellish. We went to the grocery store and bought a ton of, vegetables and fruit.
We did a Foley session with some vegetables. Pretty much just kind of smashed them against each other and kind of grind them against each other, and we got these interesting squeaks and rips and tears.
Where we took a head of cabbage and ripped each leaf, and it sounded like electricity. That ended up being the main layer for the crackling jade lightning. That same session got us a good palette of source to use for the monk impacts, 2 cabbage heads banging together, make for some really great sounding body blows. We used cabbage a lot.
And you throw that together with some animals, and then you get a really unique individual sound for the game.
The monk class is fun, and that's what we're trying to convey.
Forget injuries. Never forget kindnesses.
It's been quite a challenge for Mr. Pandaria, casting-wise, to find voices. I need to find talking fish people, talking tigers, talking serpents, talking praying mantis, talking rabbits, talking yaks.
We did something a little different in this expansion that, to my knowledge, we haven't done in the past, is we actually got a lot more VO actors to come in and perform it.
One of the things that we benefited from for sound design was that actually the project went SAG, and so we were able to get some voice talent to actually do some vocalizations for some of our creatures.
I feel that going SAG on Mists of Pandaria has definitely changed the dynamic of how we work.
And it's really allowed us to make some of the creatures and some of the characterizations through voice more interesting and better in this expansion than we've seen in the past.
We're really blessed and fortunate. It makes our jobs easier that we have such good material to work with to kind of hone into making these creatures.
So when choosing the sound for a character, we do a lot of pre-planning. For example, we'll have a race called Jinyu, which are the talking fish people. So we will get together and identify who are these people? Who are they both as a race? What do they represent? How does a talking koi fish fight?
That way, when it comes time to bring the voice actors in, we can kind of give them, okay, this is what the team is thinking.
But then once our specs hit the actors, a whole new level comes into it, because we start with what we want in our head, but really not until you get that perfect fish person in the booth do you get the true beauty and inner workings of your fish people.
We kind of let them bring their acting ability and their techniques to the session, and then let them kind of like go for it, and we kind of steer them onto target until we actually define the voice, and we go, oh, that's it, that's perfect.
I think one of the most amazing actors I got to work with so far is our actor Keone Young, who plays Chen Stormstout.
The true question is, what is worth fighting for?
Chen Stormstout is a very important character because he alone really represents all that's beautiful and wonderful about the Pandaren. Keone is an amazing actor who's been in the industry for a very long time. His Asian background and his Asian culture really breathed life into Chen Stormstout. That was amazing.
Why would I want to feel skinny? Size is strength.
Beautiful. Great, Keone, moving right along to line 22. So to us, we're working with that actor and bringing Chen Stormstout to life really came together in a way that we didn't expect. It was really fun to get this robust, interesting, funny, warm, powerful character created right in front of us with Keone's help.
It's important when you do a time travel story to not cheat, to not just say, well, we can do anything because we're traveling in time. That's no fun because it's just too open-ended. But if you can find specific things that you can go back and change, and that's going to have a cascading effect through the rest of the story, that can be tremendous fun.
We didn't want to build an idea where you're teleporting back and forth and making time travel this big gimmick. It was really more of a vehicle to us to just get us to this place where we wanted to tell our story.
Before what we knew as this shattered realm called Outland, there was this world called Draenor. It was this wild, primeval landscape populated by all manner of creatures, including, of course, the brown orcs of Draenor. We originally were thinking about this as a council of the clans, where you would have the different orc clans meet to elect their first war chief.
They would be forced to make a choice about, which way they were going to go. Would they side with these demon lords, or would they go their own way?
And then this mysterious cloaked figure would arrive, and he would punch out Blackhand, and he would maybe choke out Gul'dan, and throw out the cloak and reveal himself to be Garrosh, this amazing orc from the future. And we were thinking, well, that's cool, but couldn't we be more expansive? Couldn't we find a way to make this bigger break out?
We kind of moved in completely away from the direction of where we were and reapproached it with this idea of being upon the throne of Kil'jaeden. All the clans were being brought here to basically give fealty to Gul'dan's poison.
So Gul'dan is able to get the different horde leaders to drink the blood of the demons, right? And that way they would become what was known as the Horde.
They were deceived by the Burning Legion when they made that blood pact, which turned their skin green and their eyes red. If only they had known, right, what the blood of Manaroth would actually do to them. But actually somebody does know. Garrosh, the war criminal, the outcast, who hates all the races of Azeroth and wishes in his darkest of hearts that things had gone very differently and that the orcs of Draenor had followed a different path.
Knowing what you know now, how would you go back and do things differently? And how would you kind of help steer history in a different direction?
And so the opportunity to kind of go back to this time and this place where their whole destiny, the whole destiny of their culture is really at this fulcrum point, felt really, really good to us as storytellers. It felt like it cut right to the roots of what the Warcraft franchise has been all about.
You will all be conquerors. And what, Gul'dan, must we give in return? Everything.
Gul'dan is a guy that will go to any length and sacrifice anyone around him to gain power. It's not about hating other people. It's not about, some civilization or some other person had done him wrong. It's all just stepping stones to attain power and just ascend out of this doldrum existence, I'm sure, that he sees it as.
So Garrosh was an orc that was raised in Outland, and so he's heard the history of the orcs, and he's heard what's happened, to all of his people.
I think from a very early age, this started to boil in him, this resentment of the Legion and this feeling that things should have been different.
I think he started to see that the complexities of the modern horde, right, with all these different races, and trolls and Tauren and goblins and things like that, he just didn't get it. I don't get it. The horde, I grew up with all these stories about orcs. It's about orcish identity. It's about orcish dominance, right? Isn't that who we are?
I think it's probably when Garrosh is sitting in that jail cell in manacles awaiting his sentence that this starts to boil up in him. Again, this resentment for the way things turned out for the orcs on Azeroth. And couldn't things be different?
I believe that when he went to the past and he was able to make contact with certain of these old chieftains, he fell deeply in love again with this sense of like the orcish ideal.
Grommash Hellscream, being his father, was certainly an easy target for Garrosh to be able to appeal to. And his father was this hugely important character in the early days of the Horde. So not a lot is known really about how Garrosh went about contacting Grommash and exactly what he said to Grommash to change his mind and get him to lead him down the path. And it's really going to be interesting for players to, as they adventure through Draenor, kind of uncover what happened and uncover what's happened as a result of this change in traditional history.
Drink Hellscream.
We started thinking about Manaroth, and in the literature, he isn't present at this ceremony, at this blood pact. But we started thinking that doesn't mean that he wasn't there, and maybe he's like using fell magic to cloak himself, to hide himself. And so then the Hellscream's plan started to emerge, that maybe what they needed to do was to openly defy Gul'dan and Manaroth by pouring out the blood, by not drinking from the cup, and make the demon show himself, and then take that guy down. We felt like that the sort of whimsical design approach that worked so well for Pandaria probably was the wrong fit for this one. And this one we needed to go photoreal. We just really needed to make you believe as much as possible that you were looking at real creatures. And that comes, at a price. I mean, it is extremely intensive to get in there and really make skin look like real skin and sweat look like real sweat.
The thing about CG is you can run into the uncanny valley very quickly, right? But I think what we call hyper-realism is something that our fans really enjoy. We don't use a lot of motion capture, if at all any. And I think a lot of that is really to create a sense of fantasy. So another big challenge for us was Hellscream, and things that have changed from his first inception to this particular rendition of him was he's brown, right? We've only seen him with green skin. When we revisited him here, we knew that this was going to be before he had been corrupted. And so, talking to Chris Metzen, talking to Robinson, a lot of the ideas that were floating around the table is that these guys are more Mongolian, a little bit more feral, more furs, a little bit more of the Conan sort of vibe.
We kind of abandoned the old orc and brought out the new and started focusing on what would this a lot grittier, a lot more tangible orc look like. and that's where we landed in. It's definitely by far the most scary orc we've ever done in cinematics.
The three orcs really needed to be very distinct, especially Grommash and Garrosh. You know, you needed to really understand that they were different characters, but also little hints in there of the lineage, because they are father and son, whether they know it or not at this point.
I especially like some of the parts of Gul'dan's face. We spent a lot of time with his upper lip, really focusing on like how much the demon blood has really changed him over time.
Some of these characters are from the past, certainly, but we needed to re-envision them in a way that they could emote and really convey real action and real depth to their characters. So we had to break down their face from a completely different standpoint.
So that was the balance, was to make them recognizable, but also to bring them, up to speed in terms of 21st century CG.
With Manaroth, maybe more so than some of the other characters, we had to walk a very fine line between upgrading his design with today's tools while still living up to the essence of what Manaroth is and keeping him recognizable. There's a lot of things we probably could have updated from a design standpoint, but in many ways we had to respect the Manaroth and what people remember him to be.
When you look at the two characters, they're obviously mirror images of each other, but with subtle changes enough to where the fan who's really paying attention will notice the huge difference.
And did you bring these mongrels here just to watch you die?
The point that Garrosh concludes is he's got to stop Gul'dan, and that this curse will not happen, and that the orcs will not turn green, they will not gain super strength and resiliency, they will not become effectively Hulk-like monsters. He's got to give them an edge.
Garrosh brings back this concept of a siege engine.
It seemed very natural for him to bring these present-day ideas into the past. To augment the Iron Horde as he sees it, and account for the lack of, physical strength that they would have had if they had drank the blood of Manaroth.
And as the expansion continues, that concept of the siege engine will start making its way into all of their weapons until, it is sort of the heart of their weapons technology.
And then from that conceptual platform, really looking at Grommash, right? Which way will he go? Is there a noble heart in there, and he could be a great hero and a great leader of his people, or is there just something broken in these Hellscream guys that, when pressed, become monstrous with or without demon blood flowing in their veins?
When you're developing a story, there's always a lot of ideas that don't get used. Like, for example, we really thought for a long time that it was very important for Gul'dan to be seen drinking the potion and to see his skin turning green. Cut to his hand slamming the cup down. His hand is shaking with strain as his fingers turn from brown to green, and this fell magic is like roiling off of his hand as he pulls it back. He pulls it up to just revel in the power that he's been given, and we cut in a close-up of his eye just flares red. And it's just funny how it's not until you try it editorially till you cut that out and you go, no, actually, don't need it at all.
I think some of the more loyal fans, if they knew only what got cut, they'd be like, why?
We cut to a dagger slicing through skin, and the big drum is sliced right open, and out comes Ballista Jr. Right? Boom, boom! Firing chain shot. The chains hurtle through the air. They stab the wall behind Manaroth, chaining him to the wall.
One of the ideas that we had was behind him, rising from the cliffs, is zeppelins. And on the deck of the zeppelins is, the goblin captain, and it's sort of like hovering above Manaroth. And what they're doing is firing chained harpoons into him. He's getting pinned, but he's grabbing the chains and pulling down the zeppelins. They're going up in smoke.
No matter how much we want to tell the 60-minute long version of it, at the end of the day, it's got to fit in about 4 minutes.
Sometimes you say, well, I can't use it, but it was still a good idea. The demon pulls back, roars, reels back, blast of light coming out of his head. Uh-oh, looks like history's going to repeat itself. One of the ideas that sprung up from our early story discussions with our storyboard artists and Taryn and myself was the idea of doing an homage to the original Warcraft 3 movie. this is an opportunity to do something really interesting from a time travel perspective. We thought, well, how exciting would it be if we literally staged the shot the way it went down the first time, right? So that people who are familiar with the Warcraft cinematic look at it and go, oh my God, it's the same composition, it's the same moment. History is going to repeat itself, but not this time.
Without words, without narration, the visual storytelling just really said it all, exactly what is happening, that history has changed.
This was not our destiny. Times change.
This was actually challenging, because compared to other projects, this is a little tighter in schedule. It took almost 12 months from beginning to the end. So we have to come out with a little bit creative about scheduling.
We had 4 hero characters. We had a host of background characters. We had a very expansive environment. We had a lot of effects. We had a lot of explosions. We had the blood.
And also, we didn't have a full, solid concept at the beginning. So we have to ask the modeling team to do sort of 3D concepting.
Warlords of Draenor has a couple of really good effects. We wanted to spend some time on small effects this time, but make them very, very detailed.
Essentially, we always begin from the animatics, trying to figure out the overall destruction that they're interested in. Because usually this sort of thing has a very specific kind of cadence and timing, kind of hitting the beats. And the sort of things that if this was practical, you'd have a whole army of folks figuring out charges and when to detonate things. We pretty much do the exact same thing, only digitally.
What we used for reference for these actually was Monty Python's Flying Circus, where they're doing the bit with how not to be seen, You see a bush there and then it goes off in a fireball. That just happened to be on my mind at the time. For the fire that's on the ground, we actually looked at a lot of reference and for the scale of the fires that we wanted. Because fire looks very different at different scales and at different times of day and at different exposure settings for the camera. So actually what we did was we looked at cars that were on fire, shot at night, because it was about the right scale, about the right speed, and it had about the right camera exposure. One of my favorite effects was the plasma blast. We did tons of different concepts for this. We did versions that were smokier and versions that were fierier. That was a lot of fun because we had never seen a demon plasma blast before, so we got to sort of concept it all from the start.
There's the blood of Manaroth. We had a very close-up shot of that. We wanted to make sure that you understood that this was something evil.
To create the believable blood, again, I think it's a couple things. One is getting the simulation such that it is giving you that full three-dimensional motion, which gives the right viscosity and the right shapes as something is being poured or is dripping. And then the second thing is having it smear and adhere onto a surface, which again, I did kind of a hybrid technique where one set of simulation techniques for flowing blood and the other for anything that's adhering to the surface and dripping on it.
Also, we film a lot of reference in order to get an idea for how we'll do the acting.
Making these movies is a lot of sitting in front of computers, so we try to make things analog whenever we can, and it's a great way to generate ideas because it's very fast, it's very cheap, and we're not worrying about lighting or the look of anything. It's all just about performance and character and story.
One of the differences between Miss Pandera and Warlords is that we changed our tech for what we were using for hairs. Before, for instance, on the Panda, we almost had individual hairs that were sculpted by an artist, like to the level where maybe every 12 hairs were basically controlled as individual pieces. So it was just kind of untenable, and the size of our files were huge and blew up because we didn't have a nice procedural. So then when we switched to X-Gen, they'd basically sculpt one hair and that would account for a few hundred.
We have spent more time on this show thinking about how characters in the show flex and show off the way that they're moving, especially with Grommash, who has to be this strong leader. So we spent probably about 6 weeks developing all the different muscle groups, from biceps to triceps to pec muscles, even down into his neck tendons as they fire off in different parts. Altogether, I think we have almost 200 maps that are dedicated to firing off muscles on different parts of his body.
The biggest challenges for us were diving into these characters and truly digging out these smaller features, making sure that all of those muscles are firing in symphony, that you understood exactly what the character was feeling before he even says it.
And it was a huge undertaking between animation and prod tech, our rigging team, and our R&D department. to put together this new face rig, and I think it really shows. We're able to do more with the face than we've ever done before.
Lighting needs to almost be invisible in ways that it actually carries the story forward, but you don't realize that it's doing it, and a lot like music does, where it can subtly kind of come in and just carry you into a mood.
For this particular scene, we had an interesting color palette. We have the blue moonlight is pretty dominant, but then you have firelight, right? And blue and the firelight work pretty well together, moonlight and firelight. Then you throw in the green light of the blood pools and Manoroth himself.
We wanted to avoid in most shots all three, because we wanted to just concentrate on two at least in each shot. But we try not to connect lights, so anytime we're lighting a character, we always try to have the core shadow breaking up two of the tones. We don't want two tones touching each other.
The large-scale environments are the difficult ones because we're so used to seeing things that are in reality outside. So our eye is really quick and our brain really picks up what is fake and what is real. So a lot of elements have to be created to push the realism of it and to get that believability in the shot. And we knew early on that the Dark Portal had to feel absolutely massive. And everything else had to support the hero character, which is the Dark Portal. So everything had to drive that idea. We lit the shot mostly dark, and until the portal is revealed, we have that nice dramatic lighting to push the idea of the Dark Portal.
It is very conceivable that if the Iron Horde gets their Dark Portal finished on Draenor, that they could come through into our Azeroth and really cause us some trouble.
Warcraft is just this big moving thing, and there's just so many little pockets and nooks and crannies of content that can still come forward and be relevant. It's so much fun. It's just such a trip, you know, after all this time to see these ideas being vital.
It's just been a pleasure to take this journey back in time to revisit these classic Warcraft characters and situations, and also to introduce them to a new generation of players.
It brought back a lot of nostalgia for us, getting to use these characters again that were really not that much more than just entries in the back of a manual, you know, in those first Warcraft games, and to get to dimensionalize them and their culture and this moment in history has been thrilling.
We will never be slaves!这是兽人的命运，你们都将为王。但是孤单，代价是什么呢？这一切。你胆敢拒绝这份恩赐？你把这些杂碎带到这儿，是来给你送葬吗？ 还是兽人的命运？时代变了。
兽人永不为奴。而我们必将为王。
The sound of World of Warcraft has been evolving over the years. With every new expansion, we create new music, we have new dialogue, new sounds, and that helps to tell the story of the game. In the evolution of the sound of World of Warcraft, we always have to make sure that we have a little bit of the DNA that makes it sound like the sound actually belongs in the Warcraft universe. On Mists of Pandaria, we had a lot of artistic license to introduce new sounds to the player because it was a new race, new class, new continent. On Warlords of Draenor, we kind of have the opposite challenge, is that we're revisiting a part of the world that people already know, but in a different time.
Shadowmoon in Burning Crusade was a very scary place. We had to make it sound very fearful. Going into the new Shadowmoon, it's exactly the opposite. This is where players finally get a chance on Draenor to see what the Draenei lived like.
So the challenge is, how do you make something that's old and everybody knows new and fresh? Over the years, the size and the amount of time that we've had to work on the game has grown, and that allows us to do more things, go out and record animals, bring in actors, and experiment and do a lot of things that people didn't have the time or the resources to do early on in the game.
We had a great place to start from. From the very beginning, we've had a good concrete foundation that we started with our original races. So building on that's not so difficult.
On Warlords of Draenor, to coincide with the introduction of the new player models, we're adding new sounds to help bring those HD visuals sonically up to HD quality as well. And we're doing that in a variety of different ways. One of the things that we did, we went to a Hollywood Foley stage and recorded a whole bunch of footsteps with one of the best Foley artists in the business. For the first time in Warlords of Draenor, we'll actually have footsteps that are unique to certain races in the game. In addition to that, we're also adding new terrain types. So when you're actually exploring the world and you're running from, one surface to another, there actually will be a sound change in the game. One of the things that we had to do was make the sound for the Iron Horde. And the great thing about the Iron Horde is that they have all this great, awesome machinery, that's big and heavy and dense and threatening. And obviously it doesn't exist in the real world. So what we had to do is, look for parallels that are in reality that we can actually go out and record. We actually went out to a train museum and recorded railroad couplers, railroad cars moving and hitting each other, brakes, doors, levers, hatches, everything.
Trying to really kind of capture the sounds of old technology, steam trains, nothing really combustion based. And then I've taken that back, to the studio and, using a lot of the plugins and technology that we have to sort of granulize it, manipulate, the sounds. Make them sound very interesting, just not kind of what you hear is what you get kind of thing, make it very different.
Recording all the train source was all the material that made those machines come to life as far as like a tangible sonic footprint. But the threatening and that screaming and the screeching thing we really didn't get from that. What's something that's really screechy and really abrasive and really threatening and irritating, that we could use as a layer to add to that?
We just went and bought, dry ice at a local grocery store, and, we're rubbing it on different types of metals and seeing what makes a cool sound and what doesn't.
Whoa! Let me turn it this way. Okay.
You put the train sounds and the dry ice sounds together, and it really brings those machines to life. On the creature side, one of the things that we started to do in Miss Pandaria is actually go out and see the creatures that are in the world, and then actually go out and try to find real life versions of them. On Warlords Draenor, we actually had a whole bunch of wolves that we had for the Frostfire. And so what we wanted to do is go out and get our own unique set of wolf sounds that we could actually use in our sound design.
We recorded about 6 different wolves, and every wolf had its own personality. When you hear them growl at you and snarl, there's that adrenaline that you feel, that terror. We want the players to experience something similar. And the second component to the animals is to bring on a voice actor to kind of fill in the blanks, play up a lot of the wounds, because we can't go around, kicking animals, and so we need some of those more detailed sounds. So Sorted and Sewn was an awesome experience. Tony Swatton was very hospitable. We got to record his awesome forge. A lot of different anvils with different size hammers,
You know what, Ryan? When that thing fired up and was going, that totally reminded me of Goblin.
Oh,
for sure. With garrisons going in, we wanted to make sure that, since you have these unique trade buildings, that those kind of stand out and have their own unique quality. So when you're walking by a mine, it won't be the same tink, 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 tink all the time.
That was close to the toe.
Okay, all of it's close to my toes.
I think we're good. I think we got it. Did we get it?
That was a quick move.
That was good.
Now there'll be more variations and hopefully, again, help better immerse the players into the world.
Prior to World of Warcraft's initial release in November of 2004, the sound team made some very precedent-setting choices in, for instance, how the music is created. Even though by 2004, these folks could create what was then state-of-the-art in terms of music that was generated partially with electronics, they still had a sort of an old-fashioned take on how to create memorable melodies. People fell in love with this music. It's still the favorite of so many players, and yet not many people realize that there's probably just about 2 hours or so of music in that original 2004 release. There were some music cues that were used in over 200 separate locations in the game, and we felt we could do better than that. With the release of Mists of Pandaria, we had hit about 52 hours of music in the game. So if you do the math, you'll realize that not only did we evolve the sound palette in the nearly, at that time, 8 years since the original 2004 release, we evolved the amount of music. And we could use the success of WoW as an opportunity to reinvest and not only create more music, but make it of higher quality. You could take the simplest melody of the game And instead of playing it on a keyboard, if you hear it with a beautiful oboe or English horn or the human voice, it imparts something timeless that will resonate with you at a very basic level. The composing team for Warlords of Draenor have some unique challenges this time around. For instance, the Horde is splintering now. This must be portrayed musically. And now the Horde and Alliance have a common enemy. And to make that all fly without walls of text and walls of dialogue, music's a great tool for that.
And did you bring these mongrels here? Just to watch you die?
I think a lot of people don't realize how hard voice acting is. It's acting with a capital A. That voice actors have to go into a recording booth, you know, with no co-stars, no wardrobe, no prop, no makeup, and get told they're a 6-foot green angry orc who's got daddy issues.
Step aside, Pandaren. You confront a force beyond reckoning.
It's really hard to cast orcs because, first of all, just finding actors who can sustain the orc sound is really challenging. As we all know, the kind of orc sounds very growly and textural, so it really does take a toll on the human voice. And here we go. But on top of that, we need to find somebody who can also find depths to their character while growling, to kind of find nuances when you're growling, and kind of having that orc personality is quite challenging.
We will never be slaves!
For Warlords of Draenor, there's going to be so many orcs, and we're working to make sure it's not just a wall of screaming orcs the whole time. My goal is to find nuances and flavors and particular personality traits for each orc, so ultimately you do care about them and what they're going through.
Drink, Hellscream. Claim your destiny.
Most of the voices need to sound big and deep, but it's always organic and not processed, which are two different things.
And what, Gul'dan, must we give in return? Everything.
World of Warcraft, what's changed the most is, one, we have a much bigger team that is able to contribute, and also just technology in general. Our game has a lot more options. Also, having a larger team, we have a lot of people contributing new ideas, and it makes all of us advance.
Every time we touch a new expansion on World of Warcraft, we have an opportunity to create something new for the player. New creatures, new races, new environments, new music that help hold all that story together. It's when all these disciplines come together that the world really begins to take shape.
The world will come for you. Yes, I'm counting on it.
For pretty much as long as we've been developing in-game cutscenes, Garrosh has been right there with us. From his debut in the patch 3.2 Ulduar trailer, to his grand performance in Siege of Orgrimmar, we've seen him come into his own as a character, as I feel we've been coming into our own as a cinematic division. We're going to show you how we got here.
Back in 2004, I was working alone, doing all the videos for the commercials and things like that for Blizzard. And I had a couple ideas on improving those commercials and things like that by bringing more characters into them. And the company decided that I would get my first employee, and his name was Brandon Vanderpool.
Early on, we tested lots of different prototypes. Fly! Fly! Oh, please fly! Ah!
So back then, we didn't have any real tech. So what we did is we captured animations in the game. And the animations weren't exactly what we wanted, but I did my best to make them work.
We realized that Machinima had certain limitations on what you could do with it. But looking into it, we go, you know what, there's something here. And we really wanted to explore it quite a bit more. So we decided that we were going to bring in people that have been doing Machinima out in the real world and then train them to do Blizzard stuff and see where we go from there.
I prefer to remember the temple as it used to be, not the abomination it has become.
When the machinima team started at Blizzard, we were only about 3 people strong, in addition to Joey Ray, and we were primarily tasked with doing gameplay trailers and short films to promote the content. I was tasked with creating a trailer for the Black Temple patch 2.1, which of course was Illidan, the main story of the Burning Crusade. Up until this time, trailers for patches had been really raid-centric. But given the backstory of what had happened in Warcraft 3 and how everything led up to this moment with Illidan and the Black Temple, and we knew that we could tell more story with this.
And they had, of course, questions about the lore. I answered a few questions here and there via email, and then it seemed much better. Joey Ray just suggested, why don't you just come in and just sort of do a story time?
I don't think we had one of those sessions go less than 2 hours. And it really helped to build the richness of the pieces that we were working on at the time.
It was really exciting and really ambitious because we only had the Black Temple in the game. So the team said, what if they could go back in time?
I remember the temple as it used to be, a place of worship. I prayed within its chambers and meditated among its gardens.
Initially, when people found that we were doing a very narrative version of these trailers, they kind of gave us an awkward glance, like, really? How are you going to do this with, without focusing on the raid?
We helped him seal the portals of Outland and cut off the Legion's reinforcements. I think part of me knew, even then, that the Black Temple had only traded one evil master for another.
The Black Temple trailer was interesting in that it had a very specific story. And it stood alone really well, but it was disjointed to some degree from the game. And so again, it was this, wow, they told a really cool story in this trailer, and I wish we could actually deliver on it in-game. Well, maybe there's a way.
Kind of riding the coattails of Black Temple, one day Joey Ray pulls me in the office and says, I have a special project that's been given to us. I'm like, really? He says, here it is. Gives me a script, lift it up, the Wrathgate.
I think one of the turning points for Machinima and Blizzard was the Wrathgate piece. We created this piece that had never been done in a Blizzard game. And it really changed the scope of what the storytelling within the game could be.
I was wondering if you'd show up.
I couldn't let the Alliance have all the fun today.
The idea started kind of sparking as we started talking to the Machinima group as to what it is that we could potentially do in an in-game environment. And was there a way to get some really powerful moments through Machinima that we otherwise just couldn't really deliver onto the player through scripted events?
I reconvene with my guys, and we're talking about do they realize what they just did? They gave us a whole movie to go in World of Warcraft. Let's not screw this one up.
You speak of justice, of cowardice. I will show you the justice of the grave and the true meaning of fear. Enough talk!
We knew early on in the production of the Wrathgate that if we were to succeed, we would be able to continue making more movies for the game. And that really drove us to throw everything we had at it.
Behold now the terrible vengeance of the Forsaken. Sylvanas. Death to the Scourge and death to the living!
I believe the Wrathgate was a good example of taking what was essentially internal Machinima as far as it was going to go. Everything moving on screen was being driven by players. We'd actually have giant LAN parties where up to 40 people on the QA staff would all be logged in, and we'd be on vent, and we'd be, all right, everyone, get together. We're going to do this shot. And anyone who's done raids before knows what it's like to try to get 40 people to coordinate on screen. Well, imagine if one person jumping blew the shot. Oh, cut. Let's take it again. No jumping.
Production was very scary. We were trying to solve problems as they came up. So we could be in the middle of a shoot, per se, with 30 people because we needed to do an army scene, and then all of a sudden something would go wrong, a character would disappear, a server would crash, and then we would have to solve it right then and there. But, you know, we thrived under the pressure, and we always got it done on time. You know, if it meant sleeping under our desks and working 12 hours at a time and getting 3 hours sleep and getting up and doing it again, you know, we always got our shot.
Slowly but surely we started asking for, hey, what if we could get, you know, the ability to maybe separate out our characters, or, you know, what if we had the ability to force animations?
We are going to need all the help we can get if we are...
Roll!
What are they doing here? Let me explain.
I thought I smelled the stench of Alliance pigs.
The Secrets of Ulduar patch trailer really brought together a large cast of characters, including Varian Wrynn, Jaina Proudmoore, Ronan, Thrall, and Garrosh. This would have been the first time Garrosh was really put front and center in a cutscene. Up until this point, he'd just been an NPC that only the Horde players had really interacted with in the Burning Crusade. But this was the moment that he was coming to the forefront and demonstrating that he's going to be an important character moving forward.
I want to see this dwarf, Garrosh, to see the fear in his eyes. Then we'll know if he's telling the truth.
No, wait!
So our artists got together with Metzen and said, what would you like Garrosh to really look like if we're putting him in front of a camera? And he detailed exactly kind of what he should look like and really zeroed in on the eyes. The eyes were really the unique thing that made Garrosh stand out, even from that first cutscene. He wanted them to be brown, like many of the Mag'har, but really penetrate with kind of a wolfen stare, predator in the dark at all times. And you can see that theme resounding from the very beginning through his many iterations moving forward, that it's always that amber glow.
Without its master's command, the restless scourge will become an even greater threat to this world. There must always be a Lich King.
The first piece the cinematics actually helped on with their resources was the fall of the Lich King, where they came in and they brought their animators in, and their animators animated the Lich King and they animated his dad.
Father, is it over? At long last.
It really changed the feeling of the machinima itself, because it really started pulling you in to where you were even more connected.
Something that had been long plaguing us in trying to tell such emotional stories was the wooden nature of the faces. And so the one thing we knew we really needed was the ability to make the characters more expressive and really convey the emotions that we were going for.
And one of the things that we had done historically with big story moments was script them. And we thought, well, maybe we could take the same format of machinima and give you smaller, punchier hits into any number of different story hooks. The Goblin and the Worgen interstitial pieces being a great example.
Is there even a shred of humanity left within you? Perhaps we will find out soon enough.
They were extremely impactful in helping us tell a lot of story in a little bit of time.
As we moved forward into the Cataclysm content, all over the place, we started to see our effects design leveling up, character animation with the goblins leveling up.
We had gotten to the point where we could force animations, we could force effects, but even better than that, we started getting animators in addition to that. So we would animate our prime shots, and we would have moving cameras, and we would have all sorts of things that we didn't have before.
It was really exciting to see what was machinima starting to become a little bit more animation. And for the first time, not having to use a whole lot of live action. Most of the characters were actually being driven procedurally in ways that we didn't have to use a team of 40 to create the content.
Abandon ship! Make for the escape pod!
Right around the time of when we were working on Cataclysm content, the opportunity came up to work on something a little bit outside of our comfort zone.
We had just finished working on StarCraft II Wings of Liberty campaign, and we had made a whole lot of movies that played back in real time in the game engine. And as we were talking to the WoW Machinima team and finding out how they were working, a lot of the stuff that they were doing, they were kind of writing these one-off scratch tools. So I figured, why not try to take this tool set that we have, this pipeline that we have for StarCraft, and see if it'll work for a game that's completely outside of our scope entirely.
Don't come any closer.
You probably ran until you couldn't take another step. I remember that feeling.
We were just about to roll into production on Heart of the Swarm, and we had written a new pipeline, and we did not know if this was going to work. Then all of a sudden we find out this machinima team is going to be doing a project for Diablo, and we thought, oh, what a perfect opportunity. We could take the WoW machinima team combined with our StarCraft 2 pipeline, marry the two with a story for Diablo 3, and come up with something new.
We're going to die here, aren't we? No. As long as I'm here, they are the prey. And I am the hunter.
So we used the Star 2 engine for rendering. We used the Diablo team to make the assets. And then machinima, we kind of pulled from that really fast shoot from the hip machinima culture to get a piece out the door in the really close time frame that we had. The fundamental pipeline that we use today is the same pipeline that was developed prior to the Demon Hunter piece.
I think that was when we put our eyes on the prize, as far as this is where we need to be going.
Early on, we identify the big story arc that we want to tell, like what we think the key moments are, and we kind of block out those key moments and sort of describe to them the action leading up to it.
A message must lie within.
Dave had a lot of great ideas right out of the gate, as far as, you know, dude, we could tell this story, and we could tell this story, and we could tell this story. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool, you know, just let me know where, and we'll point our gun, and we'll make it happen. When we see in the movie the exact repercussions of whatever the player has done, really feels validating, like a reward. And that's what we wanted to go with say, the Jade Temple scene, where we see the devastation and the repercussions of bringing our fight to Pandaria.
The control over animation, the control over effects, the control over cameras is so tight and so specific that it feels like a real rendering engine that you would spend millions of dollars on.
Enough! You have run rampant for far too long, Hellscream. But that stops now.
Coming to the end of the Mist of Pandaria experience, we knew that the final patch was coming down the line, and we had a long legacy of big final patches, whether it was Fall of the Lich King or Deathwing, or, you know, we have a big grandiose stage set before us, and we knew that we were up for a challenge.
So we have Garrosh, who's learned a lot of lessons from Pandaria. He's come back, he's brought weapons of war, he's brought Mogu technology that he's been using, and most importantly, he's brought back the heart of Yastaraj. He's brought back the heart of this old god that had been buried under Pandaria for thousands and thousands of years.
It thirsts. Bring it to the pools.
Hunter Grant really gravitated toward the performance of these characters. He wanted Garrosh to feel very intimidating, very, very lively, in a way that we really hadn't been able to achieve up until now, when we didn't have dedicated animation support full-time.
You confront a force beyond reckoning.
Your father dabbled in powers beyond reckoning. Where is he now?
When Taryn started the project, first thing I told him is I said, remember your medium, it's animation, that you can do anything you want. Physics don't matter. And he took that to heart and went crazy with it. And when we got the boards back from all his ideas, it was a huge leap forward from what we ever did before.
I have fought beside the Tauren, trolls, and others. You are nothing like them.
He seemed to want sort of the spaghetti western kind of almost Quentin Tarantino thing kind of going on, right? And so he needed really expressive faces. So you had this thing where the IGC team and the Machinima team are working together for the first time in a really close manner, trying to solve these problems and trying to get a really beautiful look.
In 2014, World of Warcraft turned 10 years old. I can't think of very many PC games that are still on my hard drive after 10 years. Keeping that up to date, keeping the game fresh requires a lot of things.
There are absolutely things we would like to see come out of Machinima, you know. The dream of, hey, could I also get my character in that scene somehow? Is there some magic or sorcery we can work? Whether or not we ever solve that issue, it takes it to that next level.
What if we look at the whole expansion as one story, and that the cinematics were placed exactly at the turns of the big events?
I mean, just universal story design. We're almost programmed to expect it, whether or not we're aware of it or not, and can we deliver on that? And then because we have Alliance and Horde, and that the stories are very different but kind of mirror each other, kind of splinter off here, and each one of them have their own Act 1 turn. You know, where events happen that put things in motion or change their idea about where they're going and what they're doing.
And when you achieve that and you see the net result and you see the exclamation point of your deeds, that it feels like a complete experience.
This is cool, right? I'm really digging where we as a team are going.
We've been developing new tools for the cinematics team, new ways of telling these stories, and we're seeing huge results. We saw it in Mists, we were playing with it in Warlords of Draenor, and the future's gonna look really good, I think.
Establishing the look of our in-game cutscenes for World of Warcraft has been a long-standing process. We've gone through a lot of different stages in our capabilities, what we've been able to do. We feel like we've really leveled up in bringing more talented artists and lighters to be able to harness more cinematic techniques, and it's a very interesting, very rich opportunity to do a whole lot of storytelling.
Picking where an expansion takes place is one of the most important decisions of the expansion. One thing I really like about the World of Warcraft franchise is that we can always kind of explore a lot of different territory. And we iterated through a lot of different locations. We thought about a lot of different settings that we could try. We thought about doing it in present-day Outland and adding new land masses, doing it on Azeroth. We thought of all kinds of variants. And one idea we kept coming back to was doing it on Draenor as it was, 30 years ago.
What excites me the most about Draenor is that it allows us as designers, as developers, to answer the unanswered, the questions that Outland left in the minds of players.
When you played through Outland previously, you got to see a lot of what happened to Draenor after the Burning Legion came to it, after they tore it apart. But there's fantasies that have existed there for a long time that we've seen played out in the RTSs previously, of the old Orc clans in their prime.
It's this very important place in Warcraft lore that we haven't really seen in-game. It's not like Azeroth, where there's kingdoms upon kingdoms upon kingdoms for thousands of years back. It's so important. It's where the ogres come from. It's where the orcs came from. It's where the Draenei had a civilization. It's something that you really haven't seen in-game yet. This is a primal land, a land of giants. It's not a tamed world, it's a savage world. And that's the kind of place where you can have really exciting heroic adventures.
I think the biggest thing about Draenor that's exciting to me is the fact that we get to see the original Orc clans. I think it's something that people have questioned the whole time they've been playing WoW. We've always seen little tidbits of maybe the Frostwolf clan could have been like this, like with Thrall and things like that, but we've never got to see where do they live, what was their life like. And I think that's really the most exciting aspect to explore, and then kind of integrating that into the gameplay across the whole game.
What excites me more than anything else about Draenor is being able to go back and see these Orc civilizations as they were before all went to hell with the First and Second Wars. The Orcs are kind of a big part of the heart and soul of what Warcraft is. And now we actually get to see them in their native form and see these distinct Orc clans.
It's time for us to go back to a primal Warcraft, and the Orc theme with Draenor really helps represent that. It's an Orcs versus Azeroth, Orcs versus humans. It's that Orc invasion that started it all across the Dark Portal, and we're doing it again, but on a massive scale.
It's really nice to get back to something that really feels like it's the core of Warcraft. It's hard to imagine something more core than getting to see, you know, really epic characters.
You get to interact with some of the most notable characters in Warcraft history. Gul'dan, Ner'zhul, who, you know, of course, in Warcraft lore eventually becomes the Lich King. Durotan, Grommash Hellscream, a lot of these guys that, you know, unless you played some of the earlier RKSs, you've really never gotten to experience at all.
So when it comes to the questing, actually being able to represent those Orc hordes and see them with all their biggest, baddest leaders in their prime, it's exciting. It's something players, I think, have wanted for a really long time. It's something we're really excited to show.
The other thing that's really cool is just the fact that we get to go back to a place that we've been to before, but see everything that was there originally.
That we're going back to a pristine world before Burning Crusade, so we can reimagine this other world outside of Azeroth. Before anything happened, we can look at Karabor and see what that look at Taladar and see how that went. It gives us a chance to revisit these worlds in a totally new way.
There's a mystery there. There's a story to be told that we left unanswered with Outland, and I feel like this is our chance to show the world what this planet was whole.
I think you'll know in the first few minutes of gameplay what sets this apart. It's going to look better. It's going to look like nothing we've done before. This is a completely reimagined world. It's outside of Azeroth, so almost anything goes. I want people to be awestruck by the environments, because every new expansion is a new opportunity to push the limits of our game.
The original idea from Garrisons came from actually the farm in Pandaria. Is really kind of the seed of what set it for us. The farm was a unique thing in Pandaria where you could kind of not exactly own that place, but I think a lot of people considered it theirs. It became very popular, and we kind of saw that attachment people were having, and our thought was generally, how can we expand upon that? How can we take that and turn it into something that feels Warcraft?
When we think about housing in traditional MMOs, a lot of times we think about these instanced off places that aren't really part of the world, or we think about places that don't really have a lot of gameplay associated with them. And those were things that we felt like didn't feel right for World of Warcraft. As we continued to iterate on this idea, we came to this conclusion that what would feel more like housing for World of Warcraft than the idea of building a Warcraft base and having it perform similar functions, but inside World of Warcraft.
Garrisons is a feature that has me extremely excited about the expansion. I feel like as we are integrating our world into Garrisons and Garrisons back out into the world, we're actually seeing the metagame, the playstyle of even normal questing changing.
Right from an early point in your experience with Warlords of Draenor, you're going to be introduced to the place where you're going to be able to found your garrison location. And once you really lay down those roots, you're going to be able to quickly start building buildings and collecting followers that are really going to help you through the entire level up experience and also in the end game.
The concept here was to not just create something that looked pretty and felt like your traditional housing. We wanted to do something that would give WoW itself a fresh spin. Historically, we've always kind of had a capital city. You know, you log in, you log out at your capital city. We really want the garrison to feel like that place. You can really claim it as your own. We didn't want it to feel like, oh, I built this building and it just looks really pretty. The goal was, what does that building do for me? Does that building give me a bonus somewhere in the world? Does that building give me a bonus somewhere in my garrison? It's very customizable. You're going to be able to pick what buildings you want, where those buildings go. You get to pick specializations for those buildings, which will give them like individual abilities. So it's kind of neat because every garrison will feel a little bit different, right? Not everyone's going to have the exact same thing.
When we first started to come up with the garrisons, we wanted to take the player kind of down memory lane. So we did look at some of the original WoW structures. When we started working on it and infusing that, we realized we couldn't just give the player an older asset with a new coat of paint. So we started tweaking it, looking at the silhouettes and adjusting the design so that we can infuse something newer into those assets. For the human alliance structures, we looked at old castles and old English structures. And for the Horde, and they're just their own unique design and style.
Garrisons is a very large undertaking, and it naturally, as a result, you'd expect to find there's going to be a few places where there's just challenges we didn't expect. A lot of the personal housing implementations you've seen before, you end up feeling crowded, or you don't end up feeling like there's something special, and we don't want to do that. We're World of Warcraft. We make awesome stuff. So we introduced some new technologies. We call it seamless instancing. We'd experimented with it before, but here is where it really starting to shine.
The seamless instancing is born out of the same technology that we used in Mr. Pandaria to bring cross-realm zones. Typically, when you go to an instance, you're at some location in the game world, and we need to send you to another location in the game world. In order to do that, we need to load all of that data that's going to be in the instance, and we need to get rid of all the data that you had with you. One of the things we're really excited about for Warlords of Draenor is when you ride up to your garrison, you're going to do it without a loading screen, even though you're actually going into instance content, which you're used to seeing when you go into a dungeon.
As you move through the worlds, once you get closer to your garrison, you'll be able to see your garrison from afar. But once you get to the garrison, we spin up a server instance, you go there, and then you're basically playing on your own server.
All of the garrisons exist on the same piece of real estate in the game world on Draenor, even though everyone is going to be able to see their own version of that garrison. How this works is whoever is the party leader at the time is going to have their garrison appear to everybody in the party. If you want to change which garrison you see, you can change the party leader and watch that silhouette of the garrison change. One of the really neat things about going into your friend's garrison is seeing the different choices they made in either recruiting companions to go on missions for them, or to see the choices that they made about which buildings to upgrade and even where to put them.
The whole concept of the garrison is that you get to pick what you're doing along the way. So you get to pick, what buildings do I want, because each building has a different bonus. We have this concept of monuments. So when you earn achievements throughout the game, certain achievements will let you unlock a monument in your garrison. Say you defeated all the hardest raid bosses in the game, we'll give you a huge statue in the garrison that shows that. You can invite your friends over, they can check it out. So it's not only something that's just for you, it's also going to feel like a social place.
So our follower system is a chance for players to find really awesome characters that they meet in a world and get to bring them back and utilize them to send them on missions. There are a lot of different things that we want to do with followers. We'd like followers to be involved both in the defense of your garrison when things attack your garrison and really fulfill that military fantasy. But also, we have an entire mission system where you can level up your followers, you can get them gear, you can give them additional abilities and traits, and these help them get even better on the missions.
You can name them, you can set up their abilities, and you really try to mix and match to get guys that feel right. So aside from the world building kind of side of it, we've also got this great almost little mini game that you can run using the followers and the missions.
When you log in and go to your garrison, you're going to have a list of a bunch of different missions that have showed up that are things like going out and fighting the Horde in a particular area, or rescuing a Draenei town, or anything else across Draenor.
You'll be able to send your followers off on these missions, and in some cases, they'll be extensions of the things that you've done out in the world. In some cases, they'll be extensions of the followers' own quest lines and their own desires. And in other cases, it's sort of simple military stuff where you're patrolling around, you're assaulting, you're sieging, you're doing a lot of things as this garrison commander, like you would as a commander in Warcraft 3, without your player actually needing to go out there.
You can kind of have that feeling of, this is my crack squad of guys, and I get to send them on missions, and they bring me loot, and I think that's fun.
Before you may have quested for that awesome green or blue item, now the stakes are higher. Now you're actually doing things in the world to advance your garrison, and your garrison is what's going to help you win this war against the Iron Horde.
It gives you an awesome opportunity for offline progression. Whenever you're not online, things can be happening. You can be progressing your trade skills, you can be progressing your character, and in a number of ways, we want to make it so that this accommodates the player that only wants to log in once for a number of hours every couple of days, and also the player that wants to stay online all the time.
We're doing a brand new AI tech in this expansion. It's really cool. It's called the Brain AI, and it's a very needs-based AI. So what we'll do is we'll create a character. Say he's a blacksmith, and he has certain needs.
The blacksmith really likes being at the anvil working. So he goes to the anvil and works, but every now and then he gets hungry. So he gets up and walks over to the inn and has a beer.
He needs to eat, he needs to talk, he needs to socialize, but all these needs are different weights.
And then he gets tired, so he goes and takes a rest, and then he's like, oh, I need to work again. So he gets up and goes back to work.
It's a way for us to sort of control our AI without having to do advanced scripting and take up a lot of developers' time in writing all these things.
It feels like a town. It feels like a city. It feels vibrant, alive, and active.
Leveling up is something that you're going to do, of course, as a player character in terms of gaining your levels all the way up to level 100, but it's also something that your garrison's going to do.
The garrison itself grows bigger. Its walls actually expand, and all the art changes each time to kind of show how it's getting more epic and more epic each time you do it. And you're going to want to do those upgrades because that's the main way that you can build buildings that affect those missions that you're running, and those missions are going to be generating loot for you.
The biggest challenge, I think, with garrisons was just how massive the feature is. There are so many moving parts with it. A lot of times with a UI design feature, the designers will have an idea of what they want to do, and they'll come to us like, we want to do this feature, how do we make this happen? We really wanted to take inspiration from Hearthstone and really give it a visceral feel, because for a large portion of it, it's all in the UI. There's the building UI, which is, placing your building and, sort of making your mark with your fort. And then there's the mission UI, which has so many moving parts with different followers, and it all interlocks in a massive way. We're really hoping that it's just an exciting thing to come back to WoW, check in on your garrison, and we really want to bring to life your followers.
Really, the entire team came together to create the garrisons. Every single different aspect of game design, whether it's level design or the quests, the encounter team.
It's something that we need engineering support from, a massive amount of art support. We're working very closely with the quest team to make sure that the quests feel integrated.
There's a lot of engineering work that goes into it. We need to be able to deal with it from a server load perspective.
The UI engineers and designers played a huge role in that, of course.
A lot of coordinating between design and art.
There's AI brain technology that we're doing.
The engineers set the foundation for the seamless instancing that we have.
It really is a feature that is touching every core part of the team. It fits the story really well. We come through, we establish a base, we grow that base, the base gets stronger, and eventually we overthrow the Iron Horde using that base. I don't think there's any way the player could feel more involved in the storyline.
WoW is a game that has increasingly gotten better from a artistic standpoint. Our engine's gotten better. We've been able to support more things environmentally. But in 10 years, we have yet to do anything with the character models.
The biggest challenge we faced with upresing the characters was probably just the metric ton of work that it is to actually do it. I think it just became daunting. It's why we've been talking about it for so many years. We've mentioned it's something we really wanted to do, but we also didn't want to overpromise and underdeliver on it.
If we were just making these from scratch, as in, make a new game and just make these character models and put them in, we're done. And I think a lot of people think that is kind of how it is, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that.
The goal behind changing the character models was to upgrade the quality level of those models to reach the fidelity that we have in the rest of the game today. The quality of the environments of the game have really gone up over time with each expansion. We're at the point now where if you put assets that we create now up against the ones that we had 10 years ago, they look pretty dramatically different in terms of just the quality. While the style is very similar, the quality's gone up quite a bit.
The number one goal with the model updates was to really keep the spirit of the original character models. And I think it's sometimes hard for people to understand what that means because they just want to see, high-res art, better textures, more polygons. And yes, that's a big part of it. But the other part of it is to make sure when you log in and you're looking at your brand new Tauren, that Tauren still feels just like the Tauren you might have played for these last, 9 years.
The new models were a challenge. We reviewed the old models, compared them with the new ones, and we wanted to retain what existed on the old animations. We didn't want to stray away from that, so we really worked hard on keeping the personality and the spirit that the old animations had.
It's very important that we don't separate the player, that this new model feels like something totally different. We want it to feel awesome, for sure, but we still want it to have the dance that you love, the same animations you love, all those little things that make it feel like your character. It was very important to keep those during the upgrade process.
We're trying to do what probably no other MMO has really pulled off successfully, in that we want to create a new set of character models that really retain the soul of the original. And some of that is through animation. In fact, a lot of it is through animation. The characters need to move the same way. They need to express themselves in very similar kinds of ways.
If you think of character development as building a marionette, the modeler would carve the pieces out of wood. The texture artist would probably paint the pieces. The rigger would use little wiring and little strings to create a marionette out of it. And then the animator would pull the strings to make the marionette dance. This probably started back when we redid Thrall in Cataclysm. We needed to give him a lot more emotion than the previous iterations. That eventually led us to do the panda, which then was able to do all these other emotive things.
We kind of set a standard with the Pandaren from Mists of Pandaria, and we wanted to bring that to all the classic races.
Rigging the face was a problem. It was a big one, because even though we have a full set of animators, they couldn't potentially be animating the same things over and over again. So we needed a rig that knew what a smile meant for, say, the Tauren and the human, even though they're completely different. And so when the animator dialed up the smile, they would both smile, one right for the Tauren, one right for the human.
With the new models, we obviously have a much higher poly count now than we did in the past. So because we had hundreds of polygons in the old models, and now we have thousands of polygons, we really needed to kind of up our game with the rigs.
Upping that poly count is like tremendous. It does so much. All the hairs have way increased poly counts. The skeletons for animation have way more bones.
Because you have this higher poly count, you now have to drive deformations that need to look a lot better than they used to because you had fewer polygons. So these new rigs have a lot of great extra controls that we can kind of use to our advantage. We're able to achieve expressions now, which we really weren't able to in the old versions of WoW. The old animations didn't pour exactly one-to-one to the new models because the new models have a way more interactive hairstyles. The dwarf male's beard used to be skinned in with the rest of his spine, so when you would rotate him, his beard would kind of stay with him, but now we have like a fully functional beard.
I don't think we realized originally, we thought, oh, we just go in and up-res these guys and we'll do each one. But then you start to look at each animation doesn't work anymore because now that we've added braids of hair to the beards, they need bones. Those bones need to be animated, and they need to be animated for every single animation that character has.
One of the big things that we talk about is bones or joints. And what that means is how many articulation points exist in the body. We have, in the human body, over 200 bones. In Thrall, we had somewhere like 60 to 70 bones. which is roughly about 65 to 67 articulation points. In the panda, we had 160 bones, which means about that many articulation points. So if you think of the body not having enough articulation points, you get a little robotic, which is what happens to Thrall. But the panda gets a lot more fluid because he has all those places where he can articulate.
All of our characters are rigged with joints, and those joints are children of each other. Every sequential joint is parented to the joint before it. Instead of moving one controller, you move several controllers to get kind of a smoother curve.
We had to be able to optimize the engine to the point where they're able to actually deal with everybody being at the same fidelity level that we had for the Pandarans. There's like facial animation that happens. There's an insane amount of triangles and bones for a game like WoW, and that takes a lot of work to be able to deal with that on the engine side.
We really felt like it was time. The world needed this. Our fans needed this. We've wanted to do this for a while, but this is the time to do it.
I think right now what you're seeing is us finally getting to that point where we're able to get everything done, deliver on those promises, and give people those updated models they've been looking for.
It feels like we're making a new game, which is awesome. It's a big challenge to overhaul all of these characters, but I think everyone's going to be really happy. They look really great.